Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to Online Darts. It is day 2 of Q-School Live with me, Phil Vars, and today we are joined by Scott and Henry for the first shift. Gob is coming on at 4:30, and at some point during the afternoon, Shawnee Mack is dropping in as well. What a stellar lineup we have for you. Gentlemen, good morning. How are we?
Not too bad, Phil. Yourself?
Marvellous, marvellous. Scott, how are we doing as well?
I'm all good. Just wanted with Shawnee coming on if the accents are going to get a bit too strong. But other than that, we should be fine.
Day 2 has got some living up to do. After yesterday, we saw some unbelievable stuff on both Q-Schools, EU and UK, boys. It's going to be good.
Yeah, it's already a huge day. So how do you go, Henry? Sorry, how do you go, mate?
No, I think sometimes the first couple of days of Q-School, you don't quite know what the standard's going to be, do you? And I thought yesterday set the stall out very well. I think standard-wise, perhaps up there, probably one of the best first days, certainly the best first day in this new format. As I say, it set the stall out for the week ahead. Whoever's going to get through is going to have to play well, be consistent enough throughout the day. Look, of course, you're going to get those odd draws where you're going to have that player that, let's be honest, has paid their money and chanced their luck a little bit. But by and large, there's a real quality field, and you've got to play well to get through this.
Absolutely. No boards in the UK as of yet. It looks like they're settling with the later time, unlike the press release telling us that. But it's all good. So we will concentrate on EU for the time being. They kicked off a little bit earlier. Just going to run you through. Is there any notable abs or any notable departures early doors? Just scanning. No, doesn't look as if we've had any real significant absentees. One of you boys as well while we're here. Thoughts on the Nico Springer situation yesterday? Qualified for stage 2. Decided, I don't want to do it. Gave up that opportunity, played one day so he could play in the Euro Tour qualifiers and everything like that, and basically sacked it off by all accounts. Quite strange.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. I suppose we criticise people for not taking cards and if they're not going to take it seriously, etc. So if you just wanted to top out now, you may as well do that rather than getting through and bowing out halfway through the season.
Yeah. Weird one. But plenty of flags on show. The Italians, another strong showing. And Henry, they stole the show last year a little bit. The unknown quantity, the Italians, but the game in Italy is moving in the right direction.
I mean, you look at areas where you pinpoint growth in Europe, and I think Italy, perhaps along with the Czech Republic's probably right at the top of that area of expansion now. I mean, we've seen obviously the Italians at the World Cup, pretty much since the inception, and they've kind of had wavering results a little bit. But the last couple of years, you've seen a couple of decent players come through. You've got Rashini, who's going to be playing at the WDF. Obviously, you've got a couple of really good young Italian players, a couple of which played at the JDC World Championships over in Gibraltar last year. And it's one of those areas where there seems to be a market for it now. And it's an area which I'm pretty sure the PDC will probably be looking at a little bit. I mean, they're obviously trying to move Euro tours and events into areas and territories where they see an area of growth. And I think I think Italy looks as if, probably along with the Czech Republic, is the two at the moment that seem to be the most promising, as in for bringing new talents through from areas that perhaps we haven't seen before.
Yeah, and Scott, I know we spoke about this a lot last year within our WhatsApp chat. I would love to see that Italian Super League happen like it did in Germany. It helped the growth in Germany. Something to see on PDC TV would be unreal.
Yeah, and it's something. It's just helped the depth and quality more than anything, because you've always seen the top of the game. You always get one or two people being good. It's the same with every sort of sub tour that the PDC do. With the likes of the women's tour, you can see the top's good, but the rest isn't. Same with Germany, and it probably will be the same with Italy. So yeah, just to try and get the ground moving up towards the average level. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, again, chat room is absolutely on fire today. Remember, come and say hi, drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. We are almost there, almost 20k subs. Can you get us there before the end of Q-School? Please make sure you turn notifications on so that you know when we go live. Plenty going on, all Q-School streamed, and then we return with the live lounge next Monday. However, Gob will not be there. Anyone else, let us know in the chat room. Think he's being a bit selfish. It's his birthday and wants the day off. Outrageous behaviour.
Is it a big birthday?
Nah.
No.
Like he's just having a day off for birthday, going out for some nice meal with the family and whatever. Just outrageous behaviour from Gob, if you ask me.
Could do that in the afternoon, couldn't he? You know, be flexible.
Yeah. I know he's listening. He's working away from his office at home today. I know he's listening. All good. Just going to run you through some of the result or some of the live action, as you can see on the screen. Jump in when you see anything as well. Davy Brusen is cruising at the moment. 3-0 to the good. Christian Kist just getting underway. The former BDO world champion. We all know what an A game he has, but injuries have blighted his career since then. What else have we got warming up? Salvador says, hey, come on, Phil. Turning 50 is nothing special these days. All good. Boise, you can't talk. You had a day off for a Monday wedding. Who gets married on a Monday? Sergio Krasen is behind as we speak. Again, it's interesting as well. We found out the information that this 1A and 1B in Germany is fixed. Whichever one you were drawn in, that was it for 3 days. And just looking at it, Scott, there is a distinct difference in standard between the two, in my opinion.
No, I 100% agree. If you look at just by recognisable names, this one is a lot stronger than what's going to come later on, which is very harsh. But I suppose when you're in that sort of bubble, it would sort of defeat the purpose if you wanted to mix and match. So I understand. But no, I agree. There's a gulf between this one and what's coming later.
Yeah, look, we appreciate it's great that it's on, but maybe a little bit of better thinking, as me and Henry were talking about earlier as well, that the fact they are in a bubble, they're in the same hotel, does it really matter how many people you've got on the floor if you're all in a bubble, been tested, no one has the virus?
We could pick apart the system all day, couldn't we? It's always going to find holes, but yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, with a bubble, however big or however small it is, once you get one breakthrough in terms of cases, then the whole bubble bursts anyway. And it doesn't matter whether it's a bubble of about 3 people or 300 people. It rips through whether you get one or not. It's a great system if there's no cases, but as soon as you get one, I mean, you look at your Premier League football, you obviously look at the World Championship. It rifles through because it is such a fixed environment.
Yeah, completely. Look, it's an interesting one, but potential good news sorry to bring this up, Scott, but it looks as if England in the next couple of weeks are just going to roll up their sleeves and Boris is just going to say, "Get on with it, everyone. We live with it."
Very good for you, mate.
Are you tempted to hop south of the border for a few months?
For the rest of my life, yeah.
What time's your government-sanctioned walk?
Oh, yeah, exactly. I know. That's why I can always stay till 3, so I can run out and get it in that window.
Still no boards up in the UK as of yet. Sam asks, share account note, Fallon hasn't played yet today. UK got underway about 10:45-ish yesterday. It was just like, no, we'll switch it on now. But let's get this one up as a feature game to start with, as we've got a little bit of time. Let's go with the former BDO World Champion Christian Kist is 2 to the good. Lucas Vainik is 4-1 up as well. A man that we've seen on the Euro Tour. Again, some of these German names will be recognisable even though they haven't had tour cards because of the Euro Tour. Oh. Charlie in the chat room's gone early, boys. He's stoked the fire early doors. Who's your Premier League picks? Wow, that's a whole different kettle of fish. It's only 10:10 and the fire's been stoked.
It depends. Are we going with 10? Are we going with 8? Are we going with 16? It depends what the format is, Phil.
Yeah, this is half the problem. That obviously, being in the press room, we hear whispers and we overhear conversations that I think they're trying to freshen the format up, but I don't think they've quite worked out between the PDC and Sky how they're going to do that is the problem. I think most of us, and I think most of the darting world, will agree that it's pretty easy to name 8 Premier League players this year. It's the other 2 stroke how they change the format is what everyone's guessing on.
Yeah. And yeah, exactly. And the problem is that you don't. We had a period where you don't want the same 10 names appearing at 2-3 years in succession because it's. I mean, people who regularly go out and that say they're one night at the darts a year. They do like every now and then to see a few different names in. I think last year, to be fair, would have been a good Premier League for fans because you had Dimitri come in, Jose come in. Glenn didn't really have much of a run in the Premier League with crowds, so it would have been different names for them to go and see. But I mean, this year, the Premier League, probably the whole 10, is they definitely 8, probably picks itself. And look, they get there on merit because they're the best players over the course of the year and consistently the best players over the course of the year. But every now and then you just want to see something just a little bit different, don't you? And how they shake it up, in a sense, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that they'll be looking at any idea possible.
Yeah, I think that's half the issue is they haven't quite worked out and decided 100% what the format is going to be. And I think once they've decided that and worked that out between themselves, it picks itself then. So once we know that, I think we'll have a better understanding. But Charlie, don't worry, I'm sure the Premier League picks will come up once again in the chat room when certain people play today. Always
Matt Edgar don't play till Tuesday.
Just out of interest, we'll get it out of the way now. Would you two pick Fallon in some guys for the Premier League. I'm not saying as one of the ones that is there, but do you think we will see her in some capacity in this year's Premier League?
Yes. I would personally, if it was me in charge, I would take out Josie, put in Fallon, and just play a normal Premier League with Fallon instead of Josie.
Perhaps not as one as the 10 for me, but look, if they're bringing back contenders or challengers or whatever the name would be for it, then I think there's no doubts that she'll be involved in some capacity. I think, when you got that sort of format, you want to bring in the most marketable players, and she's the most marketable player in the game. As far as 17 weeks is concerned, I think we've seen in the past players that have been in it and it's kind of flipped and gone the converse way. I think where Fallon is at her stage of her career, you want to give her opportunities, but you also want to make sure that those opportunities come with a progressive path. The Premier League can, yes, it can for some thrive, but in a lot of cases as well, it can go the other way. So yes, give Fallon opportunities, but making sure that they're the right opportunities at the right times.
Well, I've just been booted out of Golf's Premier League for Andrew Gilding. It's controversial.
That's the Dan Dawson pick, isn't it?
Believe me, Sky would never pick him. Mainly the fact he stands so far over to the left and blocks the camera. But jumping back into the chat room, Bob, thank you very much. The team effort, we all put it in. All good. Jack says, morning Phil and other members. I expect Ross Gomery to get the job done today. Was very solid yesterday. Yes, he was. Tony says, I like my Emanuel's idea. Top 9 in a world playoff. Interesting. Loads of you in the chat room already absolutely flying.
A lot of people defending Josie. I'll just say I don't think his form is good enough. I think we're not quite to the extent of Glenn Durrant, but his performance at the Grand Slam was poor, and it was really, really boring, to be honest. His games against Peter Wright, I just wanted it to end. And at the World Championship, same with Alan Suter, it was just dreadful as well. I know he's got it in him to break records and stuff like that, and I don't want to pick on him, but the last 2 times I've seen him on Sky, he's... No.
Bob, yes, he did break the Premier League record for 180s yesterday, but look, everyone knows on the channel, I've been saying this for a while. I don't think he can swim in deep water. I think he's very much of the mould of Barney of his last few years on tour, that if he gets in front, he will just go on and just keep doing what he does. And we got a result, Christian Kist wins 5-0, but I just don't think he wins big games, and the action looks ragged now. I don't think he's the same player now as what he was last year. And I'm just not sold. He's defending a lot of money this year, and it'll be interesting to see where he is at the end of the year rankings-wise.
Indeed,
just a quick bit. Go on, Perry.
I was just going to say, we've just seen Chris Landman in the last few minutes get through his game. He's won, I think it was 5-2 in the end. I'll try and find the result back here. But yeah, he's through to the next round. Obviously, we saw him at Ali Pali over Christmas.
This should be a good little game on board 12. Ashley says, when will the Premier League likely to be announced? I think the other issue is that, and again, speaking, I know when the PDC announced that they were delaying it, there was a lot of conspiracy theories in and around. But again, being in the venue, there is a concern right now. But when you look at it, the first month of the Premier League, 3 of the first 4 cities currently couldn't host their event. Cardiff, Belfast and Berlin couldn't host their Premier League event right now. So I think they're massively trying to switch venues around to make sure the Premier League happens.
I suppose the big concern as well is some venues is if they can't get these venues tied down at a later date, do they then have to look at alternate venues? They look at venues that perhaps they've had in the past, which isn't as big as the venues they would have gone to before, but for the sake of keeping the event on, do they look at perhaps a Bournemouth or a Plymouth or places they've been to before, just out of that necessity of getting the event done 1 year because they can't tie down the other venues perhaps for rearranged dates or move dates around elsewhere?
Yeah, just a quick one, Bob. What we'll do is I'll keep sticks like this. I'll keep moving the European one every couple of minutes so you can see the games at the top and at the bottom, because I can't put it any smaller than that. Otherwise, people really struggle to see it. So I'll just keep manually moving it until they all fit in. Once they get rid of some of the older games, it's all right.
Just to quickly jump in, Jerry Hendricks got through. He won 5-1. His average is only 89 in the end, but for the first 5 legs, it was up touching 100. So it was a really good performance. He just had a bit of a stinker of the last 2 legs, but Jerry Hendricks won good.
Yeah, Jonathan, yes, they are, mate. The players in 1A and 1B in the EU are fixed. Whichever one you were drawn in, that was your section for the 3 days. Derek, it's not just ahead of Fallon. I genuinely, if it went to 10 and Fallon wasn't in there, I would rather have someone like Joe Cullen over Jose. It's not just Fallon. I just don't see Jose in that bracket right now.
Players' Championship 1, someone asked, just wanting to find it. It's on the 5th of February is when the first Players' Championship is.
Yeah, same weekend as the seniors. Not that weekend's going to be too busy for us, eh?
On the beach that weekend, Phil, aren't you?
I think the earliest opportunity to get a holiday in is June. Don't worry, Kev. We have noticed that Brett Lamberston is through and he is warming up again. Quick turnaround. As well, what else have we got going on over in Germany?
All the tight games.
Yeah, I was just about to say, there's a lot of tight games.
I really like David Schlichting, just because it's so satisfying to see.
No early days, but just having a quick look at Jimi Hendrix, leg 3, averaging just a shade under 102, averaging 101.5 against Nico Wagner, who's averaging just under 69, but that one apiece. And a good game between Rennie Idams and Michael Verbeek, both averaging in the 90s. Idams 90 exactly, Verbeek 96, and it's the Dutchman that leads that one by 2 legs to 1. And then look at one of the games warming up. We spoke about Kist against Jules Van Dongelen. That the game between Owen Rolos and Chris Lambman could be an absolute cracker.
Oh, lovely comment for 20 past 10 in the morning. Phil talking out of his arse again. Yes, I am, because it's my show and I've got the control, so I can say what I want. And if you don't like it, turn off. No one's forcing you to tune in.
Can't be a proper show without comment like that.
Callum Ridds or Luke Humphreys in. Look, I wouldn't be disappointed to see either one of them in either.
The only thing about Luke Humphreys, I would like him as well, but the fact that he basically asked to be in it at the World Championship makes it sort of like, I can't really put him in after you basically just asked in the interview, but I wouldn't mind seeing him again. He's a good man.
Yeah. Here we go. The boards are done for the UK. We have board assignments going on.
Let's see.
What have we got? Board. Oh, I tell you what. Just on board one jumps out straight away.
Yeah.
Nathan Gerben against Paul Hogan. Ouch.
Oh,
That's horrible.
that's horrid.
John Part on the same board. That's tasty.
Yeah. And Ryan Hogarth. Matt Paget, who had a half-decent day yesterday. Oh, we've only looked at board one, and that's absolutely terrible. Oh, Raven Effect. I haven't got that far yet, but yeah, that's a shocker. Aaron Monk against John O'Shea. Ouch.
Oh, John O'Shea again. Who's he upset at the PDC to get some draws that he's had this week? Richard Burnett against George Killington could be a decent game as well.
Yeah, like that, just going through. Again, you can tell Q-School is just completely random.
Niall Cullerton against Adrian Gray.
Oh, that is horrible.
Fallon Sherritt's got Adrian Devine in her first round match.
Oh, I'll tell you what, board 6, Ross Montgomery against Darren Johnson. Both these two had good runs yesterday. That's a shocker. Oh, again, Raven Effect. Robert Thornton against Matty Denon. Ouch.
Oh, wow.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Fortunately, you've seen a Battle of the Live League regulars last year. Ryan Finesse against Gary Stafford. Again, there could be easier first round draws than that.
Yeah.
Phil, I don't know if you've seen, you might have a conflict of interest at some point if they both get through, but the very last board, if Sherrick is on the same board as Richie Burnett.
Oh. Redraw, stop the can, put the balls back in the hat. No. Not having it.
We're going to have a redraw.
Board 11 as well. I'm just going to read you some of the names and then one tie as well. So Chris Gilliland, Connor Scott are in the top half, and then Mike Warburton versus Rob Collins. Board 11 is absolutely brutal.
That is awful.
Brutal.
Board 15, Jamie Lewis against David Pallett.
Ooh, that is horrible.
To be fair, I know we said that Aaron Monk, John O'Shea, but board 14 in general also has Niall Cullerton, Nathan Derry, James Beaton. It's not very nice either.
That's the sort of board you'd think if they got all the way through and that's the final 8 type lineup, you think, that's a tough lineup and a tough score, let alone that being a first round lineup.
Confirmation, the WhatsApp is in. Shirley Mack will be joining us around 1 o'clock. Sam says, hi Phil, why is there a women's series and not a men only series? I'm confused. So the PDC Pro Tour is an open mixed event, but the ladies series is something the PDC is doing to continue and help the growth of the ladies game. And I think it's great for the women. They've got their own mini series to play in, and it will only help and continue the growth of their game. So it's a tricky little one. Robert Owen, who had a good day yesterday, taking on Jamie Green, son of Robbie. Tough one.
And I just wonder how interesting the dynamic is of the father and sons are there, because obviously James and Josh Richardson are there together. Obviously you've got, your dad's there or your son's there. You've kind of got a practice partner that's kind of suited in. They're probably, possibly staying in the same room, so you're practicing a lot. I just wonder whether that dynamic actually helps you at Q-School, because you're constantly playing, you're constantly thinking, okay, you may be looking over at the other one's results, but I just wonder, having someone as tight knit as a family relative there, is it possibly a big help maybe as the week goes on?
Yeah. Tom says he's only got one device. Yeah, of course, mate. Lee Evans is on board number 7. I wouldn't say the women's series is a temporary event. I think in the next 10 to 15 years, I know that sounds a long time on paper, but it's not, that we will see a completely mixed tour. But I think for the foreseeable future, the ladies series is something that is massively needed, because the ladies game has been neglected, and it's arguably 15 to 20 years behind the men. And people have to remember that the Premier League is this glitzy, amazing product, but it wasn't always that way. It was ropey in the start, and everyone thinks the BDO was laughable. And towards the end, okay, granted, it wasn't the strongest, but up until 2013-14, the top end was just as competitive as the PDC. So, look, long term with the JDC, it's all mixed and coming through to the development tours. So long term, the ladies will compete with the men, but it just needs a little bit of help, a little bit of nurturing, which is what the PDC are doing to get the lady standard up to there it is. Look, we've got probably 3 or 4 absolute flagship bearers that can compete at their best, being Lisa, Fallon, Makuru, and I'd stick Bo in there as well if the Dartitis is okay. She has an unbelievable A game. But then under that, it just needs to bring the rest up. And this is what the ladies series is all about, is giving them opportunities and making them competitive.
Just having a look around.
Morning.
Jules Van Dongen is not messing about. 111 average against Christian Kiss. 2-0 to the good.
Yeah, superb. Robin says, Brian Roman averaging 107. Tidy.
All right. I think he's only averaging 97. That might be old.
Jack says, what do you guys think the fact that the ladies enter for free is? But what are you saying they enter for free, Jack? There was part of the women's series prize or prize fund, prize scheme, or whatever you want to call it. There was obviously winners' money, but also it was only the top 8 in the order of merit were given free entry to Q-School. So it wasn't all of them; it was only the top 8. Oh, morning, Jar. Jar's in the chat room. Hope you are well, lad. Right. Well, I'm still scanning the UK boards.
I'm guessing this guy has dual citizenship or something, but the guy called Luke Tucker, why does he get to play?
We found that we asked this question yesterday. He actually lives in the Czech Republic. So has dispensation to play in the Europe one. Yeah, no, we thought exactly the same yesterday. We were like, yeah. Oh, what else? Yeah, board 25. Look, Alan Norris likes to get on with it, and he's not going to like playing Rachel Brooks, that's for sure. Yeah, board
Contrast
26.
styles.
Again, Robert Thornton. Ouch. That's carnage. Benny, no, the players don't get prize money for Q-School. You just win the right to play on the tour for 2 years. Interesting. Another little live league battle. Stu Wilson and Scott Marsh. To be fair, I know we touched on Fallon Sherrick and Richie Burnett being on the same board, but Richie's got a tough first round game in George Killington.
Mm-hmm. These things happen, though. The storylines will write themselves. He is going to play Sherrick. You can just sense it.
Like that. Right. Well,
Either that will be Killington against Devine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're probably 10 minutes or so away from the UK starting. So until then, back there. And this one on screen is locked at 3 apiece. So this is a tidy game. Christian Kist and Jules Van Gongen on board 13, boys. Real tidy.
Yeah, I was what you're just going to say. He's pulled himself back well. He's about 10 points behind in the averages when I seen. But from 2.5 downs, went back to 3-2.
Yeah. Davy Prusen in a Noble as well on board 27. Yeah. Brett Lamberstein is 2-0 up to the good as well as Poland take on Switzerland. Loving the diversity. Arjan Konterman 4-3 to the good. Scott says, good evening from Australia. Good evening, Scott. I know we have a lot from down under joining us. And we can talk about cricket today because we got a draw. We've got something to build on.
It's only going to be 4-0 this time. So over on board 18, and Michael Verbeek has knocked Rene Idams out of day 2. 5-4 victory in a decider. And Jan de Wert has beaten Thomas Stampfer by 5 legs to nil. Brian Raman, the WDF number 1, the England Open champion, he's beaten Martijn Dracht by 5 legs to 2, averaging just a shade under 95.
Tidy stuff. I know you're a cricket fan, Henry. What do you think of KP's thoughts on how county cricket should be changed? Do you kind of agree that it needs something along those lines?
I mean, something has to change because it's been a problem at Red Bull for a good 2-3 years now. And to be honest, that last Ashes series in England, because the standard was so good from both teams, it probably papered over the cracks a little bit. Red Bull, we haven't been good enough for too long. I mean, I know obviously Jars made his points known on the 100, but you can't have 4 competitions in a summer, 3 of them being white ball competitions, and then expect the Red Bull game to thrive. I mean, you can't have a system where you have county championship in April and May exclusively, and then have pretty much nothing until about September time, right at the end of the season, and then expect to have a good test match cricket summer, and then expect us to flourish in the winter when you're playing 2 periods of the year and it looks like a second-class citizen. So the Red Bull game needs to be more regular throughout the season. Does that mean perhaps moving things like the One Day Cup? I think there's a market for it in May, June time probably. And then if you're going to have the 100, it's going to be a thing from now on. You have it in that usual slot, and then the T20 kind of does its own business on a Friday night. And then that way you kind of have a more consistent county season in terms of Red Bull.
Yeah. Jenks asks, hi guys, what's the entrance fee for Q-School? So just the entrance fee is $450, but then you've obviously got hotels, expenses, and if you get a scorecard, I think it's 250 quid to be a PDPA member as well. So not cheap. Tugboat says, Phil, did you ever get a new set of darts? Yes. I have the from the Paul Nicholson new windmill dart, and it's beautiful. But all eyes back on Christian Kist is 1 away from beating Jules Van Dongen, and this is an absolute belter, Scott. I know you've had your eyes on it.
You should. I'm going to stick my neck out and say you should probably get 9 darts to take out 167. Yeah, 9 darts to take out 167. Considering Van Dongen's on 255, so you would be surprised if he took it out in 6, even though it's possible. Only 60 from Kist, so basically we're giving him 6 darts at that 107. Which for a man of his caliber, you should be shooting.
Yeah. And there we also have a result. Jimi Hendrix, job done. A little bit of a slog, but got there in the end. Who are we going to go for next? Malachi had nothing to do with Eddie. Eddie's name might be above the door, but there's still one man pulling all the strings.
Oh, Christian Kist has mucked this up. So he says 9 darts, which came inside 3 times, and Van Dongen now has a chance at double 19 to level up and send us to the decider, but he mucks up as well. Christian Kist can see out 5. He'll have the game and have that point that I'm going to say he needs. I just mucked up again. Sorry to keep going, but we've had 24 darts he's thrown in this leg, and he's stuck in a madhouse.
Oof.
Oof, indeed. And it is 4-all, so we'll go up to a roundup, but Christian Kist, I think, has missed 6 darts to see this out.
Oh, I've just seen what's warming up on board 8 in Europe, and this is a horrid for last 64. Jerry Hendricks against Brian Raman.
Oh, that's exciting.
That could be a proper game.
Pierce was asking, is it Jimmy or Jerry that played Peter Wright? It was Jerry Hendricks that felt like a fish on the stage.
Big Ben in action. We'll put that as our feature game for the moment. Sebastian Steyer, a 5-0 winner as well. The man that is due to be at Lakeside. We'll see. lot can go on between now and then. But he's meant to be there. Whether it stays that way is another question. But he is safely through to the next round in Niedernhausen. Dave, not a problem, mate. Is Prakash, our man from my hometown, playing today? Yes, he is. The Apache. I was looking at the boards earlier. Where is Prakash? Scrolling through. Prakash is on board 23 and he's up against Alexander Morrison first. Still waiting. The boards should be going live any minute.
Christian kiss for it. Time with 180 in the last leg, foot in my head. And you have to seize it out despite mucking up in the last one. So 5-4, he beats Van Dongen.
Job done. Christian Kist is through. Van der Pass is 2-0 to the good. The average has plummeted from the 107 it was down to 88. Tugboat today. I've got some sugar-free Red Bull. I'm sorry, some sugar-free Monster, some cherry Pepsi Max, and some good old H2O. We're covered.
No breakfast ordered in from Pacific restaurants today, eh?
No, I've been good. Didn't yesterday, didn't say either.
Can't say much for Gob though, can we?
No.
Someone's asking who the darts referee has. He has Ronnie Rickner today. Board 17.
Sebastian, UK is due to start any minute, mate. We're just waiting for them to go live. So it won't. Well, hang on a minute. Surely that's got to be a mistake. How can Benito van der Pass bust 167? He has. I would love to see how Benito van der Pass has bust 167.
Did he steal Jose de Sousa's brain for a minute?
Right.
Wait, no. Because it's then just said that... Yeah, that's not right. That's
108. What is going on?
That's too...
What is going on? Is that really these two, or is it Johnny Clayton against Jose de Sousa? What is...
The only way, surely conceivably, you can bust 167, surely is you think you've got 170, and you've hit 170. It's the only way I think you can bust it.
Or the other guy's not on a finish, so you go treble 20, treble 20. 120 leaves you 47.
Try to go a big 7 and hit the treble 19.
Yeah, you either a treble 19 or a treble 7.
I don't reckon that actually happened as a marker error. surely, because he can't both back-to-back busts, surely.
Yeah, the darts girl, that's what I think. He's got to hit a treble 17 going for a single 17.
But then why would he go single 17 if his opponent on a finish at 108? That's the other thing that baffles me a little bit.
Ian says, does anyone that doesn't get a card get the chance to go on the challenge? Yeah. If you don't win a card, then yeah, you've earned the right to play on the challenge tour. This is where I like it.
Dragon Hof.
Matthew Edgar said it yesterday. I think there should be relegation and promotion between the Challenge Tour and Pro Tour, and Q-School Q-School wins you the opportunity to play on the Challenge Tour, not on the Pro Tour, and I'd like to see relegation and promotion.
We say it every year, but that's fairer. But then you lose the Dream Factory sort of thing, and you're not going to take that away, are you?
No, you're not, because that's the way that Barry loves to sell it. But yeah. Yeah, Tom, literally the UK is due to start any minute. We are just waiting. We have it up. We're just waiting for him to click live. Someone asked earlier, my apologies, I can't remember who it says, is there a bar in Milton Keynes? There's a bar at the hotel. So...
In fairness, if you look in certain places on social media, they don't need a hotel bar for their morning supplements, shall we say.
Yeah.
Now, I thought Lucasade Sport would be a 7:30 relic. Put it that way.
This one's turning into a steady little battle. Derek, there's a reason it's not talked about. Players aren't allowed to talk about it. I'm not saying that's right, but they're not allowed to talk about it. There are a good few of the top few players in the world that would actually love to talk about it. One in particular, I was lucky enough to share a train journey with for a good few hours, and he was openly talking about it, how he wants it banned. Full stop. Mark says, morning lads, going to have a practice and watch along with you. Keep an eye on Patterson lads from the Northumberland. All good, mate. Good to have you on board. And the first game in the UK is off and running. And it is Aaron Monk against John O'Shea.
Okay game, I suppose.
It's not a bad one to kick us off in Milton Keynes, is it?
Seen worse.
Here we are, game on. Both sides of Q-School is underway. And there's a lot of action on the iPads. It is all go, go, go.
I'll tell you then that will be interesting to see Chris Quantock, who we saw bits of, didn't we, in the past on the Pro Tour, but looked, especially when he started playing regular events, he looked as if he was going to be a real challenger and a real player for the future. Just hasn't really quite happened for him, really, has it?
No. Lisa in the chat room says, can you give a shout out to my husband who's due to play shortly, Daniel Todd from Ramsgate? Absolutely. Lisa, good luck to Daniel at Q-School today, day 2. Let's see how far he can get.
Just keep an eye on the Benito van der Paas game just while we take it off the screen for the UK Q-School, and Benito looks as if he's going to go out. It's about over 200 points behind, as I say this. And Van der Winkel's on a finish after 9 darts. So Benito looks as if he's going to depart very early today. Oop, Fallon Sherrick, I don't know if we have an alarm for her, but I can see her on my screen right now. So I'll have to do.
Fallon is underway.
Is that a 12 darter to start?
Gotta be, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 12 darter from Fallon to kick off.
Casual.
She'll get into a stride before too long.
I'm sure Josie would have done the same, he just prefers the same. Just to get the fishing rod out.
Nathan Potter takes the opener against Jack Walker as well on board 15. Now here we are. It's all go, go, go. An interesting one. We didn't really speak much about him yesterday, but Greg Ritchie, again, missed Q-School last year because of a failed COVID test on the morning he was due to play. He's one up. Remember, make sure you subscribe to the channel and drop us a like as well as all the action gets underway.
Big Ben's out. The last 5-4 went too far behind in the final leg, so Benito crashes out.
Chris Gilliland is underway as well. I don't know, but I think Kirk Shepard, didn't he miss the last set of Pro Tours as well? I just think that he hasn't got time for the tour. It's a big commitment, and if you can't do it 100%, then
Ronnie's averaging 76. Someone's asking if you're talking about Ronnie Hybricks. He's 76 and he's 4-0 up.
Sherrick now level at 1-1. And since that 12 dart leg, the afterburners haven't kicked on. So
Bagel for Ronnie Hybricks 5-0. He beats Lucas Seikinger. And Jimi Hendrix 2-0 up on Wesley Van Tripe over in Europe. And Brian Roman is 2-1 up on Jerry Hendrick.
good game, that.
Yes. Started really well. 13 data start.
Yeah. Mark says, how's James Beaton getting on? Didn't have the best of days yesterday, mate, but today is a new day. How's Barry Bates getting on these days? Look, I think it's tough for Barry. We've all seen him. He's got a lot of arthritis and he's hunched over now, but he still loves the game, still loves playing, just finds it a little bit tough these days.
One nil up at the moment, mind, against Robbie Green's son, James.
And Fallon Sherrick leads 2-1. 2 strongholds to throw from the Queen of the Palace. Tom, I'm not sure if they'll ever stream Q-School. I think unless they can somehow stream every board, I'm not saying every board will have commentary, but unless you can watch every game, I don't think there'll be selected streaming games at Q-School.
Possibly not going to be the biggest average, but just for the purist, Data Headman against Jimmy Bristow. Isn't that nice? It's a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
You could sell that well without knowing the actual thing behind it.
Yeah. Robin says, how many women are participating in Q-School this year? So, Lisa, Fallon, Dieter, Rachel Brooks.
Trina, technically.
Trina's entered, but is she...
Yeah, wait.
Maybe 5? I can't think of too many more.
Lorraine, because I know she usually enters.
Who's that?
Lorraine Winstanley.
No, she put on her Twitter she wasn't playing this year. Fallon Sherrick breaks massive 180, followed by a 65 finish as the Queen of the Palace is now 3-1 in front. Trina there today. Yeah, I think she didn't play yesterday because she was playing, or she was at County. Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Corinne Hammond. Yeah. So
Yeah, I forgot about it.
7.
Sorry to jump in, Phil, but we've seen this as a good game when we've seen it. But John O'Shea's running away with it a bit against Alan Monk. It's 10 points in the averages, and John O'Shea looks as if he's going to get another break. Looks as if he's going to 4-1 up. 3-1 just now, but O'Shea playing quite a bit better than Alan Monk here.
Aaron took the first one as well. O'Shea, the Joker, running riot. Speaking of running riot, Fallon Sherrick looking to go 4-1 up with a hold of throw. Flo says, hi guys, greeting from Germany. Welcome along, mate. No, I don't think she is, Malak. I haven't seen her anyway. Sherrick looking at tops for 4-1. It is 4-1. Fallon Sherrick one away from her first victory. Flo says, has there ever been a French tour card holder? No, but I think there might be this year. I fancy Tricol to come through. Not the biggest scorer in the world, but his doubling is very good.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone watched. You would have felt, but the time he played Cameron Menzies in the live league, and Cameron was smashing him off the board with scoring. But Tricol, I don't think missed a double in the game.
No,
and pinched it.
No, Tricol's doubling was just outstanding.
And you look at Q-School as well as a war of attrition and things like that. You look at his whole demeanour. He's cool, calm, collected. Watched him extensively when he was in the live league, seen him one or two times before in other events. And every time you see him play, there's a composure about him that I think over this kind of territory where you're playing lots of games over a lot of days, you need that kind of composure, that deadliness at the right times and doing the right things at the right times. So I know it's something that's being said a lot by pundits at the moment, but he does the correct things. He doesn't. As you say, he's not the heaviest scorer, but he accounts for that by not missing many doubles.
I can't repeat the message, but Jar, yes, you're probably very correct. Marcus, Fallon did get to stage 2 last year, and she tees up her favourite double 18 for 5-1. She came inside. Missed opportunity. Morning, double 16. Hope you are good. Has the darts referee played yet? Not that we've seen, no. Fallon's bust. It is 4-2, but it's only a hold of throw. So Fallon now throwing for victory. Drew says Thornton, Dennett, last 2-5-6, hard game for both. Yeah. Absolute brutal game for both.
Two biggish names through in European Q-School. Brian Roman beat Jerry Hendricks, and Jimmy Hendricks is through with a bagel win.
I've never met Scott, so I'm not too sure.
So I'm just laughing at the French James Wade comment.
Look, let's give Leighton a little bit of slack here. He's 16 years old. He's got time to grow, time to develop. We all did petulant things when we were 16, and things like that. So. As Sherrick, magical. Fallon Sherrick takes out 1-2-4 to seal a 5-2 win. Queen of the Palace with her first win.
Nathan Potter also through steady 82 average. He'll take that for the first game of the day. 5-1 victory for him. And I mean, I commentated on him over the the England Open in Selsey. 17, coming up to 18, and I was impressed with what I saw. Good temperament, good throw, good action. Could be one to look out for this week.
Yeah. So Chris Quantock locked at 3-all.
Well, John O'Shea's just gone 4-3 up on Aaron Monk. We were talking about how John O'Shea was becoming the dominant force in that one. Aaron Monk's come back into it, but John O'Shea has re-established his advantage at 4-3.
Yep. Also, Greg Ritchie, 4-1 to the good against Carl Coleman. Wes Newton, 3-2 up as well. In the chat room, where's Darren Webster? You will see the Demolition Man on Wednesday morning. He enters the fray then because he only lost his tour card this year. So he enters stage 2. Pierce said, honestly, mate, just a little bit of luck and just grafting hard, mate. That's all it is. It's sometimes you've got to be at the right place at the right time and just take your opportunities when they arrive. It's a tough gig to get into, but once you've got an in, you just need to forge your way in and just make opportunities for yourself. I know he was talked about earlier, but Champagne Barry Bates is 4-1 to the good.
It's not the prettiest of games, but it's worth a point, the same as Sherrick's, doesn't it? So you take that.
Yeah. What else have we got? The Bear, Tony Newell is behind on board 9. And somewhat of a surprise here. Josh McCarthy had a nice little run yesterday, but he's just on the wrong end of a demolition from Stuart White, 5-1. McCarthy departs first. Major shock of the day, I'd say.
Agreed. And Aaron Monk, his run for today is over. It's done at the first hurdle in that mammoth match against John O'Shea. He's through O'Shea 5-3.
Well,
Simon,
Ritchie,
I'm going to jump in.
Jump in all you want, Scott.
Well, I wasn't for an update. It was just because Simon's asked for a first-time TV winner, and I just wanted to jump in with the easy answers of Michael Smith before any used to took it.
Choice of 2 for me, Michael Smith or Joe Cullen. Happy with either one of them. Chris Gilliland, who was very, very good yesterday, raced into a 4-0 lead on board 11. I know the chat room are asking about him, but Prakashwar is 4-2 to the good as well.
4-3 now. Just had a look. I think he's missed a dart, maybe even 2.
Curse.
Yep.
And pop open the bubbly, open the champagne, because Barry Bates is through. He's beaten James Green, son of Robbie, by 5 legs to 1. He's still in the hunt for that PDC Tour card.
Yes, also, just moved from my screen. I have to go bam, but Chris Quantock, 5-3 winner as well. Leighton Bennett is underway on board number 12 as well. Paul Holloway, 3-all with Mark Venables. Dennis Coleman. Glenn Durrant's best friend, Trails. Jordan Boyce from Ireland, 4-3. Remember, come and say
Again,
hi, everyone in the chat room. We don't
a game
bite.
which we definitely won't talk about again, but a game of my desire because it's of an average which I could probably aspire to. Liam Folks and Richard Plowman averaging 44 and 46 respectively. It gives me some kind of hope.
Wes Newton seals the deal 5-2 over Scotty Waters.
And Prakashiwa is a double 16 away from victory against Alexander Morrison. 4-3 up, needs 32 to seal his place in the next round. Does it with the first darts, and he is through by 5 legs to 3.
Christian Kist is also one away in Niedernhausen, 4-1 to the good. Sebastian Steyer 2-1 up as well. But there's some tidy games warming up. Brian Roman is warming up. Jeremy van der Winkel also.
Chris Gilliland through with a bagel whitewash 5-0 victory to kick off his day.
Yes, Ross Montgomery is playing today, and he had a little bit of a stinker, if I remember rightly, of a draw. It wasn't great.
I'll check for you just now.
James
Victory
says,
for
if a
Kim.
player who's guaranteed a place in stage 2 on points after 2 days, would you bother playing on day 3? I think that all depends on the player. Some would like a break, some would just like to carry on. I think that one is completely personal preference.
Darren Johnson plays Ross Montgomery.
That's it. I'll tell you. I know they both had good days yesterday, but yeah, no, Ross is.
Ronnie Hybricks has lost his first wide of the day. Still in charge at 2-1, but lost his way to Michael Verbeek. And then Christian Kiss got through there. I'm sure I just seen 5-1 victory for Christian. So should be fine to get through it.
Yeah, Leighton Bennett tied at 1 apiece as we speak. What else have we got floating around? Dieter Hedman trails Jimmy Bristow 4-2. Paul Holloway is 1 away against Mark Venables, and Chuck Norris is 4-1 up on Rachel Brooks. Tidy little games flowing around at the moment. Which gaming says, right, Aaron will play on board 27. Daniel is on board 28, not played yet. And who was the other one? Tony Richardson. And Tony Richardson is on board 3. None of them have, all 3 still to play, mate.
one warming up here on board 18, which perhaps we've overlooked as a contest, but could be quite an intriguing one. Bobby Green up against Mark Frost. Now, we haven't seen too much of these two over recent years, but back in their day, back in their pomp, both very, very good players. Obviously, we know the sort of pedigree Bobby Green had, especially in his BDO days.
Scott Waits starts in section number 2, so he will be there from Wednesday morning. Chaz Barstow is 2-1 up as well.
I have to say, I don't know too much about this guy, if I'm being honest, but Richie Parkin, 3-0 up on Keith O'Neill, and he's averaging 128.83. That'd be enough to get you through. Yeah.
Brian Roman is underway on board 4 in Niedernhausen. Sebastian Steyer has been pulled back to 2 apiece. Not a classic in terms of the averages. Also, as well, there was a lot of love for him in the chat room. Ronnie Hybrex also 2 apiece as well. What else have we got? The King of Cosham, Rocky Andy Jenkins is 3-0 up. 2004 World semi-finalist. Diogo
Very much a local legend down in our parts.
Well. Yeah. Oh. So yeah, he can still throw a mean dart as well. It's just maybe not as consistent as it once was. Michael says, do the results of the players that ended up outside the top 32 have an impact? Does it matter if you... top 32 of what, mate? Q-School is literally an open draw every day. Yeah, Kevin Lane, 3 up on Ben Robb. Adrian Gray, 1 up on Niall Cullerton. Another live league match. Leighton Bennett tied at 2 apiece. And Andy Turnbull was levelled up against Chaz Barstow. Rachel Brooks has a leg back against Alan Norris. But let's check in on Chaz Barstow. And his throw is about to be broken. He's missed a dart to hold. Now Andy Turnbull looking at tops. And he's gone round the houses. Lifeline for Barstow. Lifeline accepted. Hold of throw. 3-2. It's done on a bit of a pro rata, Matt, that obviously there's more people in the UK, so the split of the 32 cards is 17 and 15.
Richie Parkin wins 5-0 with an average of 114. Don't know if that's going to be a flash in the pan, but very impressed with that.
Decent.
Alan Norris is also through against Rachel Brooks. 5-2, I believe that one was in the end. Just try and find that back on the screen. Yep, 5-2. Illinois averaged just a shade under 80 against Rachel Brooks, but it's a comfortable winner by 5 legs to 2.
Danny Lauby is also underway. He's probably done enough already to get to stage 2 with that run yesterday. Again, this right scrappy leg here from both Barstow and Turnbull. Looking as if it will go 3-all, but this leg not the best, boys.
No. Seen better.
Just say Leighton Bennett has sort of pulled away. He's found a break and he's 4-2 up against Christopher Mather. So a solid start here. Would see him gain a point in the board.
Back to Niedernhausen. Brian Roman is 2-1 up against Danny Tresserman. Ronnie Hybrex tied at 3 apiece. Sebastian Steyer is 1 away. He's 4-2 in front. Jamie Lawrence 4-1 up as well. Jimi Hendricks leads 2-zip. Stephen says, should there be an average needed to play above at Q-School? It's been the age-old debate, hasn't it?
It's one of those though, isn't it? You pay your money, you kind of get your chance. It's kind of no different to any other. In essence, any kind of open event where anyone can enter. And look, let's look at the financial side of it. If someone's paying £450 to play in a darts competition, when you look at the finances and the business side of it, are you going to say no because they can only average about 40? You're going to accept the money, and whatever they do on the hockey, they kind of do on the hockey, don't they? So, I mean, you think about the money they're going to make out of the amount of entries they got from Q-School. I don't think they're going to be too worried if there's just the odd player here and there that perhaps doesn't quite average the heights that maybe you'd come to expect.
Yeah. Diogo Portela is 2-0 to the good. Connor Scott 2-1 up as well. Daniel Day 3-0 up. Gavin Carling leads Dan Reed 3-1. Good game this one. And again, I know it's luck of the draw, but if you're Dan Reed, you're averaging 95, losing 3-1, and you see some of the performances that win their first round game. Speaking of that, Jacob Taylor, 96 average from the Canadian, 5-0 win over Alfie Thompson. And Leonard Gates goes 3-0 to the good.
Leighton Bennett also got through. He won 5-2, so that's a bit of a monkey off his back.
Decent stuff from Leighton. John Park, respect from the wall, is also warming up.
Ron Hybrid's in a bit of trouble. He's now.
Go on.
I was just saying, Ron is 4-3 down. 4-3 down, and he's not got the darts in this leg, so he's going to have to find a break. And his opponent for Beck has started with a 140, so Ronnie could be on the brink today.
Chaz Barstow is also in a little bit of bother here. He's had his throw broken. Trails 4-3. Let's see how this one plays out. Turnbull not had the best start to the leg he threw throwing for the match, and Barstow has found back-to-back 140s. A must-win leg. Barstow looking favourite here to break straight back. Has that break of throw spurred him into life? Turnbull needs a 140 minimum, and that is a darting disaster. 81 to the 159. Barstow has 6 darts to get rid of the 91. 51 to leave tops. Looks like he's just played the percentages. Will come back. 3 darts in hand to break straight back. And does 4 apiece. Barstow has the darts in the 9th and final leg. This one's all got a little bit scrappy. But Turnbull is going to have to find something. Looks as if he's wilting under the pressure. But Barstow only just over 100 points in front. 2 trebles from Turnbull would put him. I ask for 2 trebles and I get 2 little ducks. But Barstow cannot find trebles. Keeps presenting opportunities to Turnbull. But cannot accept. News from Europe, Ronnie Hybrex has gone. We'll have a look at that in a second. Ollie, I don't think the darts ref has played yet, but Chaz Barstow now has 6 darts minimum to get rid of 107. 67 to leave 40. Good board management with Turnbull nowhere near a finish. And still nowhere near a finish. Barstow is going to get away with it here and not been at his best, but he's gone round the houses. And again, I talk about board management. When your opponent's not on a finish, only leaving 10 is not the best outcome. Professional misses. Make sure you miss on the outside. Oh my, disaster for Turnbull. Doesn't leave a finish, only scores 15.
Oh.
And Barstow crawls over the line, winning the last 2 legs. Brian Roman tied at 3 apiece. And Ronnie Hybrex, yes, lost 5-3. Dragutin Horvath going about his business. Had a steady day yesterday and doing the same today. He moves into the last 16.
Danny Lau sees himself through 5-0.
Yep. Serves the bagel. Adrian Gray leads Niall Cullerton. Warming up as well. Ross Montgomery, Darren Johnson. These 2 were both superb yesterday. One of them's going to go. I'm not watching it. I'm just following in the chat room. Wasn't John Part's first 3 darts a 180 yet he lost the leg? Oh, Henry's dropped off.
Correct.
There he is.
Yeah, but it was against the throw, to be fair. It was a 180. Then he scored 100 with his next 6 darts combined. So that's how he lost him it. But he's levelled at 1 each. Then he's playing slightly better than his opponent. Well, I say slightly. He's averaging 82. And Love is averaging 64. It's just at a higher. So that's very much it.
Brian Woods taking the opener, and also the Golden Girl Trina Gulliver is underway as Connor Scott wraps up a 5-1 victory for the Sniper. Robbie Green won away, beating Frosty the Throwman 4-1 at the moment.
The best nickname in darts, yeah. Oh, for me, yes. Jimi Hendrix, again, solid level throughout the full day. 5-1 win. Sorry, Phil. 5-1 Jimi Hendrix.
That's right. Stephen says a couple of wins for Lalby should be enough. Yeah. He had a solid day yesterday. A couple of points today. Have a look. Okay. Right, so Mr. Lalby, yeah, I think Mr. Lalby will be fine.
I'll tell you who is fine. It's Brian Roman, 5-3 win, 85 average. Again, he's probably too good for this stage sort of thing. He's to be causing any problems. He's through 5-3, and Jeremy van der Winkel, who put out Benito, he's also through. Wins 5-1 against Thomas Younghans. Sorry for butchering that. An opportunity for the 3-time world champion. He's on 1-2-4, and Jason Lovett's on 1-3-6. So you would fancy 6 starts if you could clean that up for a break for Johnny Pat.
Warren is in. Says, morning lads, just got in time for the start of the UK. Good stuff. We are here until the bitter end. We've got Shawnee Mack popping in around 1 o'clock, who will be at Milton Keynes for stage 2.
John Pat has had darts to win all 3 of his legs, and if Lovett can pin tops, which he does first start, Pat finds himself 2-1 down, but has had darts to win all 3 of the legs.
Diogo Portela, 4-1 up. He is 1 away. As Henry's back with us.
Hello again. The dreaded internet in this. The dreaded internet in this area is unbelievable. So apologies about that. Hopefully, I'll have to dial up in a minute. Get the old dial-up Wi-Fi on.
Many people won't remember showing my age now, but the AOL dial-up, the 3 little boxes come up on screen when it went from 1 to 1.
With a funny noise.
That's the one. Missy is in as well. Niall Cullen has leveled up 3 apiece with Adrian Gray. I'm going to open this one up and have a look, as Adrian Gray needs 62 to hold. Niall Cullerton is sat on tops for a break. This is a huge moment in this catch, and it goes. Clutch finishing from Adrian Gray. The werewolf Niall Cullerton at 140 to leave tops. But super stuff from Adrian Gray. Big moments there.
Just to give a quick update, because I think his wife, I think it was here earlier on, Daniel Todd. He's 2-0 down to Adam Mould, who Adam Mould's playing pretty well. He's averaging 94 just now. But barring a disaster, Todd should get a break of throw here. He should get 6 starts at 99. So if he can clean that up, Todd should be back on throw and back on track in the match. If you're still here.
Niall Cullerton has had a mare here. Adrian Gray has stolen the darts in this leg, and if Gray gets over the line, it would be a 5-3 victory. Now Cullen needs to be perfect, and he's in a whole world of trouble now. The werewolf is up against it. You know you're in trouble when 140s aren't enough. What can Adrian Gray leave from 202? Only 60. Maybe that's the lifeline for Niall Cullerton. But again, needs a big visit. Ton to leave 82. Is that enough for a hold? Adrian Gray, 142 to win it. What have you got in the locker? A ton to leave 42. Says to Niall Cullerton, can you serve out 82? You would imagine first dart will be at the ball, and it looks as if he's missed a dart at tops from that. It looks like he's gone 25-17 and come inside. So Adrian Gray will get 2 match darts. Can he take them? The suspense on Dart Connect. No! No! 2 match darts have come and gone for Adrian Gray. Niall Cullerton to send us to an oval. Wants double 10, and it goes. As a player, Scott, knowing that you're now throwing for the match, how much those 2 match darts play on your mind?
It all depends on the first visit for me. If you can get just 1 treble for the ton, fine. If not, then yes, you're going to start thinking, I might have blown this. All in the first 3 darts for me.
Well, judging by that, not thinking about it at all, because Adrian Gray finds a max.
Well, there you go. Not at all. It's not on my mind at all.
Cullerton responds with a 140. Good stuff from Adrian Gray. Follows up with another 2 treble visit. 180, 121. And Cullerton responds with a max. What a final leg this is, gents.
Jeez.
Carry on. But it's still advantage Gray because neither are on a finish. So Gray will get first opportunity to set this up. But only 60. Is that the mistake? Is that the blink? Adrian Gray leaves 140. Niall Cullerton, 181. How handy can you leave this? Very is the answer. What a leg from Niall Cullerton. 140, 180, 135 to leave 46 after 9. Adrian Gray probably needs to take 140 to save his day 2. And doesn't. So Cullerton should get 2 match darts. Remember, Adrian Gray has already missed 2 match darts, and Niall Cullerton does not pass up the opportunity. The werewolf with a 5-4 victory, winning the last 2 legs, and that is a brilliant 12 dart leg to break the throw of Adrian Gray in the decider.
That's harsh one, because you're now going to be sitting on that until you play again tomorrow, knowing it's your last chance. So yeah, that's going to sting for Adrian.
Just having a little look at John Part, the 3-time world champion. 4-2 up on Jason Lovett, and he's going to have 6 darts here from 195 to see the job through. It will be another breaker throw for the Canadian. Will there be respect for Milton Keyes? But he's only hit 40, so 155. So he will come back for a finish, but it will be a big one at that.
Henry, if you only get 6 darts at that, if you think, well, it's going to take it 3-4-1 and 6 darts, I'll give you the £100 myself. He's got a bit 9.
I was being kind.
Yeah.
I was being kind.
Whilst you were doing that, I've just looked at Twitter. Anyone that follows Wayne on Twitter, this is absolute genius in the car park. Someone's parked over 2 spaces. Wayne's not happy, so he's left them a note on the windscreen. You beep beep. Regards, Wayne.
I love that. John Part is through. He's taken out 96. He did have plenty of time. He probably did have 9 or 12 in all honesty. He's through 96. Clean kill as well. 2 darts. He is into the next round.
Also, Ross Montgomery trails 3-1 to Darren Johnson. We said this was a horror tie for both. But also, on board 32, George Killington. It's 3-1 up on the Prince of Wales. No!
Very tidy as well. David Vaversky, I think it is, isn't it? Beat Tommy Morris by 5 legs to 2. Shade under 80 for him in that one.
Where else have we got at the moment? Hop back to the EU. Brian Roman is warming up in his last 16 game. Lucas Vainick is 1-0 to the good. Davey Prusen 3-2 up as well. Christian De Boer. Morning, Andrew. Hope you are good. Jamie.
A few problems here for Ross.
Go on, Emery.
Just saying, a couple of problems here for Ross Montgomery. 3-1 down against Darren Johnson. Johnson's averaging 92, but Montgomery back on 77. So a few issues there for Montgomery to iron out if he's to get through the next stage here today.
Graham, it's the same for John Part and people like that, that if they were to win a tour card at Q-School, they could not play in the World Seniors, mate. So, yeah, it's exactly the same. Remember, everyone, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel as we edge closer to 20k subs. And again, only 68 likes, 378 people watching. You could do better than that, folks. Remember, give us a thumbs up.
Adam Mould has beaten Daniel Todd. Was a better player all the way throughout, to be honest, but not a disgrace from Daniel Todd.
Ross Montgomery needs to be perfect from here. Richie Burnett has one back. Colin Osborne trails 3-2. Trina Gulliver trails, but playing too badly. What else have we got floating around? A lot of ties just getting underway. Someone asked about Gary Stone earlier. He is 4-0 to the good at the moment. Robert Collins has taken a 2-1 lead over Mike Warburton.
Robert Owen opening up a 3-0 lead over Jamie Green. That's in the top 156. And Rob Collins, as you mentioned, that game against Mike Warburton in that all lively clash, that is now 3-1 in Collins' favour.
Big moments. Big moments there. Robert Owen beating Jamie Green 3-0 at the moment. Stack Attack had a great day yesterday. John Bowles, 5-1 winner. The Bulldog. Colin Osborne.
Trina Gulliver's out 5 to defeat Nathan.
Nice little games developing right now on both sides. Corinne Hammond also warming up. Scott Williams warming up as well. It's all go, go, go.
The madness in the darting madhouse. And Richie Burnett is going to have to win the lot from here on in. George Killington averaging 92.5 is 4-2 up on the 1995 world champion. Richie Burnett has it all to do there.
I suppose that makes it slightly easier that I won't have split loyalties anymore.
Yeah, that's what it is. He's doing you a favour.
Absolutely. It's also great prep for Trina for all the World Seniors as well. Coming straight from county, as Darts Reviewer says. Just great. Trina's looking well again after her well-documented issues that almost killed her, as she's been really open and honest, but looking healthy again, which is great news.
And it was a decent standard against Nathan. It wasn't as if she got brushed aside. It was an even game, but just a little bust at the end got him away from her. So I was just going to say two big names are out. Colin Osborne has been beaten 5-2 at Darrell Pilgrim, and Ross Montgomery has also been beaten as well by Dan Johnson. So yeah, Montgomery out, and Richie Burnett might be joining them in the next 6 or 9 days.
Yeah, Davy Prusen is taken to a last leg decider. He's 4 apiece.
It's not anymore though, Phil, is it? It's a great leg, 13 data from the Finn.
I'm not even going to try and butcher his name.
Nope, I'm just going to call him the Finn.
Yanni.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the easy bit. Davey Prusen is gone. A couple of questions in the chat room. Says, do those who qualified yesterday still play in the remainder of stage 1? Nope. If you qualified yesterday, you get 2 days off. You get to put your feet up and come back Wednesday morning. Declan says, really want Brian Roman and Timo Tricol to get their cards. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think they'd be 2 great acquisitions to the tour. Brock says, how far is Fallon today? Fallon's won her first game today, so she will play again. Maybe a little bit of a wait because she was first on, but she won her first one. Is Matt Edgar at Q-School? Saw him on the thumbnail. But Matt Edgar is at Q-School, but because he's only just lost his card, he starts his campaign Wednesday morning.
Results flying in. There's a big one with Burnett we'll get to in a second, but Robert Collins, he's through 5-1 against Mike Warburton, and Ryan Finesse has seen off Gary Stafford. But the big news involves the 95 world champion, Richie Burnett.
It does. And sadly, Richie Burnett beaten 5-2 by George Killington. So also as well, big result for Rob Collins, 5-1 win over Mike Warburton. That's huge. Frank says, do they have to stay in the hotel? No, it's not bubbled like it was last year. They could go home if they wanted, if they live close enough. Pecker Woods is through as well. Darts Reviewer says Ross turned his back on the WDF. He always said he would never play PDC, even fell out with Martin Adams when he played in the Grand Slam. Short memory, some people. Yeah, maybe, but Glenn Durrant also said he was BDO for life and ended up going and winning the PDC Premier League. What may be right in 1 year, things change, circumstances change, and with all the uncertainty around the WDF world and everything like that, you can't blame these people for going to Q-School, boys, can you? But if the WDF world had happened, then you'd have some money in the bank.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no guarantees it happens in April. It could get postponed again. Bob Potter could pull it again, and although you've qualified, you've got no money. So at the moment, go and chance your arm. If it works for you and circumstances are right, then do it.
Exactly, and at the end of the day, it's an individual sport, isn't it? So, I mean, I think the whole idea these days of loyalty towards one or the other, I think there's so many options outside the PDC that I'm just not sure. These statements of loyalty, perhaps the best advice. And look, how can you blame a player who wants to try and enter a tour which is worth 15 million quid now? You can't say no to that opportunity. If you're good enough, you get in, and if not, then look, you've got plenty of opportunities. You say you've got the WDF, who obviously going to be running events throughout the year. You've got the ADC, who are coming up with that great new British Championship, which I think is going to be great for players, especially in the UK. And obviously, Ross is at that age where he could perhaps give the world's seniors a little bit of a go, and look, he'd be very competitive in any event he entered there. So there's plenty of opportunities for players outside the 1-8, or players that don't get a tour card. Look, obviously you want to be a part of that elite, but and again, the opportunities that opens up and be a PDPA member, play Challenge Tour, and the events that come with that. So I think the days of loyalty towards one or t'other, unless you're a tour card holder, I think are gone.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Where else are we? There was a couple. Gary Stone, 5-0 winner. Gary played really, really well. Charlie, I don't know. I'll have a look for you. 2 seconds. Where's my P's? There it is. Hasn't played.
Wait, Richie Parkin, is that the guy that averaged 114?
Chris Quantock next.
No. I think Richie was the guy that averaged 114. He was averaging 128 at some point, wasn't it?
I just looked at the thing. I know we've got Chris Quantock. Chris Quantock next. Why, thank you, Missy. Nothing unusual. I haven't had my hair cut for a few weeks, so just scruffing it up. Declan says, would you really risk going home when there's a tour card on the line? If you leave the hotel to go and get food at the supermarket, you're risking your tour card as well. Look, you could easily go and pick it up. There's a massive, for those that haven't been to Milton Keynes, there's a massive, great big Asda, a 2-minute walk. You could risk going and getting supplies and get it in there. And Fallon lives 5 minutes from the stadium, so why would you not stay in your own bed instead of a hotel bed and things like that? If you live close enough, I think it's kind of, I get it.
And the thing is, you could argue the other way, that because you're in a hotel with many other people, that's just as big a risk as going home itself. In some respects, we're playing devil's advocate that way.
Oh, completely. I was going to say, because you could get off someone in the hotel and the whole hotel's infected, where if you're at home, you're all right, you're on your own. So it's kind of how you managed the situation. Like at the Worlds, for example, that we all know London still is rife with it. And again, just manage the situation. I managed to dodge it for 3 weeks in London just by being sensible and stuff like that. So it's more than doable. Where was the other one that I saw? Scroll back up. Scott says, how do they correct the number of people that divides easily? So basically, if like 256, if there's too many people for 256, they'll go to 516, and there'll just be buys in that. So they just work it out that there's number of rounds until it breaks down perfectly, and there'll just be buys in that.
Couple of big names in terms of Welsh darts through. Robert Owen 5-3 beating Jamie Green, and Sean Fisher is also through from this side. And over in Europe, Jamie Lawrence beats Andy West 5-4 and a nail biter, and Lucas Venig got through 5-1. So there's a couple of boys in Europe that you think from this stage that are going to cause some trouble in stage 2. But also Welsh darts taking over again.
Yeah.
Except Richard Burnett, sorry to throw that in there for.
On board one, Nathan Gervin and Paul Hogan. Good to see Hoagie having a go at Q-School finally. Nathan Gervin had a really good day yesterday as well.
Just having a look at one of those warming up. I hope you got your seatbelts ready for this. Matthew Denon and Robert Thornton are warming up as we speak. And talking about players warming up, the darts referee, Jack Langston, he's warming up against Robert Rickner. We could have an interesting half an hour or so of action here at Q-School.
Yeah. Seems like there are a lot of MODUS online dart players playing well. Seems like that. Well, they're not doing the business up here. I don't think it's a case of having to get paid to play. I think a lot of it is circumstances is on the day. Yesterday, a lot of the live league players played really well. Today, some of them haven't. I just think it starts and some days it goes, some days it doesn't, boys.
Exactly, and you're playing over 7 days, aren't you, at the same time? So you're going to have the odd day here and there where it's not going to be up to the 100% standard. As long as you've got 5 or 6 really good days, then you can kind of account for that one poor one.
Yeah. No, Adrian Gray lost. Niall Cullerton produced a stunning last leg in the decider. Glenn is Yella Klassen playing Q-School. Yes, he is. He will start his campaign on Wednesday in Niedernhausen. Chris says, saw you at the Palace Bill, but you're always talking to someone, so friendly come over and speak to you. Thank you very much, mate. Look, you always come over and say hi, whether I'm talking to someone or not. Just come over and just give me a nudge, it's fine. What is the ADC? It's basically Mad's rebrand. Look, I still love the Mad system, but in in the world we live in, I know it wasn't intentionally called it, but abbreviating it to MAD when there's so much stress and emphasis on mental health. I get the rebrand, boys, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Especially as it grows.
Yeah, exactly. That is the thing. Like the modern amateur darts thing was great, but when it was shortened to MAD, with everything that's going on in the world, I fully get why it's been rebranded for the better.
Okay, Lee Boyce is backing Matthew Dennant to beat Robert Thornton. So, Phil, if you could remove him from the online darts team, that would just be ideal.
Of course he is.
It's unacceptable, though. Let's see. There we are. So the darts referee's up and running. So I'll keep an eye on that one. I'm sure we'll get asked about this.
I know we spoke about him yesterday, but Kurt Parry doing the business 4-0 up at the moment. 91 average, tidy from him. Someone's asked what they think Burnett has to do. How many points has he got? So Richie Burnett currently on 2 points. Probably going to need a couple of wins tomorrow. Look, 4 points should get. 3 points may get you through. 4 points, I think, will get you through. Are we in agreement, boys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely about 3. Yeah.
Yeah, three may get you through. I think 4 will get you through.
No to pick on him. I don't want to pick on him. That's the only time we'll bring up a bad score. It's just because I'm watching his every visit. But past 3 darts from Jack, it's just hit a 9. So it's a shaky start. To be for the boys playing is also being very scrappy. So if they can get over the nerves of the first leg, there's a possibility, by the looks of this other boy, that that referee could get involved here.
Elsewhere, Richard North, he's 4-0 to the good, looking very comfortable against Lee Andrews. There's about a 25-point gap in the averages, North averaging just a shade under 93 in that one. So it looks like he's going to comfortably see himself into the last 1-2-8. Kurt Parry has sealed the deal, 92 average, 5-0 victory there over Sean Carroll.
Yeah, just going to hop back to Niedernhausen. Brian Roman is in a little bit of bother here. 3-all at the moment, but the average is the concerning one. He's been steady all day from high 80s, clipped the ton a couple of points. He's only averaging 78 here. And he's going to have to find a break of throw as well. So Brian Roman not at his best here.
Just to give a man a bit of credit for talking about him for a good while, Jack Langston has, I said, he hit a 9 during that, not a 9 data, but a score of 9. He actually took out 109 finish to win the leg and pinch it, so fair play of him. Under that amount of pressure, 109 checkout to win 1-0.
Yeah. Brian Roman staring down the barrel of a 4-3 deficit here. Gavin says, what happens to the WDF World Championships if they lose players to the PDC Q-School? I'm guessing they just go down the standby list and plug gaps as they can and need to. Been asked to check the Tony Richardson score.
Whilst you have a little look at that, I'm just going to quickly cut in, Phil, because Richard North has sealed a 5-0 victory over Lee Andrews. So the bagel has been served. Richard North, he is through. Steady progress for him.
Good stuff. Tony Richardson was playing. Seems to have dropped off. So let's try and find. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Tony Richardson lost 5-3, only averaging 65. Wasn't a classic. But back to Brian Roman. Maybe he's got 92 left. Jan has just bust 20. Brian Roman has missed 2 darts to steal the leg. Getting involved, getting embroiled here. Big moments here. And again, maybe, just maybe, Lady Luck is smiling on Brian Roman. Wants 88. And he has stolen the leg. Jan de Vrit, I butchered that, was in complete control on throw, missed multiple darts at a double, and Brian Roman has burgled the leg and is now throwing, only averaging 76. But it's these games where you don't play your best and you don't trip up are the important ones. I know we had his fan club in earlier, but Brent Lamston is 3-3 at the moment. Go on, Scott, what you got for us?
Just because Nathan Girvin get the job done against Paul Hogan. It's a 5-2 win. And that's an early exit for Paul Hogan, which might be really detrimental in the long run. And just over in European Q-School, Chris Wanman getting beat 5-0 off of Stefan Schroeder, which is a bit of a shock just in terms of the scoreline. So Nathan Girvin puts out Paul Hogan and Chris Wanman also out, but that could be a lot worse for Hogan.
Yeah, Darts Reviewer says, great question about WDF, how they replace the seeds if they go to get a tour card. Surely they can't just be replaced by a standby player. I'm just going off what the PDC do. I don't know if the WDF will follow suit, but it's a system that works. That if a seed pulls out of the tournament pre-draw, that the next one goes up into a seed and vice versa. But once the draw has taken place, like with the Grand Slam, when Dimitri tested positive with COVID, he was directly replaced by Chris Dobie, who wasn't a seed. So with the PDC, it's all dependent on whether the draw has been done or not been done. Being the WDF draw has been done, Henry, I would say that the only way you can do it is just replace, because you then can't bump people up, because then that affects the whole draw, not just that tie.
I think a lot of it as well will be down to how many PDC tour card holders come from players that are meant to participate in the WDF World Championships. So say, for example, it's only 2 or 3, then it's perhaps an easier system to sort out. But say Roman, Trickle, and a whole load of players that are due to play in the event, play in that event gets a tour card. That's where I think perhaps you get into territory where it becomes a bit more difficult to determine how you sort out seedings and how you then place the draw, I suppose.
Yeah.
It should also be noted as well, they got a couple of gold events, haven't they, until the World Championships. Obviously, the Isle of Man, perhaps the most notable of which. So, possibility maybe if a winner perhaps comes from that event that isn't already qualified. I know they automatically qualified 2023, but if it was a needs must situation where they've got gaps to plug, then they may give him an invite to the 2022 championship. Possibly that might be one way of sorting out the odd spot here and there. But obviously, if there's loads of gaps, then yeah, there'll be some definite thinking behind the scenes.
That didn't take, obviously, first of all, Brian Roman got the job done, but PDC have just announced it, which we knew anyway, but Kazoo are the new World Championship sponsors. What a horrific stage that is going to be, along with the UK Open, Players' Championship Finals, and the Masters.
They've got to change the stage.
Much.
It's pretty much everything, yes. But
So
yeah,
the word Kazoo is in red, isn't it? Why not just have red? And then
I'm just going to read the article.
That's it.
Multi-year deal, yeah.
Just while Phil's getting that, just said Robert Thornton's with Matthew Dennant 2-1, just for wee boys' sake. I'll bring that up. And the darts referee's 2-0 with Ronnie Reichner. It's a real scrap. It's a kind draw for both, if I'm being honest, but it's a decent chance that the Langston's going to get through this because they won the Bull.
Right, so it starts in March. So the first one will be the Kazoo UK Open. So does that mean we've got the Kazoo UK Open, World Cup, European Championships, Grand Slam, World Championship, Premier League?
Yeah.
That's a lot of Kazoo. So by my reckoning, it would only be the Betfred World Match Play, the Boyle Sports World Grand Prix, and Jack's Casino World Series of Darts Finals that would not be in sponsorship with Kazoo. But as you mentioned, it's obviously it moves away from the bookmakers, which it looks like sponsorships like that are going to be a thing of the past soon. The way legislation that's going, and more morally as well.
It's just a horrible stage colour.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to miss that beautiful blue set. It's a beautiful blue set, the William Hill one.
Yeah. Interesting. So by the thing, I think Cobbs just put it in the chat. Yeah, everything was like Henry just said, apart from the World Series, the match play, and the Grand Prix, is now going to have that rank mouldy green colour.
I mean, you could have had the purple cinch, I suppose.
I've got possible 9 data here. Set the blue, Matthew Dennett, back-to-back 180s against Robert Thornton. Can he do it? I'm going to pretend as if I want this to go in. 99. So maybe found one try. We might get 7 out of it. But sorry, to get a bit excited there.
Sorry, Jar, you are incorrect. Nothing looks good in red.
I can agree.
Terrible joke.
The William Hill blue was the best stage colouring.
Yes.
Little soft spot for the skull yellow, though.
Yeah, no, it was all right.
No, I associate the yellow stage with that Gerwin Price, Gary Anderson final. Should just never again should we have a
More of
yellow
that.
stage.
More of that.
No.
Yeah, darts review. Maybe William Hill can sponsor the WDF. Yeah, look, they can't rely on Bob Potter's money. Yeah, look, we've said that for ages, and we all know the WDF Worlds wasn't cancelled for COVID reasons. It was cancelled because Bob pooped his pants about losing a truckload of money. Correct, Gob. Other stages, the Bet Victor World Match Play stage always looked good, but like the broken glass effect.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And Gob, you're 100% correct.
Yeah.
Big break in
absolutely, Stephen. The more needle, the better.
Right. That night went too far, and Matthew Tennant has got a break on on Robert Thornton, so it's 4-2 to Tennant. So the form might be on the brink again.
Kevin Burness, Justin Smith underway as well, and Burness averaging 92. Good stuff. But Chris Gilliland averaging a whopping 115 as he leads 2-0 against David Cahill.
Darts referee Jack Langston 3-2 down against Ronnie Wickner at this present moment in time. Ben Hazel just seeing himself go 3-2 up on James Betts, and Kevin Burness just one away from victory now at 4-1 against Lee Davis, averaging 94, just under 95.
4-2 now to Ronnie Wickner against the darts referee. It's a 33 data to do it. It's been a scrap. I think this was the opportunity for the referee if he was going to get it. It doesn't look as if he's going to take it. So 4-2 to Rickner.
Scrolling.
The fall might be on the brink here. 83 needs to go because Tennant is sitting on a double. It doesn't. I have no idea. He's with 39, so I don't know how that's happened. But Tennant's double 15, might be splitting. We'll never know. He's done it in 2 darts. So Matthew Tennant's through. Lee Boyce is leaving the channel, and Robert Thornton is out. That's all we need to know.
Gives him more time for Monday weddings.
Exactly.
Stephen Burton, another player we've seen on the Online Darts Live League. He's 4-0 up, averaging 88 against Ian Plum. Well, he's going to have to fix it somewhere. Turn the screw, does Ian Plum? As at the moment, it's a flood. And just another game, just very quickly, Phil. David Pallett against Jamie Lewis, we said could be an absolute rip-roarer, and it's starting well. Pallett's averaging shade over 90, Lewis 85. Pallett has the lead there 2-0 in that one.
What else have we got floating around? Joshua Richardson 2-1 up as well. Luke Getty 3-0 up.
over Niedernhausen, Sebastian Steyer is 4-0 down to Lucas Venig. Venig averaging 92.5. Sebastian Steyer just under 80. So it looks like it is over. Lucas Venig has got over the line against Sebastian Steyer. It's a whitewash 5-0 victory. Statement performance there. Sebastian Steyer will have to come again tomorrow if he's to progress to the next stage of PDC Q-School.
Absolute madness going on in the referees' game. Ronnie Rickner's got stuck on the madhouse. It's been 9 missed starts for a match, but Jack's scored. It's actually not bad, but he's only just got to a double himself and he's managed to bust double 8. It's now 12 darts Ronnie Rickner's missed for the match. So this is what I've been trying to say throughout the full game. This was a good opportunity for Langston. And he does take the leg 4 free. The game's not over because they both are about the same level, averaging 53 and 54. So you never know. The ref might pick up a point today.
I'm not watching this leg. However, it must have been an absolute shocker. Chris Gilliland was averaging 115 at 2-0. Now he's only averaging 83.5. Let's have a look at Europe as well, as Phase 1A heading towards an end. Dragutin Horvath has played some really consistent stuff over the last 2 days. We've seen him on the Euro Tour. Again, if we can get to stage 2, which I think he's probably done enough on the Order of Merit now anyway. Big danger.
Mm-hmm. Just having a look, warming up on board too. Someone we haven't spoken about yet, but someone who really could do some damage at Q-School. We've seen him again, another player who's played in the live league last year. Lee Cox, he's playing Sean Thompson. He's a player that on his day could cause some serious damage.
Yeah, look, Lee Cox, you don't captain London that many times if you haven't got something about you.
The referee's out. 86 checkouts from Ronnie Rickner. Got the yips in the leg before, but Ronnie Rickner 5, Jack Langston 3. Yeah, that was the opportunity. Both averaging mid-50s. It's not to be today.
No. Double 16. Yeah, 5 points will get you through, mate, I think. I think 4 will get you through, but 5, yeah, definitely. Your Italian dart players got some serious improvement from 48 average yesterday to 57 today. Look, it's all about little improvements day by day. David Pallett, again, harsh on Jamie Lewis, averaging 95 and just been bageled. Greg Ritchie has turned this one around as well. He was 2-0 down, now 4-3 in front.
Nitin Kumar, who we've seen a good few times at the Worlds, 3-0 down to Rhys Hayden, who's averaging 100 to be fair. It's not a bad performance, but Kumar getting beat 3-0.
There was some questions about him earlier in the chat room. James Beaton has lost 5-2.
Shame, like James, really nice guy. Really nice guy.
Yeah. There's one in the chat room from Malachi. Said something we'd all like to know. Who did Phil spend more time flirting with, Ali Pally, Laura or Emma? Leave you guessing for a while there, Malachi. Leave you guessing.
Bit of a shock here for me. Umson Toff, I think he get beat. I think he get whitewashed actually by, he did. Christopher Wickenden 5, AJ Umson Toff 0. Did not see that coming at all.
Sean Griffiths, 5-1 winner. Again, played some good stuff on the live league and had a lot of pedigree. Sean Griffiths as a youngster. Greg Ritchie is going to a noble. He's now 4 apiece. Fallon Sherrick is also warming up. She takes on Steve Hegarty next. I've typed the name. Do I press return? Yeah. Chris Gilliland, 5-0 winner.
Casually moved on there, Phil.
What's that?
Casually moved on.
You know, sort of stick it out there, then slope your shoulders. We get on with things. Fallon didn't spend much time warming up because she is now live on board 32.
She might well get broken in the opener.
Yeah, some leg here from Steve Hegarty in the opener. Ton 140, 140. $81 to leave tops. This is a vast improvement from Hegarty. His first round game wasn't that good, but this has been good.
Oh.
Just having a little look over in Europe where the champion at Lakeside. Can you imagine that's now 10 years ago Christian Kiss won the BDO World Championship? That's incredible.
Mad.
120's hit a 50, leaves 70. 2-2 against Gillian Kuhorn. Kuhorn back on 258. So it looks like it's going to be a comfortable hold for Kiss to go 3-2 up, especially now Kuhorn's left a bogey. So 70 for Kiss to go 3-2 up. It looks quite comfortable there for the former Lakeside champion.
Yeah, not a great leg from Fallon, but Steve Hegarty is having his issues on the outer ring. Oh, and again, Fallon could burgle this leg.
Oh, wow. Christian Kiss may have just made an absolute mess of this leg. I said he was well clear. Well, he's left himself on double one with his opponent back on 106. He's left 48. So Kiss here is bust himself in the madhouse. And Kuhorn here could have a crucial break of throw. Kiss was comfortable in the leg. It looked like the leg only had one winner, but Kuhorn here, 48, where Kiss has left himself on the madhouse and bust to break the throw and go 3-2 up and takes it out. He's 3-2 up, breaks the throw. It's the advantage in this leg of throw. Could go 2 clear with 3 to play. Christian Kiss could have missed a trick here.
Fallon Sherrick is up against it here. She can't find her scoring boots at all. And already Fallon Sherrick staring down the barrel of a 2-0 deficit. Hyper, no, Colin Osborne lost this morning already.
Mm-hmm. I'm dying to tell you about another blast from the past getting through, but he's missed 5 darts already. It's Mark Durbridge. He's just made that 8 missed darts, but when he does eventually get over the line, I'll let you know, he's 4-1 up, so it's just a matter of time, surely.
Steve Hegarty couldn't buy a double, then pings 90, leads Fallon Sherrick 2-0.
Well, insane start to Connor Scott against Rob Collins. Collins left tops after 12 against the darts. Didn't even get a poke against Connor Scott, who's taken 64 out. The averages, I know, only after a leg, but 107 and 115 respectively.
Looks as if Fallon has woken up. However, this needs to hold, and then she needs to mount an assault on the Hegarty throw. Not got much wiggle room.
John O'Shea, he hit a 10 darter against Niall Collerton, 136 average after the first leg.
I think that's 11.
Much better leg from Fallon Sherrick.
Leighton Bennett underway again, by the way, but was broken in the opener by Joshua Sinkovitz. So it's 1-0 down and is looking odds on that he's going to go 2-0 down here.
So, Hegarty, you feel that if he wins this, he's in a very good position. If Fallon can break and go back to 2-2, she will have the momentum. That's a bit of a disaster. The door was ajar and she can't find a score. And Hegarty finds the 140.
Just quickly going back to that John O'Shea game. O'Shea missed a 9 in that first leg.
Is that a slip from Hegarty as well? This one's getting a little bit nervy. Who can hold their composure? Here we go. Fallon Sherrick, 78 to break. Doesn't go. Fallon's missed the dart at tops. So Hegarty looking at double 10 for 3-1 and a hold of throw. Big moments here. And it does go. Fallon Sherrick is now right up against it. Trails 3-1. She had an opportunity in that leg.
just a couple of things from my end, if that's right. Just Christian Kist is out. Shouldn't mean a lot in the grand scheme of qualifying, but he lost 5-2 from a good position. And Matt Durbridge did eventually get over the line 5-2, and he did it by hitting a 170 finish. So a big fish to win the match from Matt Durbridge.
Also, board 4, Nitin Kumar and Reese Hayden go to a noble on board 4. They're tied at 4 apiece. Lee Cox has just taken the lead against Sean Thompson. But this one, big score here, and the writing could be on the wall for Fallon Sherrock. Not punished. Fallon's counting here needs to be good, but it doesn't because only scores 41. You'd think Steve Hegarty is looking at a double break of throw here. Only 50. Leaves the big fish, though. He is on a finish. This game's getting nervy. It's getting scrappy. Fallon Sherrock a ton to leave 84, but that may not be enough. She would have liked a nice little single to double. Instead, it's got to be a treble or single for a dart at the ball. And the 84 goes. Don't know which way she's gone. It went third dart. Still game on here.
Just talk about Nitin Kumar. He's did very well to make this a game at 4-all, but Hayden is going to leave. Yeah, he's done it. A 14 data for Hayden, and it's 5-4 to him. So the comeback in the end meant absolutely nothing. So Kumar 4, Hayden 5.
Again, another strong start from Hegarty on throw. 121 ton. Fallon 82, 97. Still advantage Hegarty. Fallon needs to find a couple of 2 treble visits. Otherwise, Hegarty is going to go one away. Tom says, Phil, do you rate Laura Woods? Oh, man, I think she's an excellent broadcaster. Absolutely excellent. Oh, has Hegarty just made a mistake? And can Fallon pounce on the opportunity? Yes, she can. The last visits here have been absolutely imperative. Steve Hegarty's gone 60, 41. Fallon Sherrock's gone 140, 130 to leave 52. Has she jumped all over the opportunity given? Yes. Break back, 3 apiece.
By the way, a man that stepped up, but I don't know.
Go on, Scott.
Sorry if I was just going to say a guy that stepped up, but then I don't know if it's a boy that stepped up. If you still class him as Wayne Bennett, was getting beat 1-0, broken in the first one. He's played some really good stuff to get back to 3-1, and is now left 184 after 6 in the 5th leg. So Wayne Bennett has really stepped up from that first leg disappointment.
Sherrock is moving through the gears here. She was up against it, but has found the answers when required. 134, 134 ton, 133 after 9. This is great stuff, no matter who you are. But Hegarty still in there fighting. 83 ton, 140. This is turning into a real scrap. Sherrock only 59 to leave 74. 2 trebles from Hegarty here would make this interesting. 96 to leave 82. Not much in it, but Fallon gets first opportunity. She's missed the dart at tops. So Hegarty looking at 82 to break again and lead. and go within one. Big moments in this match. I think Hegarty has missed 2 darts to break. The fact he only scored 50 off the 82 suggests he's at ball first dart and missed outside for me. And Fallon holds. Now Hegarty needs to win 2 on the spin. Big moments there. We'll never know, but I think Hegarty has missed 2 darts to break Fallon Sherrick. But
just have a little look at the game between John O'Shea and Niall Cullerton. Absolutely quality affairs. On throw, O'Shea leads 3-2. The standard with both of them has been absolutely superb as Cullerton hits a ton 80. I mean, this leg alone, O'Shea 60, ton 40, Cullerton 148, bit of a slip, and then comes back with a max. It's probably been, looking at it on paper, possibly the best game we've seen so far today, standard-wise.
Thank you, Chris. And Fallon has left the big fish. But Hegarty continues to fight. Down to 129. Sherrick. We've seen this before, boys. I think she's missed the ball.
Yeah, she may have.
I think she's gone treble 20. Oh, big moments. Steve Hegarty has pinned 129 to take us to a noble. We think Fallon Sherrick missed the dart of the ball for 170. Steve Hegarty, hold my coat. 129. We are going all the way.
Just before that leg, we'll talk you through it, Phil, in 2 seconds. I'm sure when it gets into me, if it just Leighton Bennett, 5-1 winner, lost the first leg, and trust me, the average doesn't look impressive. But that's because the first 2 legs were how it was. Leighton Bennett really stepped up there. But I'll bring you back to Sherrick.
Here we are. 2 visits in. We'll see what Hegarty scores, and I'll tell you where the advantage is. Nothing between them. So it's advantage Sherrick because she has the darts, but cannot slip up. Steve Hegarty is on her coattails. 97 to leave 228. Steve Hegarty 3-3-1, but a visit behind. 140. He's edged in front. Pressure on Fallon Sherrick. Finds a ton to leave 128. Fallon will get first darts at a finish, but what pressure will this be under? Enough. 108. So 128 plays 108. Fallon Sherrick, first opportunity. It's a tricky little one, the 128. 92 to leave 36. Will she come back for a go at the beloved 36? Or can Steve Hegarty take out back-to-back ton plus finishes? No, he can't. And I think he's missed a dart at it. And Fallon Sherrick, first dart, takes out the double 18. I think they both missed match darts in separate legs there. Steve Hegarty has missed a dart at double 12 to win it. The last leg, Fallon Sherrick missed the dart at the ball. But the Queen of the Palace survives a scare and is through to the next round.
Indeed, and some interesting games coming towards its conclusion. John O'Shea wants 1-2-2 to beat Niall Cullerton 5-3. Interesting game, that one. Connor Scott broke the throw against Rob Collins in the last leg. He leads 4-2 and is throwing for the match. He'll get 6 darts at 188 to do exactly that. O'Shea has 108, so he's missed double 14, comes back for double 7, but Cullerton's at a ton 40 to leave a ton. So this double 7 for the match is under severe pressure. Cullerton had the throw, but Busses scored as John O'Shea. So Cullerton does have a go at the ton to hold his throw and to send us all the way to a deciding leg. Can he take it out? We wait in suspense. Can Noah Cullerton hit a clutch ton to send us to a deciding leg? 60 scored, so O'Shea back for 7-7, and this time you sense it has to go for the match. And does it last dart in hand? So John O'Shea is through by 5 legs to 3, and Connor Scott is also through. He's hit top second dart in hand. 5-2 victory that over Rob Collins. That 6th leg so crucial, that break of throw. So Connor Scott through, John O'Shea through. 2 big results in the last few minutes.
Absolutely. Danny Lauby is also through to the next round. There was a few questions going on. Joe says, do you have prediction on how many points will get you through to the final stage? We think 4 will be enough. That's not dead cert, but we think 4 will be enough. Interesting times going on. Shane McGurk, 1 away from beating Johnny Kinsella.
European, the A1 from European was drawn to a close right now, and it looks as if the top Germans are going to make it through. Lucas Venig 3-2 up on Verberg, averaging 93, and Dragton Horvat has just hit the match-winning double, 95 average, to beat the Finnish guy, Jani Kesnek. I don't know. The Finnish guy is out. He was beaten 5-2 with Dragton Horvat. The 2 top Germans for the day are going through by the looks of this.
Yeah, no. Marcus, no. He, Danny Lauby stayed in the UK, mate. Stayed over here, practiced. I know he practiced with Simon Whitlock a few times in the build-up to the Worlds. I'm not sure if he hooked up again. But no, he stayed over to get ready.
Just over in Europe very quickly, where the WDF #1 Brian Roman is in action in his last 8 match against Ziege of Germany. Now, Roman had chances to break the throw in the 3rd leg with the score tied at 1 apiece after his opponent busted his score on a double. His opponent did take it out. He's now 2-1 down, but Roman is fighting back in this 4th leg with scoring visits of a ton followed by a ton 40.
Yeah, Tugboat says, question of the day, Phil. Who's the best player never to have a tour card?
Martin Adams.
I was about to say, there's a very obvious one, but he's never ever tried to win one, is Martin Adams.
Yeah, true.
Thinking like a Darryl Fitton and Tony O'Shea, but is that a bit harsh because they only really went for the tour cards kind of towards the end of their careers, really, didn't they, when they were a bit past their peak?
Yeah. In terms of raw ability and natural A game, Cameron Menzies is right up there because his A game is through the roof. The problem is it's either A or C minus. There's nothing in between. But when he's on, he is unplayable. But yeah, for me, Martin Adams is the best player never to have a tour card. But it's like I say, it's a bit catch-22 because he never ever tried to win one either. So.
Gavin Cowan
Mark.
through. Sorry, just a wee quick result. Gavin Cowan through 5-2.
Ted Hankey had a tour card, mate. He played on the tour.
Mm.
David Warzanowski, 4-3 to the good over Dave Prings. Gogo Portella, level at 1 apiece. George Killington, 1 up. I think he will play Fallon Sherrick, correct, if he wins?
Who's this, Phil?
George Killington.
I think so. Let me double check for you. Yes, correct. Should be Killington against. No, wait. No, Joshua Richardson plays Fallon Sherrick, and I think the winner of that will play Killington.
Right, okay.
And, yeah.
Tough game, that. Joshua Richardson on his day. Very good player. Ex-World Youth Champion.
Yeah.
Another result from Germany. Lucas Venig gets the job done. 5-2 against Verberg. Been very solid throughout the full day, and you might even sneak through the second stage.
Just going to switch some things around as we welcome Sean Mack to the stream. Sean, afternoon, buddy.
Good afternoon. How you getting on, guys?
How we doing?
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad, mate.
Not
Glad
bad.
someone's going to be able to understand me now.
I've understood you all day.
Cheers.
I was gonna say, see you're still at home up in the very north of Scotland, mate. When are you heading south?
Tomorrow. Fly down tomorrow. So I should hit Milton Keynes around dinner time, something like that. Yeah, just plenty of time to come down, check in, see what's going on. Should just about know who's through by then as well. So it'll all start to build up for Wednesday.
Are you staying at the Doubletree or are you staying off-site?
Yeah. No, we're staying on site, yeah. So which is quite good. I quite enjoyed that last year. I know it was a bit different because we had to with the bubble event and all that, but I just think when you're playing for 4 days, and you could go out early in one of the days, it's fine just to have your room right there, I think. And we all know how good the MK is for having everything in one place. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Keeping your eye on stage 1 to see who's joining you in stage 2?
As much as I can, Phil. I'm sitting working, so you've got me on a wee break here. So I am listening in the background when I can, and then muting you guys when a call comes in. But no, I'm more looking out for obviously the people in my management team, and there's a couple of locals playing as well. One you maybe don't know, Scott Campbell's going quite well. I've known Scott for years. He's playing really well again. So look out for him. And obviously Jason Hall had a good win yesterday against Fallon. So I'm looking out for them locally, looking out for John and Josh and Dita from the Big Five group. Obviously Josh got through and John's going very well today. By the way, how bad's John O'Shea's draws been? Goodness me. He's gone through Adam Monk and Niall Carlton today. Yesterday James Beaton.
His draws yesterday were horrendous as well.
Yeah. So he's playing well. He's averaging above 90 quite a lot as well. So he's going strong.
Yeah, just an interesting one. I remember we spoke to you for the first time last year, and your intentions were very different. It was going to Q-School to see where you were and where your game was. Has that completely gone full circle now? Are you heading there this year to win a card, not just to see where you are?
Yes and no. There's two parts to that question. Two answers to that question, I think. For one, yes, I am trying to win a card. I think I'm playing well enough to be in amongst it. But I'd also balance that with I'm not putting myself under any pressure to win one. I'm still back early days, and it's not the be all and end all for me if it doesn't happen. I think that'll probably help me. Just going to go in, relax. I'll have a good first round game, whoever it's against, be in the last 1-2-8, and I'll prepare properly like I always have. I'm feeling confident, and we'll see what happens. And if we win one, fantastic. And if we don't, I'm sitting in the fortunate position that if PDC follow their previous qualifying criteria, I should be in the UK Open, finishing second last year's Challenge Tour. And I'd obviously have Lakeside to fall back on in April as well. So I've got two majors coming up if I don't make it. And if I do, then fantastic. I'm on a Pro Tour. So
it's a great balanced way of looking at it, isn't it, boys, as well, Henry and Scott, because we see people putting so much pressure on themselves to win that card where Sean's completely the other way.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think I mentioned at the start of the program, because there's so many more opportunities elsewhere outside the PDC. Of course, you want to get the tour card, but there's other avenues now which you can explore where perhaps 2-3 years ago just wasn't there. So you have got options and flexibilities if you don't win that tour card. Of course, you want to go and win it because that's the whole point of you being there. But if you don't, there's other things now. There's other avenues in place and other areas you can go and play your darts and earn good money from darts.
Yeah, I think the online darts live league is a prime example to that. You win your card, you can't play in that. But if you don't win your card, and there may be spells during the alternative or the second level seasons, if you want to call them that, where there's nothing that really interests you in playing in, go and play in the live league for a week, because that's going to give you excellent practice. And also, like you say, there's the opportunity to win some very good money on there as well.
From the last time we spoke to you, mate, where is your game right now? We know that you had the injury that took a few weeks to get over and didn't practice much, but you back on the board. Where is your game right now?
Practice-wise, it's very good, Phil. Open and honest, I haven't played a competitive match since the middle of November. Just with the nature of how December is, if you don't make Ali Pali, you usually don't have anything to play in. And then I was obviously booked to play in the Lakeside qualifier early December and didn't have to because I qualified automatically in the end. So I've certainly gone into Q-School having given every spare hour I've got on the board, and I've definitely put in the hard work for it. But much practice won't be there, so I'll balance that off again and set the right expectation. But if I go in and start well, then I'd expect that I'm only going to get better as the 4 days goes on. And as we all know, other than the three players that are going to win on the first 3 days, this is all about stamina and making sure you peak at the right time and you plod away picking up points as you go. And Steady Eddie usually comes through on the order of merit in the final stage.
Yeah, just a couple of points off of what you said there. There's a number of players that in the build-up to Q-School that I openly said that there are a few of them that, in my opinion, cannot win a tour card on the order of merit. But on any given day, they could blitz the field. Where, like you said, prime example, that you're expecting missed inconsistency, that you know that you're going to be in and around it every day.
There are different, and also I think that's great about the Pro Tour as well, because you'll see someone win a Pro Tour from nowhere, and then 6 Pro Tours later, someone who's winning 2 or 3 rounds per Pro Tour catches them because they are the consistent one, and the other one's got an A game that's in ridiculous levels and a B game that potentially isn't good enough to play at that level. So same as Q-School. I think it's right that it's over 4 days. I think it's right that it rewards people who can play at top Pro Tour level on any given day, but it's also right that it rewards consistency. I think they've got that balance pretty good.
We asked Matthew Edgar yesterday, and the same for you. Do you feel the people that have played the first 3 days have an advantage going into stage 2, or do you feel it's a disadvantage because they kind of worn themselves out and have to play for longer?
Probably a bit of both. I think days 1 and 2 they will have an advantage. Days 3 and 4 they might start to crash and burn. Do you know what? See, if I put that back a different way, I think 4 points is through from stage 1. I think it might be mathematically through. I wouldn't. I'd say 95% on that. I wouldn't cast my colours to the 100% mark. But if you're in the last 16 yesterday, right, you win and you're through, and you got 2 days off, or you lose and your 4 points is probably through anyway, and you get more practice today. What that throws a little bit of a grey area in, doesn't it?
If I was a player and I was already through today, I would take tomorrow off, personally.
Yeah. So and that's where the 100% cast iron guarantee doesn't come through on the 4 points, because then if people pull out of tomorrow, that changes the equation, and where the points will probably just rise a little bit to get through. So yeah, I know what you're saying. If you're sitting on 6 points tonight, you take tomorrow off is probably a good option, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. And each player will be different. Each player will want to play every day, and some others won't. So going back to the original question, day 1, yes, I would say that the players that have played through stage 1 will have an advantage over those that haven't. But there's also no guarantee that people from stage 1 will draw people who had the exemption. It's an open draw, so you could have most players from the exemption drawn each other, and then there is no advantage. So yeah, open for debate.
Some games getting underway. One that you touched on earlier, Scott Campbell, is just getting underway on board 4. Fallon Sherrick, Joshua Richardson underway. Kevin Burness against Chaz Barstow. What a belter that is. There's also some result. Diego Portela is on the cusp as well. Another Scotsman, Darren Armstrong, through as well. It's all going off here as well. So it's going to be interesting. But your first year back on tour, Sean, as well. How would you sum the year up last year? Your first year back.
I think it's fair to say it was a pretty successful one. If you'd offered me that at the start, I'd have probably laughed at you. But yeah, it just got better as it went on. Obviously gained in confidence through the live league first and foremost, and I played in 3 weeks in the live league before I played anything else competitively because of the delays due to COVID. Yeah, so that set me up for Challenge Tour, and then I had a good Challenge Tour. I was a bit unlucky, and then somehow managed to qualify for Lakeside off the back of 5 qualifying events. So, you know, I was just a pity didn't get to play in the end, which obviously is a bit of a punch in the stomach. And now we can be victims of our own success this week, which is a double blow. But there we are. That's the times we live in at the minute. So yeah, no, good first year back. Two titles, 3 if you count the live league. I'm counting it, so I'll take 3.
Absolutely.
And yeah, and again, another speaking about advantages and in the final stages Q-School as well. Everyone that's just lost their tour card, probably on a bit of a downward. They've been losing more than they've been winning. That's why they've lost their card. And people coming off Challenge Tour who were in that top 8 have been winning. So you got to balance that in as well. Where's the confidence levels? So I'd like to think I'm going in confident, and like I said, we're just going to try our best and see what happens.
I know that we spoke about this last year, and you didn't know the answer then. Same question. Balancing, if you were to win your tour card, balancing your work and darts, is it doable? Because you said last year it would be difficult, but you think you could do it. Is the situation still the same?
Yeah, it's not so much, not so difficult now that the calendar's out and everything's back to weekends. I think what the discussion we were having, the Super Series design would have been difficult for me. You know, if I was sitting here just now thinking if I win a tour card and I've got Tuesday to Fridays doing 4 pro tours in a row, no, that would have been a struggle. But weekend pro tours are far more manageable. You know, I'm fortunate that I can do my job remotely. So, you know, it's up to me to manage that and just make sure that I'm blocking out enough time to manage the 2 and do my job. And, you know, this week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night in the hotel room, I'll be working at night. That's such as the nature as well. I've got, I'm fortunate to have it, and I'm just going to have to get on with that. So I think if I won my card and then, you know, had some form of ridiculous start that started getting me into the match play and Grand Prix and all that, then yeah, we'd have to have a full think about that and how we manage that. But let's be honest, no one does that in their first year unless you're Rob Cross.
Well, you say no one does it. Dozer did it, and that must give you guys all hope that it can be done.
He's a 3-time world champ. I'm not even the best player in my own house, Phil. My 6-year-old beats me.
We saw you over the Worlds as well, firmly on the Alan Suter bandwagon at the Worlds. How much did you enjoy Suits' his progress in the Worlds in general?
Yeah, it's great for the area of Arbroath first and foremost. The town got totally behind him. I'm not obviously from Arbroath myself, but close enough to see everything that was going on. And you know, they were. He's an ambassador of the local football clubs now as well now. So yeah, it was great. I was obviously cheering him on as a friend and fellow teammate. And I think given it was his first Worlds, getting to the last 16, even though he'll tell you he didn't play anything like he can, the fact that, you know, you can only beat what's in front of you. Last 16 on debut is pretty good. So I'm sure he'll be going into the new season full of confidence.
Scottish darts is in a real good place right now.
There's a lot of Scottish flags on that list with winning results, isn't there? Long may it continue. Seems to be on an up curve at the minute, and just hopefully by the time Saturday evening comes that we've got a few of those new cards as Scottish ones, and then the country can kick on the Pro Tour. That'd be good to see.
And as well, the dream Suits possibly representing Scotland. I suppose it's all on one person. We never know what Gary Anderson is going to do from one week to the next. I'm not sure he does, but if he were to decline it again, Suits is in a real good position to team up with Peter Wright.
So he is if it was today. June I think is the World Cup, is it?
Yeah.
So that I think Hendo and Willie Borland, etc., will be chasing him as well. If Gary doesn't decide to play, I mean, Gary being Gary could pretend he's not playing, let everyone chase for it, and then go last minute. Actually, guys, sorry, I'm playing.
In true Gary Anderson style.
Yeah. If you're not top 2, you're not guaranteed. So, yeah. I think Gary and Suits get on well. I think they know each other from before. So, I don't know if a conversation would be had with Peter as well, if they wanted to play together. Who knows? But it's Peter's and Gary's to give up, isn't it? So, if they want to play, they play. Full stop.
Absolutely. Boys, anything for Sean?
Just a quickie for me.
How'd you go, Henry?
Go on, Scott.
Sorry, buddy.
You sure?
I only go, buddy.
Just you mentioned obviously about staying in the hotel at MK. Was that a definitive yes, I'm going to make that decision? Because I suppose some players like to be further away from the hotel, so they're kind of, when they're at the venue, they're in the bubble, but when they're away from darts, they're away from play, and they want to kind of remove themselves from it. Was that a decision that you thought out, or was it just straight, yes, based on your experience last year, I'm going to stay in the hotel?
Probably my work's deciding that. It's easier for me to go get a light bite to eat, go for a walk, clear my head, and then get back to work. And if my room's on site and I'm just upstairs, my mind will be out of darts as soon as I put the laptop on. So, that factor isn't really applicable to me as much as it would be to other players. And the good thing about work, the upside of trying to balance the two as well is, I've got no distractions. I've got no temptations to maybe go and hit the bar and have one too many and end up, not preparing properly for the next day. Because that doesn't apply to me. I got to get my head clear. I got to get back onto work, and that does take the distraction away. And then, there's no temptations there on my side.
Anything else, boys?
I was just going to say, like, in about 5 years' time, Peter and Gary, one or both, are not going to be playing in 5 years' time. So it was just to see if Sean, if you're involved in the local scene more than myself, is there shared faith that the lantern is going to be passed on? I'm not going to say give me a name, say Willie Boland's going to be the next Jockey Wilson, but do you think that we do have a next sort of generation coming through that is going to carry it on?
It's a difficult one, that, isn't it? I mean, 5 years ago, would you have predicted the Welsh were dominating as much as they have over the last 12 months? Probably
2 years
not.
ago when you said that.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think obviously Peter's got intentions to keep going for a long time yet if he's targeted 5 world titles. Gary, I have no idea because you wouldn't get a straight answer out of him anyway. And I think if you look at what's bubbling just under the Pro Tour, you would like to think that if some of us at the minute won a card, we would keep improving. I think that's got to be everyone's target. I think if you go and try and target yourself to be a top 64 or a top 32 or whatever, I'm not sure that's the right way to go about it. I think there's a big difference between playing well and consistently enough to be one of the best players at secondary level. And then I think there's levels within the Pro Tour itself. So I think, you have to keep on improving, and can the players that are going to win cards or might win cards do that? Only time will tell. But what you can see is at the top of the secondary level, there's plenty of Scottish interest there. And you can only hope that some of us will win cards and then go and keep on improving as time goes on.
Absolutely. Like Darren Beveridge is being spoken about in the chat room. Nathan Gervin as well, another one. Plenty of you floating around.
I think we need our own little tour here to make it more competitive. I think that would help us all get ready for these types of things, you know. But yeah, Nathan and Darren have played both of them last year, both very good. Darren was also unlucky not to win Challenge Tour like myself. He had an unfortunate moment that I don't know if everyone knows. He only played 11 out of the 12 events because one of his entries was not done properly. So, you know, what could have happened there if he'd had the extra event? And you've seen on the live league what he can produce. So, yeah, there are two that could definitely pull it off, and obviously the two local lads, like I said, Scott Campbell and Jason Hogg are going well as well. So Gary Stone we haven't mentioned either, another live league, who's another very good player. So Ryan Hogarth as well. I could go on and on to the players that are going to be there, but everyone I've mentioned there has got a chance of making final stage. So and we've already got a few in the final stage. So yeah, it could be. Go on, Phil.
You said about your own tour. If Nicola Razorway, you'll be back in the EU, so you could host a Euro tour. You could have a Scottish qualifier.
I'll tell you what. Joking aside, if you're over 23 and British, it's the hardest way to get to the World Championships. We don't get our own regional qualifiers, and the Germans have got the Masters, and the Americans have got their tour, and you've got the CDC and whatever, you know. So that wouldn't be a bad thing to get a wee spot for the Scottish. It's a good idea. Phil, you should put that forward.
I agreed. Look, we've had this conversation numerous times that if you're based outside the UK, there is far, far too many backdoor entries to the World Championship that get you in. It's something that we've said time and time again that it's not right.
No. I think if you've got 128 tour card holders and 64 places for them, plus any spares, and they get the qualifier at the other end, that should be your only avenue. You shouldn't be able to come through a country and, you know, look at what Jeff Smith, you know, was in and then came through a different route, so went into a different part of the draw, drew Ross Smith and got beat. Like, that shouldn't really happen, should it? He's in as a Pro Tour player. That's as far as it should have gone. And maybe the second place person in the other qualifier should have came through. But yeah, same with Martin Schindler, cost the Germans a place. You know, I just think that the pros have got all the opportunity already. Don't give them any more from the regions. That should be for those without the cards, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Thank you very much for joining us. I know we've stolen some of your lunch break, mate, but massively appreciate the time that you give us.
That's all right. No worries. Keep up the good work. I'll be listening this afternoon, guys. And
we'll do.
Yeah.
All the very best in Milton Keynes, mate. Go smash it. Go enjoy it. And hopefully we'll have Shawnee Mack, 2-year tour card holder, very, very soon.
Hopefully. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Cheers, buddy.
Take care. Cheers, Sean.
Shawnee Mack, everyone. Great to have him on board. Couple of big results in there. Fallon Sharrock is out. Just watching the game, Josh Richardson finishing. Unreal, boys. I don't know if you were watching it as well. At one point, just couldn't miss. Superb stuff. Also, Chaz Barstow has literally just beaten Kevin Burness as we have been speaking. It's been all go, 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 boys.
It doesn't stop, does it? The grind doesn't stop. And big result, as you say, for Josh Richardson. John Part's in a little bit of trouble, only averaging 67 on board one against Nathan Girvan. Nathan Girvan, the Scot there, 3-0 up in that one. As you say, we're getting towards that point now where we're top 1, 2, 8, and the rounds quickly start to rattle through once we get to this point. Connor Scott and Chris Gilliland are warming up in there. That's the last 64 game to warm up. So we're getting through the games very quickly over in the UK, and obviously everything's sorted now in the first part of the day in Niedernhausen. Of course, they're playing in two separate parts because of 2 separate bubble systems. So that will get underway shortly. So yeah, we are getting towards the tasty end of day 2.
Yeah, definitely. And like we say, it is first pass is done in Niedernhausen. So we'll wait for the turnaround. Yesterday they got underway around 2 o'clock. So I'm imagining it'll be the same this time around. But Brian Roman lost out, but probably has done enough in the order of merit. Now, Bent Lamberstein, there was a lot of support for him earlier on. He is through. So is Lucas Vanek, and Dragutin Horvath is also through as well. Correct, yeah. Q-School will always be behind closed doors unless they can stream every game because of what's at stake. They'll never just do individual bits. People asking what Fallon needs to do now. So if we are saying 4 points will get you there, that's not a guarantee, but we think that 4 could get you in, as Danny Lauby has just sealed victory. Fallon, where are you? Can't find her on the order of merit. She's probably going to need last 32 tomorrow.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, last 16 would definitely make sure.
Yeah.
Just having a look. Leighton Bennett's made his way through. He's beaten Sonny Jahal by 5 legs to 2. 92, just under 93 average. This is steady progress today from Leighton Bennett over on board 12.
Yeah. So no, you only get your points from the last 128 onwards. Depends on the Masters. All depends on. I haven't looked if it clashes with any PDC events. Gob will be there, 100%. Brock says, if Fallon gets in the Premier League, do you think a few pros will start complaining? Oh, look, yeah. Look, let's not hide the fact.
Mm-hmm.
They will moan. No one's arguing that. And like I said, if it was a ranked event, then it's a different question. But it's not. So Stu Wilson. I'm sorry, pick a feature game in a minute. Oh, I'll tell you what, we're going this one. This one is going to be a belter, I can tell. This one should be good, boys. Connor Scott against Chris Gilliland.
Not for the first time we've seen these two either on this channel.
No, exactly. Andrew is from Cyprus. Glad to have you along, mate. Dave Pallett is in a spot of bother here. Jason Hogg 4-2 up against him.
Jason Hogg was averaging 110 for the first 5 legs there. Wee bit of a dip,
Casual.
but you're just getting completely outplayed.
Casual. All right, yeah, the last 64 will be okay, right? Okay, I was just literally flicking off, trying to work it out off Darts Connect, off Darts rankings. I couldn't find her, so look, it all depends on the draw tomorrow. All on the draw.
Just hope she doesn't have John O'Shea's luck with draws, I suppose.
Yeah.
Nathan Girvin beats John Pat 5-1. John was okay, but Nathan was clearly better throughout the full game.
Justin Smith has darts here in a decider, and he edges out Scott Taylor 5-4. Big result for Justin Smith. Again, he's one that can do damage.
Another Scott through, the one that Shawnee Mack was talking about, 5-3. Scott Campbell beats Conor Beasley. He's playing really well for the start of that game, but stumbles over the line.
Any news on Andrew Hyland? Can't have a look. Tizzle is in the chat room. Tiz joins us tomorrow on the stream as well.
Can he treat us to a Tiz tip as to who's going to get through today?
Andrew Hyland is on board 31 and he will play Andrew Mitchell. Just double checking that because it's... Yeah, that one's about to go live. So there we go, that one. An interesting one here. Has Peter Wright now overtaken Gary as the greatest Scottish player? For me, no.
I agree, still no. I was having the exact same thought. They're very close, and I would make a case for Peter, but there's one thing that makes it clear that Gary's better. And I don't know if that's the same thing you're thinking, Phil. But it's the two Premier Leagues.
Two for me.
For me, the two Premier Leagues.
The two Premier Leagues and the back-to-back world champions.
I don't care about the back-to-back, personally. I have never really cared about that because that just says to me, it's not the case with Gary, all right? But it could say to me, all right, you were good for 2 years, but well done. Anyone can be good for 2 years, technically. The likes of Ted Hankey, who won it 9 years apart, is just as impressive for me. Because it's like, okay, you were good throughout that thing. I know what you're saying, Phil, but for me, back-to-back doesn't mean anything for me.
The fact he got to 3 finals in a row as well. A lot of people seem to forget that he lost to MVG in the third final. That is some going, get 3 finals in a row and winning 2. So for me, no, I still think Gary is the greatest Scottish player of all time.
He is.
Plus, you look at the record, 5 finals in 10 years. That says on average, it's every other year you're making a final. And obviously, it's 3 in a row, but you're by and large always there and thereabouts in the biggest event.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, Chris Gilliland is 2-1 up on Connor Scott. Real good game, this one.
And Matthew Dennett is on the march again. He is 4-2 up on Sean Fisher, leg away from victory there. Also, Leighton Bennett's kicked off well against Adam Mould. He's having a very good day today, Leighton. There was a lot of question marks often going into Q-School. He's answering all of them superbly thus far.
Now, this is a good debate. What about
Is it
jockey?
Marco?
Is jockey 2
Oh,
or
no, I don't know
3?
what to answer. I don't know. I don't know. Oh. It's just the recency bias that Peter would make me say him, but I don't know. I didn't watch enough of Jockey to know. I know you possibly didn't either, Phil, but I'm going to be a cop-out. I just don't know enough about what Jockey did.
I'm going jockey.
Okay. I won't argue. I just don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. I've always said it. People have often asked, who's the one player that I'd love to interview that I haven't or didn't get a chance to? And easy, I'd give anything for 15 minutes with Jockey Wilson. If time travel existed or anything like that, I would literally 15 minutes of Jockey. Yes, please.
There would just be no filter. There would be no hold back from just whatever was on his mind.
Jockey in this day and age, with the way it is, with the media build up, social media, and everything like that.
That'd be brilliant. He wouldn't be suited to it at all, and that would be amazing. The PR team behind him would just be having a nightmare.
Yeah. For those, if anyone that hasn't watched it, it will still be available somewhere. But the documentary, was it 18 months ago that was on BBC about Jockey?
Yeah, was it Jockey Wilson said?
Yeah, Jockey. It's what it was called. Jockey Wilson said it is. It's about an hour and a half. It is just absolutely brilliant.
Jason Hogg got through, by the way. Someone said in the comments, were quite right. Dave Pallett bust 4 twice or 3 times, but Jason Hogg wins 5-3.
Yeah. I've got a protein bar, some H2O, Pepsi Max, usual things. Connor Scott has just broken. Big moments here in this one. A lot of talk around Connor before Q-School got underway. Disappointing day yesterday, but producing it today.
Again, another one of those players that's played in the live league, slowly improved. And I listened to an interview of him a few weeks ago. Everything he does, he takes in his stride. He's listening to a lot of people. He takes a lot of things on board. He's got very wise head. I mean, like 25, so on very still young shoulders. And you just sense if he gets that break, gets that tour card, then the way he conducts himself, the way he goes about his business, he should do very well. Definitely should be able to keep it anyway.
EU boards are up. No play yet. Any standouts in the first one? Let's have a look. Paulo Ferreira is back. If only that was the former Chelsea player.
Stephen Burton's out. Blenner Gates puts him out with a 14 data on the last leg, so winner gets 5, Stephen Burton 4 in the Noble.
Wasn't there any real massive standouts in there?
Without disrespect, it does look like the real quality in that part of the EU was in the top bit, doesn't it? There's one or two standout names. Obviously, Nico Kurtz in there. Roman Benecki played at the World Championship, but what it does give is someone an opportunity.
Oh, completely. Just looking at the order of merit in the UK, there's a lot of people clustered on 2 points at the moment. John O'Shea will want to win his next one, jump onto 3.
Well, at the moment, he looks quite comfortable in doing it because after 2 legs, there's a 60-point difference in the averages against Thomas McCafferty.
Yeah.
Not preempting anything, of course.
There you go. If suggesting that these players don't win outright today, if you are Lauby, Owen, Hogg, Denon, Wilkinson, Gervin, do you take tomorrow off or do you play?
I'll probably just play. I don't know how much competitive action they've had for the past month, as Sean was saying, so I would just go have a game or two. If I get beat, no hassle, no issues. I would personally play.
Same here. I think if you're in that environment, then I think just get on with it, play. And the other thing is, you don't want to be, if something freakish happens in like that 0.01% scenario, you don't want yourself to be that one person that gets caught out by that unlikely scenario. And I think if you're at the hotel and you're at the venue and you're kind of in that, a bit like kind of what I spoke about with Sean earlier, that kind of game environment where you're physically there in match mode, I think it's quite hard to detach from that for a day when you're physically in an environment where everybody else is ready to go.
Yep. This is developing into a really good game. Chris Gilliland 4-3 up on Connor Scott, but looking as if we're going to go to a noble in this one.
Well, I like that question just before this turns to a noble. More likely to win the World Championships, Humphreys or Vandenberg? I like that.
Humphreys.
I tend to agree.
Oof.
I think just based on the individual performances in that tournament alone, Humphreys made 3 quarterfinals for us. I know Dimmy's got a good record at the Worlds, but I just think in terms of temperament and the way he goes about himself, and I think, the amount of fifth leggers he wins in sets, I just think Luke Humphreys just got that little bit more composure in those big moments and can deal with the setbacks of potentially losing a fifth leg over a long course format, I think, than Dimitri. But tough question, good question.
I think at times for me, Dimitri overthinks things. Again, though, great response so far. Come and say hi in the chat room. Greg Ritchie 3-2 up on Gavin Carling. This one, all eyes on the feature game on the screen. Nothing between them. Who's going to blink first? Gilliland or Scott? And he's 85. Is that a blink? In this situation, is 85 a blink?
No.
This is 2 trebles.
Not unless he has a max. Nah, he won't though. See?
Oh, we've matched them up. So here we go. How handy can you leave 186, Chris Gilliland? Very is the word. That's composure when it really matters. How much pressure can Connor Scott put on this 52 from Chris Gilliland? Not enough. Not enough. And there we go. Connor Scott departs. Chris Gilliland, 5-4 win. Good game, that one. Absolutely good game. Right, where are we going to go next? One that's in the early stages. They're all about to finish, so we're going to go this one.
Just
We're
quickly switch over. Ryan Hogarth is through, won a noble leg 5-4. And Leighton Bennett is on the brink again. He's been absolutely fantastic, I have to say, from every game that I've watched him so far. So with all the pressure on his back, Leighton Bennett really impressed me today.
Justin Smith against Diogo Portela. Aussie, no. So there's 17 tour cards on offer in the UK, 15 in the EU.
Just one more result that's come in. John O'Shea averaging 104 through by 5 legs to nil. Bagel served on Thomas McCafferty.
Good stuff from the Joker. Someone that's gone under the radar a little bit today. The King of Cosham, 1-0 up in the last 64.
I can hear John Westwood beginning to ring the instruments as we speak.
Albert says Ross lost first round, but he had a bit of a stinker. Not even getting it in terms of a draw for a first round.
It was Darren Johnson, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Leighton Bennett's through, 5-1 win.
Elsewhere, Joshua Richardson, who of course not Fallon Sherrock out, is on the brink of defeat against George Killington on board 32. Let's have a little delve into how things are. It has finished, indeed. It is over. Josh Richardson is out.
And again, just looking at those averages, nowhere near the same standard as what he produced to beat Fallon.
You play the opponent, not the board, Phil. But a bit of a shock, sorry. Jump in, I've just noticed the scoring. Sean Wilkinson 4, Danny Lowby 0. Now, Phil, has he heard what you had to say? And is he like, I'm already through. I can throw really quickly. I'm just going.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Corey Cadby. The answer is I don't know. We'll see if he plays some DPA stuff this year. I suppose that will give us a better indication. A lot of people saying about Fallon shouldn't get any favouritism. There's an easy way around this, which if the PDC wants her to have a tour card, they will just say 2 cards for the ladies series, like in the Challenge Tour and Dev Tour.
Mm-hmm.
And then Fallon and Lisa, who consistently are the best 2 players.
Mm-hmm.
The more events there are, it's hard to look past them two. Then she'll get one that way. So if they really want to, they just chuck one at the Ladies Series like they do the Challenge Tour and Dev Tour.
Richard North in a little bit of trouble himself. He's taken on the Canadian Jacob Taylor. 4-3 down in that particular match. Richard North, who's had some good progress throughout the day, had some good averages as well, but in a little bit of trouble here.
So Lee Cox doing bits as well. He's 4-3 up now on Jimmy Bristow.
Good game also brewing between Jim McEwen and Chris Quantock. It's 3-3. McEwen averaging 109. Quantock just under 95. It's a good standard there.
Reese Hayden through as well. Again, average is not great, but won't care about that. Win is a win. Gavin Carlin 4-all with Greg Ritchie. And Simon Stevenson has levelled up as well. He's 4-all with Darren Armstrong. You could say that giving the winner of the development tour is age discrimination, because you can only play on that if you're of a certain age. No real different. As Portela busts 51. Big moments here as Justin Smith looks at 47 to go 4-zip, and he's missed lifeline. This has to go, boys. Portela needs a foothold in this match. And doesn't find it. Big moments here. And it is 4-0. Is Danny Lalby mounting a bit of a comeback, boys?
Maybe decided not to listen to Phil and instead decide, let's just do it today. Let's get it done with. Richard North and Jacob Taylor.
Yeah. Honey, go Henry, you got it in, mate.
They've gone to a deciding leg in that one. And Richard North has 56 here. Has to take it because Taylor's back on 8-8. So Richard North, to keep his hopes alive, wants 56. And he take it out. Of course, the delay on Dart Connect. This is 6th visit to the board, so it would be for 17-18 data, but misses. So went 6 tops, goes inside, leaves 5-5. So Taylor has the opportunity now to win the game on 8-8. He goes inside. He's left 4-4, so North has a second bite of the cherry. 5-5 it is for him. Can the Lionheart show the heart of a lion? And to escape a real tricky tie with the victory, with the W, which is all that matters at the end of the day. And he does with his second dart, and Richard North is through. He had to survive an almighty scare in the end, but Northie is still in the hunt for stage 2 at PDC Q-School.
Also as well, Greg Ritchie has defeated Gavin Carling 5-4. Simon Stevenson comes from 4-3 down to meet Darren Armstrong in a noble leg as well. At the conclusion of this game on the feature board, we are going to have a quick ad break, but not until this one's done, as Jim McEwen levels up against Chris Quantock. That's going to a Noble as well. Danny Lauby is on a charge right now. Whilst that's going on, I'm going to have a look at the decider against Quantock and McEwen. Quantock has started off with 2 treble-less visits. McEwen, again, no treble. They've both come up dry. Quantock finds a ton. Dan, absolutely. The PDC are a business. They've always said, they've never hidden that fact. But Barry's often said, we're just a promotional company. We're giving players opportunities. It's just no one else can match the opportunities they're giving and the prize money that they've got. The Matchroom commercial team, forget whether it's darts, boxing, pool, ping pong, 10-pin bowling, their promotional team is unreal at getting in multi-million-pound sponsorship deals. And I look back and I use Eddie as a reference for this. Remember when he signed Katie Taylor? He said, no, not getting involved in women's boxing. Katie Taylor's the only one I'm signing. Then he realised what female sport does in the advertising world and the opportunities and the partners it brings in. And then all of a sudden he signs 4, 5, 6, 7 female fighters because of the opportunities that brings in to Matchroom. Are we agreeing, boys? And it's the same in all sports. Yeah. We see with the 100 cricket, the opportunities by having the female side of the 100 cricket. We've seen it with the football, the netball coverage that Sky get now as well. Female sport is huge to advertisers. Whether people like that or not, it is huge. And it is something the PDC will exploit because, again, it's money in the coppers.
And it's a covered market, isn't it? And that's exactly what a company like the PDC are going to do. They're going to look at the covered markets and what is with the trends and what's not. And women's sport, rightly so, is having a boom like it's never had before and is getting the exposure it's never had before and is continuing to flourish with that exposure.
Yeah, completely. Whilst we've done that, Chris Quantock has seen off Jim McEwen in a noble leg. McEwen couldn't find his scoring boots until the very, very end. 180, applied the pressure, but wasn't enough. And Chris Quantock sees off Jim McEwen as Justin Smith sees off Diogo Portela in a deciding leg as well. We are going to grab a quick ad break, but we'll be back on the other side of these. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. It is Q-School Live, and we are deep into day number 2, boys, and it's been an absolute banger of a day so far. The second phase of European Q-School should start any moment, but until then, we will continue with the feature board from the UK. We will go to the Joker. KR 3000 Fallon is out for the day, mate. She lost to Josh Richardson.
Who then went out next round averaging 10 points less. As is the way.
And
Just
Chaz Barstow is a winner, as is Jamie Clark. Not being funny, no offence to Lisa Ashton, but if Lisa was the best player, would the same fuss be made? For me, yes, because if you look back through my social channels when I was with another organisation as well, I'd said it for ages that the best part about Lakeside for me was the ladies' event. I think there's a huge place for ladies darts in the sport, and if I'm being honest, if the WDF wanted to happen, I'd have been more interested in the ladies' event than the men's as well.
Mm-hmm.
As you say, there's just an interest and an intrigue about it, and I think the last 5-6 years, mainly because more matches have been televised at that particular tournament. I mean, before you probably had maybe like one of the semi-finals or one of the finals maybe live on the BBC, but now now every game is shown equally. The interest has gone up, and people like Lisa, Anastasia, Fallon, Trina, have been flag bearers for the sport, or driven the standard up, and as a consequence, it's not the next level up. What we need to do now over the next 5-10 years is we have the top end, Lisa, Fallon, Makuru, Dita, Trina, who are excellent players. And you've got a little group below them that on their day can play well, but then it's developing the groups underneath that. So we have a layered structure within the ladies' game where you've got 32 really good players, and then you've got a nice little layer underneath that. It's going to take time. It's a developmental thing, and it's giving opportunities, but that's the path that should be adopted to grow the game long term.
Yeah, 100%. Just a couple of points in here. There's not many things like that. Women's sport doesn't get viewership. Look, I can only say from the bits that we hear, and that our numbers at Online Darts, whether that's an interview or the live league, talking to German media at the World Championships, and listening to the figures that Sky put out and what the PDC tell us the figures. Whenever Fallon plays, numbers rocket. So there's something there. 100%. There is interest in and around it. And in the age we live in now, and this is all sport as well. This isn't just darts. Analytics and numbers are huge in anything. They play a huge part in the sponsorship demand and how much companies can demand for sponsorship and everything like that. And that's not just darts. That's any sport going. And you look at boxing, there's some fabulous fighters out there that have absolutely no digital presence, get nothing, yet some that aren't that good but have got a huge digital presence, get everything. That's just the world we live in.
I mean, look at this whole Jake Paul, Tommy Fury stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Not just even at that level. You look at the very top. Adrian Broner is still talked about because he's big on social media. He's got a loud mouth. But I look at someone who was talked about was Josh Taylor. Unbelievable fighter, unified champion, but doesn't get anywhere near the same coverage that Adrian Broner gets because of that social media presence and just digital presence in the marketplace.
Ooh, that's a soft one for your man. Possibly has got enough points to make him have it for the day. But your man Andy Jenkins has just lost out 5-4 to Getty, who took it 103 to steal the leg off him at the last second. So your man's out, but it might not be fatal.
John Westwood's gone home. All I'll say is never stand next anywhere near him. That's all I'm going to say.
Don't need to Google her. I speak to her on Instagram quite a lot. Lovely woman from Iran. Superb. And again, that's out there. Yeah, tugboat. Exactly. Don't get me wrong. I didn't know a lot about Ebony Bridges at the time. But can she box? Yes. But what got her that title shot against Shannon Courtney? Being a pest on Instagram. And having the looks to go with it. Yes, obviously you can see her and she does fight.
Hypothetical scenario here. Fallon Sherrock makes next year's World Championship final. Hypothetical scenario. Imagine what that would do to the numbers. First of all, I think it'll be like a situation with Verstappen Hamilton, where I think a free-to-air broadcaster tries to pick up the rights because it's such a big event and it looked good on Sky's part to put it on free-to-air. But that if she gets a talker, and this is no disrespect to any other player in the game, but she is the most famous darts player in this country at this present moment in time. There's people that talk about Fallon Sherrock who I know don't know darts, who know more about Fallon Sherrock than they do say about Gerwyn Price or Peter Wright or James Wade, so to speak.
Yeah. And like we said it before, long term, darts will be a mixed playing field because of the JDC and the Dev Tour as it is now. But it's bridging that gap between now and when these JDC players come through.
Mm-hmm.
No speaker system in MK. It's down to the players to watch their boards and know what's going on. Hence why people have been timed out in the past. Right, John O'Shea is 3-2 in front. This is turning out to be an excellent day for the Joker. Oh, and we are underway in Niedernhausen again. So once this game is done, we will put the scores from Niedernhausen back up.
Two games in Niederhausen with both men averaging in the 30s, but there's only the second legs. I'll let them off for now.
For now.
For now.
we will go back there. So as soon as this feature match is done, we will put them back up for you as well. Nico Kurtz is underway.
Roman Beneke in a little bit of trouble in his match. He's 2-1 down. Czech, who was in the World Championship this year, won Ryan Joyce. Very close.
All good. Chat room is on fire. John O'Shea, this win here pretty much put him into stage 2. This 32 goes, you'd have to fancy it. And it does. The Joker is 1 away.
It's all just simmering a wee bit at the moment, isn't it? There's nothing too much coming to a climax. Nothing too
Taking along,
impressive.
isn't it?
Yeah.
All Scottish affair on board 1. Nathan Gerben 2 apiece with Ryan Hogarth. I know Sean spoke about him earlier, but Scott Campbell's 2-1 up on Reese Hayden. Lee Cox on the verge of the last 32 as well. Does Leighton Bennett have a chance? Yeah, absolutely has a chance of winning a tour card.
He's been doing brilliant all day.
Sean Griffiths is 4-1 up.
Have to feel for Sam Kankert against Lee Cox. He's averaging 95 and he's getting absolutely railroaded by Lee Cox.
Yeah. Robbie Green was playing today. Let's find out.
I think it was another big name that put him out, but I can't remember who.
Just scrolling back now.
Is it Mark Frost by any chance?
I think it might
I
even
thought he
be
beat Mark Frost.
Just to confirm, what you can see on your screen.
Lost 5-2 to Ian McKenzie in the last 2-5-6. There we have it. John O'Shea has put himself in a fabulous position. Now all eyes go back to Niedernhausen.
I just
Again,
wonder
this
as a
run-
player in Niederhausen whether you fancy playing the morning or the afternoon.
For me, the afternoon. Looking at the groups, for me, the afternoon all day. Chaz Barstow didn't have the best of runs yesterday, but today's run has put him right back in contention for stage 2 on 4 points. probably be enough. Not mathematically, but it would take some swing. Mike Gillett against Shane McGurk on board 6 as well.
Just watching a leg here in Niedernhausen, 72 darts thrown already. That's 75 darts thrown, so we should have a new record, I think, for the longest leg in Q-School. Ulrich Janssen and George Callagher. I'm enjoying this. Here we go. So that is, I can't even know, 78 darts thrown. I'll let you know when it ends. I'm enjoying it.
Lee Cox gets the job done. Good day for the former London captain. Warming up, Jamie Clark, Leonard Gates, Chris Gilliland versus Leighton Bennett. Oh, hold on to your horses.
That could be carnage.
Just looking at some of the be interesting when these start turning dark green on Darts Connect. We can start ticking them off. That's always one of the fun bits about the races and whatever. When they start turning dark green, we all know.
Mm-hmm. You're in.
Someone says, why don't more darts players care about health and fitness? It would definitely help them. Look, that's definitely coming. You can see a swing in this. There are more of them caring now, and the lifestyles of an old dart player certainly aren't the same these days. Look, it's going to, again, something that's going to take time. You can't change culture overnight, but it is certainly coming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at 96 darts. Do you think we'll get to the 100? Oh, we're 99 darts thrown, so we're guaranteed at least 100.
Could you imagine the crowd at Ali Pally for that leg?
They're on double four and double two. They're not at the madhouse yet.
Oh no!
102. That's brilliant. I would have won this
does
fight.
Finish on Friday, lads.
Hey, I don't know. It's done. 103, I think it was in the end.
Yeah,
that's unreal.
Imagine losing that leg.
that'd be carnage. Just looking through the EU Q-School as we speak, nothing really sticks out. Nico Kurtz is 3-1 up. Max de Jong 4-1 up.
Ryan Hogarth wins the All-Scottish class. Sheehan.
Tidy stuff from Ryan Hogarth.
Good game this
Campbell,
between Jamie
3-2
Clark
up
and Leonard
on
Gates.
Hayden. Scott Campbell, now daylight 4-2 in front. Mike Gillett leads Shane McGurk. What else have we got floating around?
Two very good games warming up. Matt Clark against Simon Stevenson and Greg Ritchie against Richard North.
That's good. Dan, yeah, Richie lost first round, unfortunately.
Clayton Bennett already 2-0 up against Gilliland. For a man who's just put out Connor Scott, that's impressive to be winning.
Chaz Barstow is behind against Kevin Garcia. See you later, Juanita. Always a pleasure to have you on. Barstow up against it now. 3-1 behind.
I'll tell you what, though, some leg this from Chris Gilliland. 2-0 down against Leighton Bennett. Ton 40, ton 40, ton 40. There's 81 after 9. And we'll get a poke. And this is against the throw. So when this, he can bring it back to 2-2. Well, I'll have the throw to bring it back to 2-2. Darts will be back.
Ben Hazel was edged out. Ian McKenzie 5-4. And the result, board 8, Paul Nesbitt 5-1 over Gary Eastwood. Was there anything happening in EU? Not at the moment. Nothing of any substantial. Just looking through. Nico Kurtz is a leg away from sealing victory.
The 103 dart leg. I'm still watching the game. It's Ulrich Janssen against Georges Caligu. It's the last one on the table if you look at it.
Shane McGurk was 2 behind. He's leveled it up with Mike Gillett now. That is 2 apiece. Chaz Barstow is back within 1. Is anyone watching Jamie Clark and Leonard Gates? The goal from the average is now it's 2-2. Leonard Gates was winning.
20 points. That's steep.
Some games warming up in the last 32 as well. Just looking to update the order of merit. So actually, yeah, looking at it, I think 4 points is going to get you in.
Yeah.
We said 5 definitely, but I think 4 gets you in.
Yeah, 400%. Probably the last few will come with 3 points, I imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 4 does it. I think Matty Dennett will play tomorrow, Drew. I think he just likes playing. Jamie Clark is moving through the gears.
Another man doing that's Leighton Bennett, 3-1 up, and has just kicked off with a 140 in the next leg. So don't be surprised to see him get automatic qualification today.
Yeah. Top 72 in the order of merit.
Just to mention the result out in Germany, Nico Kurz has won his first game by 5 legs to 2. So Kurz off and running. Comfortable victory for him, and he'll look to go through the gears as the day goes on.
I haven't really looked at EU order of merit because it's split. So PDC are using a combined order of merit from both. This could become an issue should exactly one. Right, okay. Yeah, again, Nico Kurz is safe on 5 points now.
Mm-hmm.
Don't see any issues there. Top 86 in the EU order of merit.
3 points would
Laura,
be enough there then.
Yeah. Laura, I think John is all good with his points tally. Leonard Gates has leveled it up. He's 3 apiece with Jamie Clark somehow. Chris Gilliland has a leg back against Leighton Bennett. Couple of big games here. Greg Ritchie against Richard North. It's been quite a fall from North. He was in the top 32 in the world, playing in the match play, and just fell off a cliff.
Yep. Had the iconic orange t-shirt. Not many players do. He's recognisable as well. But
Yeah.
yeah, where's he been?
The thing was with Richard
Aaron
North is that
says,
you
how many
thought when
go
he was in
through
the top
on
30.
order? Go on, Henry.
I was just going to say, I mean, with Richard North, when he was in the top 32 qualifying for the match play, we thought it was going to go the other way and rise up, not actually what subsequently happened. He looked like it was one of those players that probably was top 16 material or the cusp of top 16 material.
Yeah. When he ironed out Mark Webster, was it in the Grand Prix?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sure that is. That rings a bell.
So yeah, Aaron asked how many go through on the order of merit. 72, top 72 in the UK, top 86 in EU. But Greg Ritchie may be about to blow this leg, and Richard North was a country mile away, absolute yonks away, and it looks as if he's going to, and he has stole this leg. It's a hold of throw, but I've got no idea how.
Just looking at the Leonard Gates match, yes, winning 4-3 against Jamie Clark. The average, it's tightened, but there's still 12 points in between them. Yeah, Leonard Gates, 12 points better than average, uses one leg ahead in scoring.
Yeah, bonkers. Mike Gillett has pressed in front again. Sam says, big question to throw out there. Who finishes their career with more majors, Price or Wright? For the amount of time they're probably going to play, I think Price. Just because of the amount of time involved.
If you take it to until Wright retires, so it's kind of fair, I would say Peter. But yeah, like overall, when they both are finished, I'll say Gerwyn Price.
Yeah. Raymond said Ben Hayes has a real chance of qualifying automatically here. What do you guys think? It's a strange one. I saw Ben play on the Live League firsthand and didn't really pull up any trees. Yeah, he was steady, consistent, but I never thought he had that gear to go to that you need in these games or playing on tour. That it's all right being steady and that'll win you games, but to win things, you need that gear. I don't think he's quite got that gear, Henry.
Yeah, I think automatically possibly a step too far, but I think, I'd say, because he is consistent, because he is steady, he will do enough points-wise and consistently enough to get himself to last 64s, last 32s, possibly last 16s to get himself, enough points to get through to the next stage via points. But as you mentioned, this Q-School is about two different types of players. There's types of players that will attack one day, get the tour card over one day. Ben Hayes isn't, I don't think, that type of player, but over the course of 4 days, he's consistent enough to get the job done and do enough over the course of a period of time.
Yeah, and it just shows darts is a funny old game because Leonard Gates has beaten Jamie Clark. As MVG would once say, it's about doing the right things at the right moments, and that's what Leonard Gates has done.
I don't know about you. He's one of those players I'd love to see more of next year, whether that's as a tour card holder, whether that's elsewhere within the game. I've seen bits of him on the CDC tour, and what I have seen, I've really liked. I've been really impressed. And I think he's one of those players, a bit like a Danny Lauby. I think if he gets more exposure, more game time, more time in front of the cameras on the biggest stages and on the floor, I think he could be a really serious player.
Yeah, no, I agree. And just looking at it, CDC are doing great things. The tour and what they're producing now is fantastic.
Completely agreed. It's probably up there with, it's up there with possibly what's happening in Europe 10, 15 years ago. And I think obviously the biggest issue is the logistical side of events in North America where players are successful. I mean, you've seen the troubles that Jeff Smith has had the last few years. It's then when they do well, can they get over to the UK and play in the flagship events? I mean, obviously you've had Matt Campbell and Danny playing in the Live League. Would that be something that potentially, if Leonard didn't get a tour card, he could do this year maybe, or play some events in the WDF system outside of America? That's going to be the biggest issue for the players in that region. But there's no doubt what the CDC have done and developed some of the quality talent that they've found there. North America is possibly the next big territory to overcome.
Yeah.
It's a noble leg here. Leighton Bennett and Gilliland doing a great game. Thought Bennett was going to run away with it, but Gilliland's done the right things. Bennett does have the throw though, and he's kicked off with a 97, so it'll be interesting to see who will do this. Phase 1 only lasts 3 days, isn't it? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah. 3 days for that, and then 4 days for phase 2.
Which is the right way to do it, I think.
John O'Shea. So, which way is the Bennett match going? Marina Noble, Bennett or Gilliland? Which one do you fancy?
Bennett. He's 80 odd points ahead. So basically, he's got 6 darts to clean up 110, which Dublin can be a bit of a weakness of his, but he's with 52, so he's going to get 2 darts for the match to see it out. Gilliland will probably put him under pressure, He's on 181. Just even one treble will do that. So still on the balance, but if you had a fiver, I'd put it on Bennett. Gilliland leaves 84. So 52 plays 84 with Bennett. 52 has the first goal at it.
Yeah.
Misses two outside of the double 16. So Gilliland pinched it against Colin Scott. Can pinch it against Bennett if he can nail double 12, double 11 or the bull. Well, I think he got the treble 20, but has missed 2 darts at double 12. So Bennett, free clear at 32. If he misses this, you just have to take it on the chin. He's bust it. So he's probably hit 2 big 16s or something along those lines, but he's bust 32. He's going to have to take it on the chin because there's no way that Gilliland lets him away with that. Double 6 to see off Bennett. He's had a good day. He's played well. But as out, last starting hand, probably double 3 or double 6. Gilliland pinches it off Bennett just like he did to Scott. Bennett's out, but has played well.
Speaking of Connor, he's in the chat room. He says, "Hey lads, he's got Gilliland. I know I'm still upset with the laughing emoji. Well, keep going, mate. 3 points. You're in and around, buddy. Hope you are well."
Got to make sure that his nickname's the Sniper and not the Pistol, because the last time I did anything about Connor, I got his nickname stupidly wrong. You know when you do like the emoji, when you do like you tweet it out and you put emojis out. I've put out like obviously typing in Pistol on the Mac, and it's just entered the head, and yeah, absolute head loss moment.
To be fair, for Jermaine Watamina, instead of using the Dutch flag because it was boring and there's no gun, I used the water pistol. So he wasn't machine gun; he was the water pistol.
Get a sponsorship deal with Nerf.
Said it for ages. We need a ferret emoji on Apple.
It'd make life easier. Because the problem is, if you put a Welsh flag on, you could talk about Gerwin, Johnny.
That's right. It just gets boring.
Go on forever.
So you can't give him the rat.
Wouldn't go down well, would it?
No. We need a ferret emoji. John O'Shea, the Joker. 2-0 to the good. Wow, so we've got plenty of last 32 games now warming up in Milton Keynes. George Killington is 2-1 up against Stu Wilson. Paulo Ferreira in action. Bombing on from right back in Niedernhausen. Johan Instrom is underway as well. Again, you'd fancy him to come through automatically. Pedro Lubic also underway. So, a couple of last 64 games warming up as well. Not hanging around over in Germany.
One game is still watching Janssen Callagher. It's the best thing to boost your ego.
Yeah.
Have they bettered the 102 dart leg yet?
No. But this time, we're only about halfway through.
Averaging 40.18 and 37.12.
I reckon me and you should have a pairs game against them, Phil.
To be fair, I'd fancy our chances.
You haven't seen me throw yet.
play it safe. Just aim down the side of the board. And you're going to average more than that.
A few single 20s, but nothing around the treble. But to be fair, against them, you wouldn't need anything around the treble then. Just keep it straight. No bed and breakfasts.
That is true. Even if you didn't want to do that and just went 14, 14, 11, that's 39, and that's a better average than one of the boys.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just play it safe.
Yeah.
Just go down the side of the board. You're going to average more than that. Yeah, you've got to feel for the marker. To be fair, I'd willingly not mark that and take the fine.
Yeah.
I mean, like, just fine.
I hope he had a chair.
I mean, like, just fine me whatever you want. I don't care.
That's where you hope you're allowed to be locked in your hotel room as part of the bubble rules.
Yeah. Richard North and
Richie
Greg Ritchie have gone for a decider.
North's going to get a dart for it. If he doesn't, you think he'll lose. He's on 70. So a couple at double eight. Or
We should get a dart at least the ball. Bare minimum.
at least the ball if you can put him back up. Yeah. Yeah. He's quite a quick player, and it's taking its time. To play for psychic foul.
Oh, I only got a dart
He's
at the ball.
missed out the ball.
Missed a big number somewhere.
Just
And paid the price.
5-4, Greg Ritchie. But fair play for calling that foul. I'll give you that one.
Jonathan says, how much do
Elsewhere.
you want to mark 7 sets of Gilding versus Gowlas match, Bill? Genuinely, you couldn't pay me enough money to mark that.
Felt sorry for poor Owen Binks for having to do Paul Lim against Joe Mernon.
Oh.
Love it when you get an
This-
Amazon
this news-
delivery and you don't know what you've ordered. Interesting.
Maybe it's a gift film.
Yeah, no, you couldn't pay me enough money to mark that. Oh, it'd be horrific. Plenty going on. Chris Quantock is in front against Jason Hogg. Lee Cox taking the opener against Ryan Hogarth. Declan, how did you score 10 off of 32?
That is a really good question.
Right, so you're going for 32. You go outside on your first start, still leaving 32. You hit a 7
Mm-hmm.
to leave 25. And I think going for a 17, you've hit a big 3.
I agree. Must be.
That's the only way I can think. That's the only logical way I can think of that you've hit a 7 to leave 25, and you've gone 7 for double 4, and you've hit a 3.
To be fair, as Kevin says, he's hit scores of 133, 100, and 122 in the leg. Like, it's not bad at all, but just, oh my God. Best case scenario is it's a 31 data.
What I want to know is he's hit the single 7 and he's left 25. Why ain't he gone fat 9 double 8?
Listen, come on.
Yeah.
You've seen the boys had 103 dart leg. You don't have the confidence to go for a big 9. You're going to go for the odd numbers at the bottom. It's 100% what's happened.
Play it safe. Those 3 in a row where you've got 19, 17, and 3. It's like, I'm going to hit one of them. Marcus, I disagree. I was old school. That growing up as a kid, playing in the social club with my granddad, and that we weren't allowed to play until we'd marked the game with no mistakes. So marking on a score on a chalkboard or a whiteboard comes second nature. I'd rather that than Chris Quantock is into the last 16. Defeats Jason Hogg 5-2. Tidy.
Good stuff.
Hogg bust 78 in that leg as well.
That's all right.
That's a sore one.
Dan says, any new names you can release for the live league? It all depends on Q-School, mate. Obviously, we don't know until we know who's got cards and who hasn't. There has been some conversations and people have said they will play if they don't win cards, but that's as far as it goes at the moment.
We're going to get it Alexis Sanchez on a piano style announcement.
Oh. To be fair, we could get again, one of Richard North's hidden talents. He can actually play the piano.
That is the most surprising fact I've heard of the day. That has made this Q-School experience worth it.
I sent a message from
get him to compose the theme tune.
Someone that I know is watching. Andy, thanks for your text, mate. Brilliant. One of North East talents is, I can't remember, it was in, where was it? It was somewhere that was a bubble, and they were on their phones when they finished, and there was a video of him playing the piano. I think it might have been Globes that took it.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
I don't know who else has a special talent. I don't know if like Gavin Price is a poet or something like that.
Yeah. Colin, how we doing, mate? All good. John O'Shea is a leg away from the last 16. Thank you, in Germany. Yeah, Adam. Yeah, because Adam Hunt can also play the piano as well. It was like piano wars.
That's bad.
Karaoke night won't be dull.
George Killington is a 5-2 winner over Stu Wilson. Any chance Colin Lloyd will play in the live league? He's been asked. No, there's a video. Northie can play the piano as well. I know Adam can play, but there's one of Northie as well playing as well. Because Luke says, who progressed from Q-School A2? 2 seconds and we will let you know. You just need to get it back up. We've moved on to B.
Horvat, Lucas Venig. They're definitely two.
Jans Zigner. My apologies if I butchered his name. He beat Brian Roman. Then Bent Lamberstream came through, played some decent stuff all day. Lucas Vanik and Dragutin Horvath. Gavin said, afternoon guys, loving the stream. Keep it up. Looking at the European qualifiers, the likes of Klassen should walk through the field. Yeah, you'd like to think that they'd be too strong, but you never know.
I think it's a different proposition if you're talking about UK Q-School because you have got and this is not disrespect to the players playing the EU Q-School, but you've got the top players there. You've got your Ramage, you've got your Trickoffs there, but strength in depth is perhaps not quite there. As you look at the UK Q-School, there's quality throughout the field, and I just think it's going to be much more difficult for those who are trying to win back tour cards from the UK Q-School than it is the EU Q-School. And I think Yellow will be quite happy the fact that he's placed in Niedernhausen instead of Milton Keynes.
Yeah, I think in summing up when we were talking about this on day one, I think the top end of European Q-School is very, very good and very competitive. But I think that the strength in depth is better in the UK. But top end, I don't think there's much between them once we get to stage 2 and it's everyone in. Jack says, Phil, what do you think the cut-off will be? Looking at it, we think 4 will be enough. That's not guaranteed, but looking at it, we think 4 will get you through.
Just to reply to Gob, apologies, you have seen my Xmas antics. It is somewhere on social media if you are desperate enough to see it. I did get tucked up on that one, in fairness.
Mate, Denon is 2-1 in front. Open up the Joker's game. Let's have a look. He is 52 points away from sealing a win over Daniel Day. And John ran the houses. Double 10 when he comes back. He's bust. Oh, John. Stinger B says, just online, how's my boy Danny Lalby done today? Again, another steady day, mate. He's done more than enough. Even if he doesn't win through outright tomorrow, more than enough points on the order of merit.
$85 data in this game. Still going on. Janssen 4, Callagher 3.
John O'Shea gets over the line. 8-5 to winner. Got there in the end, did the Joker. Mucked around a little bit towards the end. Has Dart's ranking updated yet? No. Colin, not as yet, mate, but it will be announced in due course. It's not a million miles away. So that puts I think that's John O'Shea now safe as well, regardless of whether he wins automatically. Up to 5 points, 9th on the order of merit, even if he were to lose next. I think the Joker's all good now.
Your sense, and even if not, you can imagine he'll get enough results tomorrow to kind of get himself over the line anyway. Depending on what draw he gets, of course.
Yeah. Bagdatis is through as well. The Lithuanian partner of Darius Labanauskas. Jose Marquez is also 4-2 up. Again, partner of Jose de Souza in the World Cup. Johan Enström
Of course,
is
it opened.
controlled, but been taken to a noble, and he's missed darts again. I'm guessing he's missed a lot of darts at a double in this game, Johan Enström. But he's coming back. If he were to lose this leg, it would be catastrophic to a man in Marcel Hexel that hasn't hit a treble in this leg. Oh, sorry, he's hit one treble. 44, 45, 60, 60, 60, 95, 57. But Johan Enström does get over the line in the end.
That would have been beyond wading.
Wading of the highest order, that would have been. Roxy James is underway as well. He is 3-2 up. I can't believe this match is still going on. Well, this rate, they'll be shutting the door and the cleaners will be in.
To be fair, the cleaners would probably beat him.
At this rate, we're sure they're not the cleaners. Someone's just got confused and put them on a board. There you go, we've got a gap. You two, go and play on that one.
How do you fancy entering a tournament which might get you £15 million worth of prize money?
But I've never played before in my life. It doesn't matter. Just go over there. Oh.
Oh dear. Did you see that? The guy had a chance at 120 checkout and he scored 7.
Well, here's one for you. Michael Rastovitz has just won 5-0. Nico Kurtz has played once, had a rest, and he's now 2-0 up in his next game, and this one's still going on. Nico Kurtz could have played twice by the time this one's finished.
And just think, beating Nico Kurtz is worth the same amount of points as beating one of these boys.
Oh.
Cameron Briggs giving Test match cricket a run for his money. This is like a 5-day darts match, isn't it? Outside leg. No, I'm not going to play that one.
At what point do they decide, you know what, closer to the ball wins it?
Well, he's just lost 20 as well.
Yeah, we're well past that point.
Do I ask how he does that?
I've got no idea. He's probably at treble 15.
Phil's gone.
Oh.
Just imagine you were commentating on this. Because this would be my worst nightmare.
Right.
I'd be loving this.
For me, Paul Nicholson is one of the best in the business at making a dull game sound good. However, not even he could make this well. Thank God we're over the line. But
if he could make that
Nico
interesting, he'd test it.
Yeah, not even Nico can make that one sound good.
Well, the good news is that they can only improve.
You say that.
There's the cynic in you.
Oh.
Think about the fact they probably got the same amount of points as a Connor Scutt today. Not to make Connor feel worse in the chat room, of course, but...
Yep. One of the Sean McDonald's picks, as we keep saying, Scott Campbell, 4-3 up, playing some really good stuff, just as to hold out for 5-3, and then he would be in the last 16, which is essentially a final today, isn't it? Last 16 basically a final. So, yeah, it's a good tip.
Well, everyone, thank God that game's finished and we can now get back to some proper darts.
That was proper, that.
That was like Div 6 in your local Friday night league.
11 o'clock at night when the bell's gone, last orders.
Yeah. Taxi's outside, come on.
Taxi would have pulled away.
Get in your own way home.
In fairness, they'll still be there the next morning so they get the first train.
Yeah.
Back to the serious stuff, though. Sean Griffiths is 4-1 up on Mark Layton. We've seen both of these play in the live. That's a top 32 game. Averages in the 70s, but look, at this stage, it's just about getting the job done, getting yourself through. Exactly what Matt Dennett's doing at the moment. It's Robert Nelson. Averages, again, not great, but it's just about getting the job done, essentially, in these games. And I'm just having a look, warming up. John O'Shea, who's had a horrible draw for 2 days now, 1 game away from having a rest day against Chris Quantock. What a tie that will be for a space in stage 2.
Big moment here for Scott Campbell and Justin Smith. Campbell's on 92, but if he doesn't take it out, Smith's on 66. So see if a game over or game on. It's game over. He takes out 92. Scott Campbell through the last 16. Brilliant composure there.
What does that do for Justin Smith? A good run today. Does that do him enough on the order of merit, do we think? Three points today. May need a point tomorrow. Matty Denon at 3 apiece. Chris Gilliland. That game took almost an hour. Wow.
First to 5. That's...
So, Jordan, points are awarded from the last 2-5-6 onwards. So 1 point per round you win. So if you win your 2-5-6 game and get to the 1-2-8, you get a point. If you lose in that, and then so if you win 2 points, and so on.
Just imagine you're the marker, though, for that game. You've just lost. And then you've got an hour to stew on it during that match.
Knowing that you lost, not playing as badly as that.
Sod's law, they probably averaged about 100.
If I'm the welfare officer in Niedernhausen now, whoever's marked that game, I stay with them for a good hour or so to make sure they're all right. They could be traumatised.
What, do you have a bit of a lull, Phil? Bit of news coming out about the World Seniors in the last hour or so.
Yeah, great news that Jennings Bet are on board for the World Seniors Tour and the 2023 World Championships. The seniors is gathering momentum. There is going to be a tour.
Of course, you can get your tickets for the bonus arena in Hull for the match play.
Yeah.
2nd and 3rd of July.
Is that when the match play is? 2nd and 3rd of July?
3rd of July, yeah.
Hopefully that doesn't clash with anything. Let's get the calendar up. Oh. Clashes with the Euro Tour. So no, I probably won't be in Hull. God, flying solo.
Hull's a beautiful place at this time of year. Well, that time of year anyway. Matthew Dennant, by the way, is through. We had a bit of a gap in play, but Matthew Dennant is now into the next round.
Yep.
Elsewhere, Mark Layton's pulled it back to 4-3 against Sean Griffiths. That one again in the last 32. The top two games you can see in the UK Q-School, which is on the right-hand side of your screen. The top three now. Their last 16 games. So if you win, you are in to the next stage of PDC Q-School. If not, then you go again tomorrow with the likelihood of another good one getting you through to that stage. Anyway, with the top 72 in the UK getting yourself through to the next stage of PDC Q-School, which starts on Wednesday when the tour card holders come in that dropped out.
When the World Seniors Masters, that's April.
Is it what was meant to be the late May bank holiday weekend?
Was it late May?
I think so, yeah, because the qualifiers are in April, aren't they? I think one of the Lakeside weekends.
Let's have a look. Let's go through. That's Hull. We know about that one. We know about all. Know about that one.
No, last 32 game decided then. Neil and all finalists. Gillett beats Nathan Treadgold by 5 legs to 4, and then Noble probably does it last starting hand as well.
Elsewhere, Mark Layton has left himself double H short. God, sorry, Phil.
Oh, again, that one clashes with a Euro Tour as well. Horrendous behaviour.
It's almost as if the PDC have a packed schedule this year.
Yeah. God. Who doesn't dream of a weekend in the city of UK culture 2017? Someone asked about Matty Denon. Yeah, look, even if he loses the playoff game, he's safe. He's on 7 points. He can have a siesta.
Talking about no siestas, Mark Layton has bust his score back on 2-2. So Sean Griffiths now 32 to see himself through. This is to the last 16. So this is effectively the final to get through to the next stage. 2 16s he wants is to be for breaker throw. 5-3 victory. Score 24. Leaves 4-4. So Mark Layton now 2-2 to send us all the way to the decider, which Griffiths would have the throw in.
In Europe as well, Marco Cantelli is out in the last 64.
Wow.
Seen the Finn play on the home tour.
Just heading back to that Leighton Griffiths game. Leighton took the 2-2 first start in hand. Griffiths has the throw in the final leg, but it's only kicked off for 59. So the door is very much open here for the Welshman, who's only hit 36. Last leg nerves between these two, with a plate in the last 16 up for grabs.
Chris Gilliland maybe fluffing his lines here. 4-3 in front, throwing for the match. I say fluffing his lines, maybe a little harsh. But Kevin Garcia has gone 180, 140, 140 to leave 41 after 9 to break back. Big moments here. Goes in 2, we've got a level game, and Garcia is throwing for the match against Gilliland. David says, do players still have to turn up tomorrow, even if they're likely to be in stage 2? That is their choice, mate. They could take the day off if they want. No one forces them to play each day. I think if you're Matty Denon, you can do it, and that's fine. First, what I call big shock. Nico Kurtz has gone. Again, probably done enough just on the order of merit, but Nico Kurtz departs for the day. And we praised Garcia for a fabulous leg to break back, but he may have handed the dart straight back. Chris Gilliland, I'll tell you after this throw how much of an advantage he has in the noble leg. Could be better, but he has got his nose in front. Garcia needs to replicate some of the last leg power scoring and does, but leaves a bogey. Maths could have been better from that situation.
Just the last 32 is now finished. Sean Griffiths 5, Matt Layton 4. But on you go now because that's a final. Is that a playoff place on the line?
Has left the Wade finish. The 1-2-1. Garcia on 68. But Gilliland will get first opportunity at a finish. How close? No treble. So advantage back to Garcia. 68. Will he get one double or 2? Missed is the answer. Leaves 32. So Chris Gilliland should get at least one dart at tops or double 16. And he has missed. So, back to Garcia. Double 16 to book his place, and it goes. Last iron hand. Kevin Garcia sees off Chris Gilliland in a noble 5-4.
I do, but well, Phil, I don't know if you want to go for a wee quick ad break before the finals are about to come on, because I'll need to jump off at this point, just before John O'Shea's looking as if he's going to go for the final one.
Yeah, that's cool, mate. Not a problem at all. 2 seconds. Right, everyone. Scott is departing. So we are going to have a quick ad break, but we will be back on the other side of this. Myself and Henry will see you till about 4 o'clock, and then Gob will be joining us at some point as well. So we will see you all very, very shortly. Scott, absolutely superb, buddy. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. Henry's internet has just dropped at the key moment. He'll be back shortly. Scott is off, got some uni stuff to do. Gob will be joining us shortly as well once he finishes work, as we take you through the final stages of Q-School day number 2. Greg Ritchie back to 2 with Ben Hazel, and John O'Shea is 3-2 up on Chris Quantock. Tugboat says, has Quanny done enough? 2 seconds, and I will let you know. Where are we? McDenon there. Probably, yeah. Not mathematically. If Chris loses here, he's on 4 points. Will probably be enough. Sat 23rd on the rankings. It's hard to see 50 players overtaking him tomorrow. So, yes, I would say he has done enough. Good evening, everyone, as well in the chat room, wherever you are in the world. Remember, come and say how. Make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel as we edge to that 20k barrier. Again, come and say hi in the chat room.
We'll have a look at the EU Q-School in a minute, but let's just have a quick check of the top 16, the last 16 in the UK, because obviously the winners of this will go through. John O'Shea looks as if he's on his way against Chris Quantock. He leads by 4 legs to 2, steady 93 average up against Quantock's 82. Elsewhere, George Killington's had a good day. Is it coming to an end here, though, against Joshua Birkswood? We haven't really spoken about too much today. Steadily going about his business. Killington brings that back now to 3-2. Ben Hazel and Greg Ritchie, they're locked in a battle at 2 apiece. Hazel's been consistent throughout the day, as has Greg Ritchie, now goes 3-2 up. He's 2 legs away from getting himself through to the second stage. Ryan Hogarth up against Scott Campbell. Campbell was talked up by Sean McDonald, who we had on the programme a little bit earlier on. He's 1-0 down to Hogarth, of course, early days in that one. Still to come, Sean Griffiths takes on Leonard Gates. Mike Gillett up against Sean Wilkinson, and Matthew Dennett against Simon Stevenson in UK Q-School.
Yeah, we've had a question about the werewolf, Niall Cullerton. Let's go back to the order of merit and have a look. Niall is 54 at the moment on 3 points. 3 may be enough, nowhere near a guarantee. He probably needs a point or two to guarantee it. He's close, but still work to do for the werewolf to guarantee a spot in stage number 2. Again, sorry, my fault was. Forgot to put them back up. There we go. My bad. So the cut-off, we think 4 points will get you there. Sean Fallon has work to do. She probably needs to get to the last 64 tomorrow. Will Scott Campbell get through? What did he get? 2 points yesterday. Yeah, he's on 6. Scott Campbell, even if he loses here, will be fine.
You could pretty much get to a last 16 on the first day, have a couple of days off, and probably still be safe.
Yeah. Excalibur Force. We're always looking at ways to improve the live league, mate. You will see some changes to the way things look on the screen and everything like that. But yeah.
All about innovation.
Well, you know, you can't give everyone everything at once. You have to ease things in.
Exactly. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yes. I tell you what, Greg Ritchie has absolutely spun this game on his head. He was 2-0 down to Ben Hazel, but the Scot has won 4 on the bounce and is 1 away from stage 2. Brian
Again,
says,
another one of those.
happened at the next stage? That's when the goodies are handed out. It is in stage 2 that you can win your tour card.
Well, talking about goodies, we're going to a last leg to see who can deliver the goods and get themselves through automatically between Chris Quantock and John O'Shea. They're going to a last leg decider. We'll delve into that leg as it goes on. So O'Shea's kicked off ton 40. Quantock had the throw and only kicked off for 43. So O'Shea at this early juncture has stolen the darts. Quantock follows up with a ton. O'Shea only 60. The advantage he did have on that last visit perhaps wiped out a little bit if Quantock can get a big score here. 301 of O'Shea now plays 300 of Quantock after just a 58. So O'Shea here has the advantage against the darts here, but has won the throw and hits a maximum. What a time to hit a max to leave 1-2-1 after 9 in the deciding leg. Quantock needs something big. A ton won't suffice. So O'Shea here, 1-2-1 for the match and for his space in the second stage of PDC Q-School. He wants 1-2-1, hits 105. Didn't have to go for the bullseye, of course, with his opponent on a finish. Leaves double 8, the sensible thing to do. Quantock can only put pressure on. It's another ton. So 100 left should he come back. But John O'Shea has 3 in hand. A double 8 and pins it. First time of asking. And the Joker is there. He's had to come through one of the toughest draws you may see at Q-School, but gets himself through nonetheless. He can have a well-earned day off. He is through to the second stage. The Joker is still in the pack to become a PDC tour card holder.
Absolutely. The Joker is there. Chris Quantock also done enough on the order of merit as well. Greg Ritchie is also there. Pins 7-7 at the first time of asking to see off Ben Hazel. So all good there. Greg Ritchie is through.
Joshua Birksford also through. He's beaten George Killington by 5-2. So convincing win there against Killington, who's had a really good day.
There was also, Ryan says, how many people go through to the next round? So the 3 days of action, this is the UK and Europe. 3 days of stage 1 action. 8 players a day win the right to go through. And then there's 72 places on the order of merit, which make up the 1 to 8 players in stage number 2. And then once you're in stage 2, 1 player a day will win their tour card, and then the rest is made up on the order of merit across the 4 days. Hope that helps. Colin, funny you should say that. We're working on bits like that all the time, mate. Don't worry. Always trying to improve. Is Benito and Jamie Lewis safe? Let's have a look. I don't think Jamie Lewis is. No, Jamie Lewis is only on 3 points, so he still has work to do. Benito van der Pass. Let's have a look. Benito on 3 points. 3 points in Europe may just about get you in, but not 100%. Both still have work to do.
So as the PDC UK Q-School comes towards its conclusion for the day now, we are going to have a little look over the EU. We're getting towards the top 64, top 32. Now, just a reminder, if you have just tuned in, the EU Q-School is working a little bit differently to the UK Q-School. So they're split into 2 elements of the day. So there's 2 separate competitions, if you will, because of the bubble system that's taking place in Niedernhausen, restrictions on how many people can be in certain rooms at certain times. So you have one half and then another half of players taking part at one time. And so we have 2 events, if you will. We're down to the top last 32 and last 64 stages in this event. Earlier on, we saw the likes of Brian Roman and Thibaut Tricol in action in the first event of the day, and we'll get through to the who got through in that one. It was Dragadin Horvat, Jens Zeigler, Lucas Venig, and Bent Lambertson who came through the first section of today's action. And it's down to the quarterfinals in the EU Q-School. So they have the same number go through, but in 2 separate competitions. We go through to a top 8, where the 4 winners from that will progress through to the second stage of Q-School, which starts on Wednesday when the likes of Jelle Klassen is going to be the headline name taking part in EU Q-School.
Absolutely. Something about Sean Griffiths. If he loses this, 5 points. Yes, 5 points will get you through. He's 13th on the order of merit, and there aren't 60 players that are going to overtake him tomorrow. I think that's a fair assumption to make.
Unless something very, very, very strange happens, I think he's okay.
Yeah. Sean will be fine. Stinger B says, being from the USA, last year with Danny Baggish, this year with Danny Lalby. Don't forget Leonard Gates as well, mate. Leonard is over here flying the flag for the US of A. And the way it's looking, can't wait to be returning to America this year, New York in June.
Should be a great event over in the MCG and MSG, so Madison Square Garden. MCG somewhere completely different. Should be a fantastic event. Probably the flagship of the World Series events this year. Going over to New York, the Big Apple. Great chance for the sport to grow itself.
It's a real standout moment in the darts in MSG. Also, Stephen asks about the card split. The split's already been decided, mate. It is 17-15. 17 for Europe. I'm sorry, 17 for UK, 15 for Europe. Emstrom 5 points. Yeah, Emstrom's safe, mate. 5 points in the EU will safely get you through. Not a worry with that one. Ryan Hogarth is 1 away against Scott Campbell and has the darts in this one.
But just digging in, just having a little...
Dongan as well from the States.
Just delving into that Hogarth-Campbell game. Just a chance for Campbell in this leg. Hogarth had the darts, but hasn't hit a treble yet at any of his first 3 visits. Campbell on 286 out of 9. Hogarth on 341. So he has the advantage of throw now, Campbell. He's taken that off of Hogarth, and Hogarth's hit at 95. So still advantage Campbell here. But I want to hit a big score just to ramp home that advantage as we come towards the finishes.
Leonard Gates levels up. Sadly, Liam Gallagher is not at Q-School this year, hence why you haven't had all the amazing Oasis puns that we managed to shoehorn in for 7 days last year.
It'd be the biggest irony in the world of sport if his walk-on song was something by Pulp.
Or Blur.
Hooks on the Park Life.
Yeah. No, stage 2 is not seeded.
Don't know about you, Phil, but I'm just going to throw something in here. Imagine if the first day of stage 2, first round draw, Lisa Ashton up against Fallon Sherrock.
Well, Fallon has to do her bit tomorrow, but yeah, that would be interesting.
Very close to a couple of results. Ryan Hogarth won away against Scott Campbell at 4-2. Matthew Dennett won away at 4-1 against Simon Stevenson. And game, set, and match in Matthew Dennett's favour. He's taken out 62. 2 darts in hand. Clean kill for him. 5-1 victory at Simon Stevenson. And we will be seeing Matthew Dennett on Wednesday.
Yes, we will. But yeah, the Oasis puns were absolutely amazing. We managed to roll with it. We had cast no shadows. We had champagne supernovas. You name it. We managed to bring it out last year every time.
Part of the master plan, wasn't it?
Exactly. It was great.
Well, Scott Campbell's going to have a shot at 80 here to pull one back against Ryan Hogarth. It is with Campbell's darts and Campbell's throw, but just to pull it back to 4-3, although Hogarth's just hit a 177, so this 80 is under severe pressure. Hogarth on 42 for the match and for his place in the next stage. So this 80, you sense, has to go from Scott Campbell, who was tipped up earlier on this stream by Sean McDonald to do things today. He's certainly done bits, but he can't get over the line on this occasion. Has left himself on top. So Hogarth here, 42 to get the job done and to get himself through to stage 2 of Q-School, have the day off tomorrow, and come back for the big prize come Wednesday, but only single 10. He's missed 2 at double 16 to get himself through. So Campbell now back at tops he goes. You sense this time it has to go. He can't miss this time. This is for 4-3, and to hold his throw, so would have to break in the next, and gets it second dart in hand. So 4-3. So Ryan Hogarth is going to have to serve it out here if he's going to get it done this leg.
Yep. Looking good. Couple of real good ones in the chat room. We'll come on to the WDF question in a minute because it's a good one from Christopher. So we'll answer that in a second. Also, someone asked, I think it was Reese, says about Kazoo sponsoring nearly every PDC event, eggs all in one basket. Look, it's a risk. Not right now because the contract's in place. But it's then if they don't renew, you have to find sponsors for a lot of tournaments instead of 1 or 2, Henry.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in the past, when Unibet managed to get a lot of the sponsorships for a lot of events, even though it wasn't as many as Kazoo, once they started drifting out, you saw 1 or 2 little sponsors that came in for the odd year here and there, Mr. Green being one of them, and a couple of others. So look, great news that Kazoo have come on board. It's a big brand, it's a big national brand. I know it's a brand that's getting bigger across the European region, so it's great to have them on board. But of course, as you say, because it's a lot of events under one sponsorship, if they didn't renew in that scenario, then it does become a bit more difficult. We think by the time that deal's up, it is a multi-year deal. Potentially the role of gambling companies involved in sport in this country specifically might be less and lesser. So look, it's great news that they're on board. I say it's a lot of events in one go. But then you say that there's other competitors in this industry. Cinch have been a big player in the sports game recently, taking up the cricket contracts, sponsoring the Scottish leagues for multiple years. So these two look as if probably in the UK at least, they're probably going to be the main players in terms of the sports sponsorship role, as a lot of events and companies look to move away from gambling sites.
Yeah, like I say, it's great, but there's just an element of be careful because, like we say, if they don't renew in 4 years or however long the deal is, then you're trying to find sponsors for an awful lot of events instead of 1 or 2. So, yes, fabulous news, but just a little tiny little asterisk there, just saying, just be careful for me. Sam says, is the PDC the only major body in darts? Is there an American Asian equivalent? So the WDF are a world player, more of the amateur side of the game. Look, the PDC is the premier. I'm not going to say governing body because they're not, but they're the premier promoter of darts. You've got the PDC Asia Tour, which is obviously affiliated to the PDC. You've got the CDC in America. Again, that's affiliated to the PDC. The DPA in Australia, which is again affiliated. So the PDC have got affiliation and feeder tours all around the world. And long term, they will only get stronger.
Just while we were discussing that, Ryan Hogarth has got over the line against Scott Campbell. Averages in the 70s, but look, at this point of the day, it's just about getting yourself through. He has done that. He's into the next phase. He's a 5-3 winner there, the former Dutch Open finalist.
Yeah. There was... I was looking at a couple of bits. One says about the... stage. Look, I'm not going to lie. I hate the Kazoo stage. I hope they change the colour of that background because it is rank. That mouldy, greeny colour. Look, it's their brand colours, so if they don't, look, it's their brand, it's their business. Do I like it? No.
I think it was one of the things with the William Hill set is that the blue just it suited the Ali Pali world, didn't it? The whole set looked good in that. And look, it's small aesthetic things that make events big. And if something, just the tiniest thing looks out of place, and look, Matchroom and the PDC know as well as anyone about these things. But if something just looks that little bit out of place, it can, turn the odd viewer away. And look, the hardcore fans will tune in. But those, especially the World Championship, because we know there's a lot of people that tune in just for that one event a year. If there's certain things that ain't aesthetically pleasing, they're the quickest people to switch to the remote.
Yeah, no, agreed. There was one. Afternoon, Chris. Hope you are well. Plenty of upsets, plenty of surprises. We'll try and run you through them all shortly. Declan says, who's on stream tomorrow? I know it's me and Tiz, and I can't remember. I think we've got a couple of people jumping in and out. But Tiz joins us tomorrow. The question was, do you think any of the people that are in the WDF world will win cards? My answer to that is yes.
Yeah.
You, Henry?
There's too many good players in that field not to get tour cards. I think the biggest question is probably how many. And again, that depends. I think probably the players in the EU Q-School, and this is no detriment to anyone in the UK, this is genuinely based on strength and depth. I think the likes of Tricol, Roman in the EU Q-School probably stand a better chance just because of that strength and depth perhaps not being in the EU Q-School as opposed to the UK Q-School. Whereas you look at some of the first round games in in Niedernhausen, you could probably predict a lot of the results. Whereas in the UK one, there's a few more pick and matches. So I think you'll probably see it a bit more in the EU with Roman and Tricol. But I mean, obviously, kind of Scott's going to be up there amongst the Shouton and a few others.
Yeah, no, completely. I'm just going to get the draw up. Whilst we've done that, there is a result, Henry.
Yes, there is. It's in the game between Mike Gillett and Sean Wilkinson. And it's just popped up my screen, which is really convenient at this moment in time. It was Sean Wilkinson who's got himself through to the next phase of Q-School. He's beaten Mike Gillett, another player we've seen in the Online Darts Live League in 2021. The Winchester-based Welshman is out. He'll go again tomorrow. Sean Wilkinson is through by 5 legs to 2 with a steady 87 average. He can have the day off. He can rest, relax, recuperate, and go again on Wednesday when the big prize of a PDC Tour card is up for grabs.
Absolutely. So, looking at I can't remember all the names off the top of my head. So, out of the WDF ones, the ones that I think could and possibly will get tour cards that are qualified, I think Roman and Tricol both have great chances in EU.
Mm-hmm.
He can't. Jules Van Dongen, the way he's been playing, I think he has a chance.
Yeah.
And then Nick Fulwell, Mike Warburton, Cameron Menzies are all more than capable.
Mm-hmm.
Ross Montgomery is in the mix. He's done really well. Hopai Puhau qualified yesterday. Huge chance, as is Andreas Harrison. James Richardson, never write off. Connor Scott, huge chance. Ben Hazels had a great day. Paul Hogan, he's the professional amateur, as he's been dubbed. And then the one that I really think has a huge... Jared Cole also has a chance to me. Great A game. And I think Shawnee Mack is Mr. Consistent. Do I think Sean will win one outright? No. Do I think he'll win one on the order of merit? Yes. So,
and again, he's that
there could be massive disruption.
And it is that sort of catch-22 with the WDF, and obviously Richard and Nick are one of those who obviously want the best for the game. They want the players to do as well as possible, but there is that catch-22 of, yes, you want the players to do well and then qualify for the PDC, because that's what the whole system of the WDF is suited for now. But you don't really want a tournament as big as the Lakeside World Championship then to have huge holes in. So in some ways they are a bit stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea, but it's just yeah. Here's our one remaining outstanding game in the UK, and then it is all focus on Niedernhausen. Leonard Gates and Sean Griffiths going toe-to-toe. Gates leads 4-3, has the advantage of throwing this 8th leg and kicks off with a ton 40. Very strong start there. Sean Griffiths back against the wall here. Needs to break. Would have the throw in the last leg if he did break, but he is in a spot of bother here. Kicks off with a ton. So how will Gates respond here? Another big score, and he really is in command of not just this leg, but this match, and he hits a maximum. What a time for massive visit. Leonard Gates, 181 after 6, and Sean Griffiths has it all to do now. It is advantage Gates. Can the American get himself over the line and into the next stage of Q-School with a day to spare? He has at least 6 at 181 to get the job done. We await. 96 leaves 85. It's not a bad leave. It could be better, but not a bad leave in the circumstances. Griffiths has got to find 2 trebles from somewhere to leave a finish. Doesn't do so. Only 26. So Leonard Gates has 6 darts at 85 to get himself through to the second stage of Q-School here in Milton Keynes. 53 leaves 32 when he comes back with Griffiths back on 276. Had the luxury of time there as well, Leonard Gates. But won't do now. Maximum leaves 96. Sorry, 96, so he leaves 180. I've gone the other way around. Apologies there. Leonard Gates, 32. Double 16. Double 16 for Leonard Gates. Misses inside. So Griffiths can set up here with 180 left. Leonard Gates on double 8. Has had chances now. Has had many chances to see the job through. What a time this would be for 140 for Sean Griffiths. Would put almighty pressure on Leonard Gates. And does hit a ton 40. So huge pressure now on this double 8 for Leonard Gates to see himself over the line in the end. Can he do it? Will he do it? Leaves himself on double 4. So Griffiths will have a chance here to take it to a decider where he will have the darts. Double top. And so we wait to see whether it goes. This crucial visit for Sean Griffiths. And does go last dart. He has the throw in the deciding leg. Leonard Gates has had chance upon chance upon chance to put this match to bed. Couldn't convert any of them. And it's now advantage Sean Griffiths in this deciding leg to see who goes through to stage 2.
Don't worry, chat room, loads of good questions in there. We will come to you, but all eyes are on this game.
Good way to end the day with a noble leg in the UK. And Gates has got off ton 40 after Griffiths' ton. You can hardly prize these two apart at this moment in time. Reminder, Leonard Gates in the last leg had a multitude of darts to get this game done and to get himself through to the next stage. Couldn't convert them. And Sean Griffiths stepped in with a crucial break of throw, but only hits 59 here. So potentially Phil advantage Gates.
Needs to back it up. That's enough, probably. That's enough to keep the advantage. But we've seen, though, Griffiths just needs to keep himself in the hunt, Henry. Gates has already missed doubles, so just needs to be in and around.
Can't keep himself too far behind, but will find himself in front there, 120. Needs the Richie Benno score of 222. Gates here is sense. Probably needs a 2 treble visit. He gets the ton 40 to leave 138. So Griffiths now can only set it up and will try and set it up as handily as he possibly can as Leonard Gates comes back with a big outshot, but an outshot at that, and another chance to see himself through to the next stage of qualifying school. 94 leads 128, but it's Gates who has the first chance at the checkouts. 138. 2 ways he can go here. He may go treble 20, treble 18, double 12, or 2 treble 20s for double 9. 98 leaves top, so Sean Griffiths may get a chance at the bull here on 128. See himself through. Leonard Gates missed darts at double in the last leg to get it done. Can Sean Griffiths mop up and seal it this time? 81 leaves 47, so Leonard Gates will get another bite at the cherry after missing darts in the previous leg to see the job through and to see himself through to the next stage of Q-School starting Wednesday. He's had chance after chance and has spurnt it again, and Sean Griffiths can step in again. 47 would see him steal a place in the second stage from right under Leonard Gates's nose. And does so in 2 darts. Heartbreak for Leonard Gates, who had chances to see himself through to the second stage. Probably won't be too bad for him. Probably will get through on the order of merit. But Sean Griffiths has somehow clawed his way back from the depths to win this one by 5 legs to 4.
That also helps with the order of merit as well, because Sean Griffiths is obviously high placed in that order of merit, so he will disappear and the bar drops again. Maybe that points tally is just getting a little bit lower, but that concludes Milton Keynes' side of Q-School. Today's qualifiers are as follow: Ryan Hogarth, Sean Wilkinson, Kevin Garcia, John O'Shea, Greg Ritchie, Sean Griffiths, Matty Dennant, and Joshua Burksfield are all through to stage 2. They have done the business. The rest come back tomorrow for one more shot, one more chance at glory and getting through to the finals of the Dream Factory. It's all good, Henry. It's all good, but all eyes will now turn to Niedernhausen for the conclusion of EU Q-School. Henry is going to be with us for another 10 minutes, and then I may be flying solo for about 10-15 minutes, but Gob and Charlie are both going to jump on at some point. But it's been very, very good today, mate. I'm just going to switch the games around on screen. So we've got a feature game as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've got some proper work to do in a little bit. Well, I say proper work, it's just the same as this, but in a different guise. Still talking rubbish, nonetheless.
In sport, we all love talking nonsense.
Best job in the world. Nobody likes what you say, but, you know. Let's have a little look, though, at some of the games. Willem Mandiger's a regular at the BDO World Championships at the Lakeside. He's 4-3 up on Michael Hertz. Elsewhere, Ryan DeLeader, another one we've seen in that championship before, 1-0 up on Robin Berger. One game that's gone 3-3 between Thomas Ehlers and Thomas Hajek. I'm not looking forward to reading out the score from this 3-3. Mikhail Smedja up against Radek Shiganski. Apologies if I've got that wrong. 3-3
That's right,
in that one.
It's all right, mate. We butcher names for fun over here. It's fine.
Glad we didn't have. Do you remember that World Championship when you had that that player Fanawat and he had that really long last name,
Yeah.
which is almost unpronounceable. Have a look elsewhere. Barry Zander is about to get underway against Thomas Hudek and David Rossi against Mac de Jong in the top 32 warming up.
There we have it now. Feature game and live scores up from Niedernhausen.
Good standard in that one as well. Just have a look at the scores from that particular leg.
Decent stuff. Johan Instrom is 3-2 up as well. Again, even if he doesn't come through, has done more than enough on the order of merit.
And of course, hopefully, obviously there's a lot more restrictions in Germany, but hopefully we'll get as many European Tour events as possible this year. 13
Hopefully.
scheduled in.
Games are underway. So I'm noticing there's a lot of Czech flags around in this last 32 today.
We said a little bit earlier on, didn't we, that there's one or two nations that just coming up to prominence a little bit in Europe, and the Czech Republic, probably along with Italy, are right at the top of that list. And perhaps it's gone a little bit under the radar. We speak a lot about the growth and expansion in territories like Germany, but the Czech Republic have brought through a lot of good players over recent years, perhaps not to the fanfare that we've seen in other countries. Obviously, it's now venue for Euro Tours and had big events in the past, and hopefully that's something that continues into the future. The Czech Republic, Italy, I think they're two strongholds you've got to look out for. I think the other one that's interested me, I've seen 2 or 3 Bosnian Herzegovinian flags.
Absolutely. Jim, no live lounge tonight, mate. Because obviously we've been on here for about 8 hours. So live lounge returns on Monday.
I think that's poor. They don't want to work for another 2 hours. Poor show. Patrick Van Boegaard is through to the last 16.
Earlier, but I can see a lot of darts being played in the UK. Boris has announced the UK looking at cutting isolation period for fully vaccinated people. He's just going to open us up. All darts to the UK. Let's get the Euro Tours over here as well.
As a man who lives on the south coast and won't have much of big tournament darts, I'm more than happy to have that.
Yeah.
Get the Euro Tour down to Portsmouth. That's all I'm saying. That's my petition. Could you imagine the World Series of Darts being held in Skegness?
Oh. I'd love to see some of the international players coming in and sampling Skegness.
I don't think he'd ever come back to the UK again.
It's nice in the summer, but freezing in the winter.
Yes. The only problem is I'm not sure what we do with the Scottish Darts Masters, because you'd only be allowed Nicola Sturgeon there on a throne or something like that. Not to get political, of course.
Gary still wouldn't play the Euro Tour.
If it's
I'm
outside
trying to think,
Burnham
right.
on Sea, he won't be bothered.
Right, you could put a Euro Tour in Great Yarmouth. No, not Great Yarmouth. Western-super-Mare, which is probably nearest to him in terms of like venues like that. Gary, we've got an event in Western. Are you playing? Nah, you're all right.
To be fair, I wouldn't blame him. It's not the greatest. Polly's the only one who is from Western-super-Mare, but yeah. I had a problem in a previous job. We used to get Western-super-Mare every bank holiday August weekend away.
Oh.
And I cannot tell you how bad a journey it is to get in and out of Western-super-Mare for 3 o'clock kickoff on a bank holiday roasting August weekend.
Yeah. It's got everyone in the chat room now thinking where we can have Euro Tour events in England to get them on. To be fair, we could probably treat some of the German players. They probably never sampled Yorkshire, so like chips and gravy. We can give them that cuisine.
Could do. Can you imagine Euro Tour up in Newcastle? Bank holiday weekend. Bank holiday
I'm
weekend.
down for
Queen's
that.
Platinum Jubilee Bank holiday weekend.
I'm down for
Honestly,
that.
You wouldn't get out of there alive, but it'd be good fun.
I love Newcastle at the best of times. One of the best nights out ever. So I'm always up for a trip to the Toon.
I'll tell you what, they do have a really nice curry houses up there as well. Oh,
Yeah.
if you're ever away up north and you want a Ruby Murray, Newcastle's your place.
Yeah, I love it. Gob's chirpy in the chat room all of a sudden. But
Shock horror.
Shock horror. As a potential break here. Everyone, as I say, not Palace, but we'll say Ryan De Vries has got to be careful here.
Especially at this point of the game, because you don't want to go 3-2 down against the darts and you're just constantly chasing, aren't you? Well, he hasn't. He's done well to avoid it, but you don't want to be in that situation.
Got himself out of jail a little bit there. That could have gone horribly wrong.
It's those small moments that change matches, especially over this short course of best of 9.
Yeah.
That one break can do all the damage.
Yeah, it's cutthroat this
Pop
format.
World. We could have Euro Tour and Pop World.
We love a pop world. How about the Home Nation series of darts like they have in snooker? Yeah, look, I don't dislike that idea. However, isn't there issues? I'm not a huge snooker fan, and someone will educate me more. But you can't have at the moment the Scottish Open in Scotland because of the gambling sponsor it has, so they're playing it in Wales. Have I got that right?
It sounds like something. Obviously, it was held in Llandudno, wasn't it, in Wales? I didn't know. I thought initially it was COVID. It could be the gambling thing.
Because it's sponsored by a gambling sponsor, Nicola wouldn't allow it, or something along those lines. So the Scottish Open is being played in Wales.
I just think she's doing her best to get rid of sport.
She's doing.
Unless
doing
it's
her
Scotland at
best.
the World Cup, of course.
an absolute arse.
And on tonight's
Right,
question time,
yeah. Max de Jong is 2-1 behind, but not the best of games. Standard for the last 32 isn't the best here in Niedernhausen. There's a few ropey ones. There's some good darts as well, but there's a few ropey ones. I'll tell you what, I've been quite impressed. Don't know a lot about him, but Max de Jong's opponent, David Rossi, this is tidy. 2-1 averaging 86. That's
another one of those Czech players that we've not really seen much of, but obviously come into this and got a good game about them. And you know, if there's going to be a surprise Q-School winner, it's going to probably come from Europe. And you know what? There's a player like that. If you average that most of the time, you're gonna do well. And you're gonna get yourself there and thereabouts. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Scottish Smurf, wee Jimmy Cranky. It's quite funny in our online darts WhatsApp chat. Every time Nicola does something stupid, Scott just comes on. She's done it again.
I can't believe there's not been a Nicola who's in charge me or the devil meme yet, or something like that.
I liked it last year when Stevie G basically told her to do one about the Rangers celebrating.
That's because it's the first time he's ever won a league.
Yeah. David.
Even then, no one
Rossi
saw it.
Here has a huge chance here to forge in front against Max de Jong. Steady enough.
You sense by the scoring pattern, well, he's definitely going to at least get 6 of the 181, probably get 9, although that will probably be a fatal mistake. Well, yeah, we'll get 9 because de Jong has left 168.
Scoring error. Ryan De Vries as well was done here. He was in a tricky situation a couple of legs ago, but now 56 for the match. He's dug himself out. Well, we thought he dug himself out of a hole, but he was in a bit of a spot.
And this is what good players do. That they get them, sometimes they get themselves stuck in the mud, but they should find that little bit of quality. And I'm going to say the saying again: they did the right things at the right time to get themselves out of jail. And once they get that little bit of a wake-up call, you tend to see them kick on. So a little bit of quality, a little bit of experience as well from De Vries there. May have just won the day.
Absolutely.
But Rossi here, when he was in a commanding position in the leg, has hit back-to-back 43s to give Max de Jong the chance at 74.
De Vries has handed that advantage back. Also, David Rossi has done the same for being in a good position. 2 visits of 43 has left him on 95. This has to go. Otherwise, Max de Jong is looking at 40 to level us up. I was praising a minute ago.
And it's amazing how quickly these games can shift on a sixpence. We're still waiting on David Rossi's score here. Gets it in the end, so 3-1 up.
Yeah,
had to go. Moment. Clutch, that is. That showed a lot of bottle, a lot of composure there. Fair play. 3-1 up. In a good position in the match.
The amount of time that took as well, that suggests to me his first dart didn't go where it was meant to, and they've had to work out the equations of what he had left. But certainly a dart went astray somewhere for me there.
And then to come back and then go bang, bang says a lot about his composure.
Oh, absolutely superb. As Max de Jong now has to find something. And his throw is under pressure here already. But Ryan de Vries looks as if he's going to cruise this leg to victory, Henry.
Again, he's showing that little bit of class when it matters. He's stepped on the afterburners in this leg, at least a ton every single turn this time round. 89 leads himself on tops after 12. 13 dart leg potentially incoming against the foe to win the match. That's class in anyone's book. So Ryan de Vries has turned it on when he's needed to turn it on. This for the match and for progression. Double top for Ryan de Vries. But goes inside, leaves double 10. So Robin Beggar has a chance. He may beg a belief. He's got a chance at this 107 to keep himself in the match. De Vries does have the insurance policy of throw, should this go. Although, realistically, he will not want to be relying on that. 3 misstarts at double for De Vries is not punished, so we'll come back for more. And this time you sense it has to go with his opponent left on double 16. Does go first dart. Ryan de Vries is through in the end. 82 average for the Dutchman. He's in to the top 16. The last 16, he's just 2 games away from progression automatically to the next phase of EU Q-School in Niedernhausen.
Also, Max de Jong has spun this leg around, found a couple of tons when it matters, but this 68 is under pressure. But Max de Jong held his nerve.
And again, big moments that coming and going. Held his nerve there, de Jong had to do so. And especially when you look at the gaps in the averages, 7 points between them on the averages. Rossi averaging 80, de Jong 73. So the chances theoretically will come few and far between. So when they do come, they have to be taken.
Absolutely. This one started off a little bit scrappy. Both players in this 6th leg, no treble in their first couple of visits. Remember, David Rossi has the advantage here. Max de Jong needs to find something and something quickly to break. A ton's not enough at this point. Needs 2 treble visits. Michael Leighton Bennett had a really good day. John Part, not so much.
Yeah, work to do there for the 3-time world champion tomorrow if he's going to get through to the next stage. Probably needs the last 32, last 16 if we're being realistic. And yeah, just won his first game, but yeah, just didn't quite hit the heights today, which will be a bit of a concern for him. Obviously, World Scene is coming up next month over at the Circus Tavern. And there's going to be a lot of players in this event at Q-School that won't get cards, but want to have at least some signs that their game is up to scratch, up together ahead of the big one at the Circus Tavern at the start of February. Okay, Goodhart doesn't have to worry about his game in this leg. He's 32 after 12. Against Eric Trotest.
Max de Jong looking at 108 to break back. And it goes. Big moments here. Max de Jong has found a 3-figure out with David Rossi sat on a double.
And Rossi was in full command of that match at 3-1. It looked perhaps at that point he was the only winner of this, but credit Max de Jong. He's stood his ground. He's dug in. He's been, really determined, got himself back in the match, carved out opportunities for himself. And when the opportunities came, he's taken them. And that is why we are back level. And you just sense now that the momentum in this match is going to swing the other way.
Yeah. Richard asks, why is the Scottish Open not a ranked event according to the WDF? I'm just guessing they've not affiliated it. That would be my first outcome. It's just not been affiliated.
Yeah, I assume so. I don't know too much on that one. I know obviously you got the England, Scotland, Wales organisations that are part of the Tri-Nations. I don't know whether going forward that's going to be the body that's responsible for the England, Welsh and Scottish Opens in the future. I don't know. I know they won the Lakeside qualifier last month, so I don't know whether that might be part of it or not, because I thought Scottish Open was a gold ranking event.
I did as well, to be fair. I haven't looked. I'm just going off what the chat has said. So I'm not too sure. But I've been impressed with Kai Gotthard here as well. Yesterday, caught my eye, and again today, 4-1 up, averaging 90. That's very good stuff.
He's playing the sorts of darts that makes you very hard to beat, and it's going to take someone good to dispose of you at the end of the day. So you play like this on a consistent basis. Forget about just this part of the Q-School process. You look at the next part of the Q-School process, it's going to be very hard to beat.
Completely. Again, Max de Jong looking at 80. Only 35. So David Rossi has the opportunity to repay in kind that topping out from Max de Jong. Can he respond? 114 to break again. From what we've seen in this leg, I would say unlikely and doesn't go. So Max de Jong looking at 45. No score. So big moments here. Here's the pendulum swinging again. 56 for Rossi. Doesn't go.
Just to mention, Kai Gotthard has got over the line in the end. Really impressive performance, 90 average against Eric Tortfest. So he is through to the last 16. Couple of wins away now from stage 2. Really, really impressive performance. It's going to be very hard to beat playing like that.
Yeah, Max de Jong bust 45. Not sure what he's done, but he's bust it. And now Rossi looking at 20. And he does break.
Don't know whether you've seen this in the last few minutes, but Danny Noppert has withdrawn from the Masters and will be replaced by Simon Whitlock. He has withdrawn to remain with his partner in the Netherlands for the birth of their first child.
Interesting. Kai Gotthard is over the line. A very impressive performance there. Where? Oh, let's go here. Let's go to. Simon Whitlock may have to come back off holiday early then, because I know he was going away in January to one of his favourite destinations in the world.
Cosham High Street.
So, that one's up. Patrick van der Bogengard is behind in this one. Again, tidy from both.
Not to be sniffed at all. And what seems to be the trend today and the trend through the Q-School is once you get through the first couple of rounds where we've seen some, let's call it interesting darts, the standard really does come to fruition a little bit more. And kind of now we've got to the last 32 game, if that makes sense. And now into the last 16, the cream rising to the top and some steady matches. A bit better standard than a particular game we saw earlier on today.
Yeah, and David Rossi has missed match darts. Max de Jong looking at 52 to save his skin, and it doesn't go. So Rossi coming back and will have a further 3 match darts in hand. Will it go? No, it doesn't. More match darts coming. If Max de Jong wins this match, I hope he's got a pound on the lottery. And it is 4 apiece, and he does have the darts in this deciding noble leg.
Just wonder what's going on in David Rossi's head right now. 3-1 up, commanding positions, had match darts at 4-3, been pegged back to 4-4. I wonder what he's feeling psychologically at this moment in time.
You would imagine in absolute pieces.
He's got to try and get himself through Shredsville to get over the line.
Yeah. Again, not much between them. This is going to be down to pure nerves and bottle in this game. Is that a slip from Max de Jong?
So it's down to who can keep it together under the utmost pressure. Place in the last 16. This is for the last spot in the last 16.
Rossi It's forged in front again. But
Just
this
as
one is going
elsewhere.
to the wire. Max de Jong, 63 points. He's plus 63.
Oh my.
I
My.
I dread to think what he's done here.
Of all times and all places. Well, David Rossi, who's a massive get out of jail free card. He's back on 4, de Jong back on 63. Will it be a reprieve for the Dutchman? It is a reprieve for the Dutchman. De Jong lived that one up to the max, but gets himself through. And what an emotional roller coaster that match was. Daniel Rossi had more than his chances to get over the line. Couldn't quite take it. Was 3-1 up, was 4-3 up, had match darts, but Max de Jong is through just.
In the chat room, they're debating on what's a major and what's not. The PDC line is they are all televised titles.
It's one of those where you just try and steer away from, because I think that it's the sort of debate that can go in any direction, and it is what is. I get why. What is? I mean, what defines a major? Is there a criteria that defines one to be more than another? Look, we know what the 3 biggest events are. That's the match play, Premier League, and World Championship. But below that, bit of a free for all.
Yeah, no, nothing is set in stone. I know Henry is jumping off in a minute, and Gob will be joining us. But this one's interesting on screen now. Patrick van der Bodegaard is in a bit of danger here.
Yeah, and he's been quite steady all day as Patrick, so it's interesting to see. But look, Tony Martinez, you look at this leg. Well. Brilliant. Take a look at that. 87, clean kill, 2 darts out. And he knocks the Dutchman clean out of the tournament. The Spaniard is through to the last 8, 1 game away from stage 2.
Absolutely right. Where are we at? Let's do this one. Let's have a look at Johan. Again, this man's played some beautiful stuff so far. Again, it'll be a danger in stage 2.
Yeah, he's got one of those games where, because he is so consistent, it's just going to catch 1 or 2 out potentially. And I think the first day is going to be so interesting. I think you spoke about it with Sean earlier, that there's going to be players like Johan, who's come into it, has played himself into form against players who have lost a lot of matches recently and under a lot of pressure to regain their tour card. If he gets one of those players early on, he can free roll his way a little bit and just pick up the odd victory here and there. He's going to be one of them that he won't be a favourite to go and get a tour card or be high up in the order of merit, but he could just do enough over a period of days to be consistent enough just to put himself in the reckoning.
Yeah, completely. You look at last year, there was a few in that scenario that you didn't think they'd be there, but they just hung around and did enough every day. I suppose like Rob Marjanovic is the one. And
that's all you need to do. Yeah, of course, you want to get it out right first day, first time of trying, and you want to try and win it. Of course you do. But if you could just keep yourself steady enough and just be consistent enough, you should be okay to get over the line. Sometimes you don't have to rip up trees. You just have to, again, the same, right things, right time.
Yeah, just slow, steady, just doing enough bits and bobs. Don't put all your eggs in one basket thinking I have to win one outright on day one. Not the case. But Paulo Ferreira doing bits as well. He's 3-0 up. Absolutely.
Again, you look at the mix of nationalities: the Swedish flag, the Dutch flag, the German flag, the Portuguese flag, the Czech flag, the Spanish flag. That's still all live and active, and that's what's so good to see at this EU Q-School. Is it's not just a German and Dutch domination. There's a number of nations that are doing very well and being very strong in this event.
Absolutely, superb stuff. What else had we got floating around? Remember, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We are etching towards 20k, huge milestone for the platform. So if you haven't, please make sure you subscribe and turn notifications on so you know when we go live.
Don't want to miss a thing.
Only place that you get uninterrupted coverage of Q-School. Here with us at Online Darts. And I believe, Henry, are you jumping off as it's 4:30? Because I know you've got to go and prep for the radio show.
Yes, I've got to run over to the radio studios over about 10-minute drive away. Yeah, so I'm on the radio a little bit later on, so I'll leave you to it. Thank you very much, Phil. Been an absolute pleasure as ever. Send my regards to Gob.
Oh, pleasure to have you on, Henry, as always. And remember, check Henry out on social media. No doubt he will be back on the platform very, very soon. We are going to grab a very quick ad break. The transformation will happen, and you all know who's going to be joining us very, very shortly. Henry, thank you very much, mate.
See you later.
Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, and look who we have found. Gob has joined us again. Welcome back, darling.
Hi, darling. How are you?
Good. How's things?
Not bad, not bad. They work in the bag-ish. But, you know.
It's been an interesting day starting action.
It has indeed. Still no 9 dart, though, and I wasn't on today, so I'm clearly not the jinx, is the logic I'm going with.
But
then just the rules.
Well, shortly.
Yes, the West Coast, East Coast. Wishes he was North. Close enough. I'll bully him on it somehow.
But Johan Instrom, he was 2 up, but he's been pulled back. And he's in a spot bother here, God, potentially.
He is. I've only just noticed that. I was just loading up my screens myself. You can go there.
Absolutely. Again, remember, come and say hi in the chat room. Paddy has just joined us. Yeah, as you're finishing work or driving home or however you're listening to us, we will bring you the conclusion of day 2 of Q-School.
Charlie, you're not from the northeast, lad. I don't make the rules. Let's have a look. I haven't looked at the order of merit yet because I reckon some of these names must be pretty close that way already. And then I'm trying to work out which way round is better for everybody else pursuing. Is it the guys that picked up lots of points yesterday, qualifying today and taking those points off the board? Does that lower the number? Or do they need them to stay involved and then do that again tomorrow?
I think if you can eliminate the ones at the top, it comes down then, doesn't it? So the ones in the middle.
I'm very surprised it's not turned dark green yet. Kai Gotthard's on 8 points already. Pretty sure that can't be caught.
No,
not for the number of places available.
Yeah, I think they'll do it from tomorrow. They'll start turning dark green, or once play's finished, they'll dark green them, and then tomorrow we'll know. But I think 3 points in EU will get you in.
I think 3 points is going to get about 15 to 20 people in the UK. So I certainly think it will get you in the EU because there's more places available.
Do you think it's that low in UK as well?
I believe so. Let's have a quick look. 1, 2.
So if you're saying that, you reckon Jamie Lewis and Jenks around that area are safe?
Potentially. If they improve leg difference, I suppose at that point they'll be improving points anyway. It all depends on results tomorrow. We can be sat here debating what's going to happen, and then 5 minutes later, half the field go dark green, just because that's how quickly these things can turn around. Where does 4 points stop at the minute? 36, which is half the spots available via order of merit. Plus, if you think that maybe it's going to be very unlikely that all 8 players tomorrow come from beyond this, you would expect the 8 players to go on a run tomorrow. Chances are at least 6 of them are going to be on 3 points or more right now, which will take more away from that. There's 6 players on 2. I think some of those players on 3 might just survive.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Will 4 be enough? Look, I think 4 gets you in.
Paulo Ferreira, by the way, it's flying. 5-0 winner.
Bombing on from right back. Hey.
Engstrom, Schultz, De Vrede. Just making sure I've got eyes on everything. So get Van der Meer and Max de Jong up. I don't think I've ever had that reaction before, Malachy, but thank you very much. The tables are available at this website here.
What we'll do at the end of play today, before we sign off, we will put both tables up on the screen so everyone can see where they are. And that is a shock result.
Yeah, Engstrom gone.
He's gone.
Lendl says 3 points plus 11 leg difference was a projection based on best of 11 leg matches. Yeah, I think 3 points will get you in with a decent leg difference. Couple, not everybody, and it all depends on leg differences and etc.
That's a surprise. He's gone.
Yeah, he's pretty much there. Points-wise, he's on 6 points. He's not going to be caught. Yeah. And actually, that's an extra day of playing again, if that's the way that he is inclined. But Ryan de Vrede, why is that stayed yellow with a red thing across his name at the top? Oh, there we go. It's catching up now. Yeah, that's a big surprise with Engstrom going out. It does mean that Paulo Ferreira will have a shootout with Alexander Merckx for a spot in stage 2, though, Phil. Both of them are on 5 points at this point. No, I think Merckx has just moved on to 6 points now as well, so they're in anyway.
I was just WhatsApping someone at Milton Keynes some information. That was all.
There's even more spots available in EU.
Oh, yeah,
Players
EU,
already sat on 2 points. Yeah, definitely.
Three
Plus,
you get you in.
did you see what I put in the chat earlier this morning? Ben Lambertson, I was reading on Twitter, apparently before Q-School started, declared he was only going for stage 1. He had no intention of stage 2 either. He won through as a top 4 earlier today in stage event 2B of stage 1. So there's a chance that number will increase again.
Yeah.
And there is also one more thing to watch out for, and that is the number of players in the field.
Well, yeah, that's the interesting one. Who plays tomorrow and who doesn't?
Because if I think there was 135 in the field this morning. Might have even been less than that. There were 7 players with buys, I think it was. Or 7 players, 7 prelim matches from the 128. You lost another 4 players of that into the next round already. If you get a couple more pull out, there are less than 128. What happens with the points? Players that will get by from the 128, do they get the points but no leg difference? How does that work? Especially when 2 points is going to be enough to get you in. A bye through the 128 tomorrow may well start putting people into stage 2 without winning anything.
Possibly.
It's going to get very messy.
We like Messi.
No, we don't. Oh my
Messi
God, the
gives
Raiders
us
just taken out
40
146 for the match, by the way. Beats Michael Schmader 5-2. Yeah, but 146 for the match, 15 dart leg. Finishes with a 90 average. I know he was the featured game a few minutes ago.
Only full rounds count. So if the 128 isn't full, those matches will not count.
Wipes out an awful lot of people's opportunities to score points. And it also means there's less points available in total. Because the final round becomes worth less.
Yeah. So then if the 128 isn't full, the last 64 is only worth a point and not 2, which again then caps the scoring opportunities. That could be messy tomorrow in EU.
Yeah.
They said only complete rounds can.
Doesn't that go back to the issue that we had last year?
I was going to say that
they'd
makes
sorted
a
the count
mockery
back roll out.
stage 2, because on day 1 of stage 2, every round will count, and then after that it won't.
And that's the other thing Federico says. The problem is if 1A has more than 128 and 1B has less. Because if only one of them has more or less, then obviously half the field are competing for less points.
That could get absolutely messy. EU could be absolute chaos tomorrow.
Yes.
Don't worry, Tiz is on hand. He's our mathematician tomorrow.
Yeah, no pressure, Tiz.
I know, he was listening earlier.
He's just dropped us a cheeky tweet as well, telling everybody where he will be tomorrow.
He will be here with us. Yeah, Michael, so as it stands at the moment, in the UK, from the last 256, if you win that, you get a point. And then if you win your 128, you get 2 points, and so on like that. But it's only full rounds that count, and people that cannot qualify or have had enough may jack it off tomorrow, so rounds won't be full, so it could get slightly interesting and a little bit messy, but we'll keep an eye on that as well. So we've got Charlie on in the morning as well. He'll keep an eye on it.
Yes.
Remember, if you haven't yet, please drop us a like and subscribe.
Please do. So should they, in my scenario, not give points to 128 for 1A even if the round is full? I guess they can't, really. They can't have 1A and 1B as standalone. They've got them as... Well, we presume they've got them as a combined order of merit, unless they're going to do a separated order of merit at that point and then give...
No, they said it's a combined order of merit. So they can't split it now. Harry says, any news about the opening night of the Premier League in Wales as COVID restrictions of no fans? No, that this is part of the delay to the lineup. I think they're trying to find out whether the Welsh government are going to lift their restrictions, or if they can switch some venues around.
Oh, read on Twitter that Ben Lambertson should be there for the final stage too. That's changed.
Looks like he's had a change of heart. Looks like he's changed his mind, Gob. Max de Jong in control of this leg, dodged a few bullets in his last one and may have to dodge a few more here.
Just seen the 146 from Ryan de Vrede. Can we see it from Vincent van der Meer? No.
Yep.
I'll be honest, the game going on board 6 at the minute in the last 16 is the one game that I don't really recognise either of the players from. It's Mario Schultz and Barry Zander.
Nah.
They're not names I've ever really come across before. Though Zander did beat Hudek 5-1 to get to this point.
Yeah.
Just I'm going to scroll back. Schultz beat Barascus. And Zander beat Nico Kurtz as well, so steady enough.
Harry says, we're going to have any teasers about the lineup for the live league, Phil? Nothing set in stone. We couldn't do a lot until Q-School was done. So once stage 1 is out of the way, we may have a few more, but it was tough. That's part of the reason the date was put back, just to give us some time to get lineups together. Other Harry says, anything good happened today that I missed? I missed all of the UK one because I was at school. Really good days, darts, mate. Some really, really good stuff. Some stinkers of ties early on, God, wasn't there? Some of the players blew each other in the first couple of rounds. Was brutal today.
That's the harsh reality of Q-School as well, especially over 3 days for stage 1.
Yeah. But for me, a couple of the standouts today, John O'Shea had terrible draws yesterday. He had some tough ones today as well, but the Joker came through, played some really, really good stuff. Greg Ritchie as well played some great stuff. And then ones that just missed out, Lee Cox had a really good day. Justin Smith had a good day as well. Chaz Barstow had a much better day, as did Leighton Bennett as well. It was good.
Indeed. I'll have a
Philip
look.
says, "Hi guys, Mario Schwartz is a very experienced player in Germany. Good to know, mate. Thanks very much for your insight as always."
Bennett on 3 points and a plus 12 leg difference. As long as he avoids tanking early in the morning, I think that might be enough. Kevin says, don't forget that game that lasted an hour. Mate, we've tried to put that to the back of our minds already. We're trying.
There was an absolute stinker of a game in the nicest possible way. It felt like two cleaners playing each other. But Mario Schwartz is one away from beating Barry Zander.
Mm-hmm. Possibly, Harry. It all depends. I have a meeting on Thursday. I will hopefully know more then. It's a lot easier to do behind the scenes for the qualifiers than it is the actual event, because obviously we're going to have commitments and posts and everything going out at that point as well. And obviously I'm going to be there. Phil, you're going to be there, and Lee's going to be there as well. You two will probably be on the OD side. I'll be on the World Seniors side for the World Championships by the looks of it. But all three of us will be there, so we can certainly see what we can put together. But yeah, for all of the qualifiers and non-televised events and that sort of thing, and throughout the World Seniors calendar that I'll be at, I will try and keep a vlog for everybody. Hopefully the editing skills get a bit better. 6-minute train journeys.
Barry Zander levels up 4 apiece in that one. But will it be enough?
Paulo Ferreira and Alex Merckx are underway. And oh my God, Willem Mandigers is taking an absolute caning right now. He is 4-0 behind Tony Martinez. 12 points difference in the average.
To be fair, Tony Martinez has played some good stuff all day, in fairness.
Mm-hmm. Same as yesterday.
Yeah.
He must be pretty high up on this order of merit. Let me just flick it over. I'm expecting to not have to scroll far to see him.
Yeah, he's 7th at the moment.
Yes.
He's fine.
Which is all pretty much irrelevant. He can take the day off tomorrow either way.
Yeah. Yeah, he's all good.
And Mandigers has missed more darts. Martinez, match darts incoming, wants 48. This is a qualification match as well. This isn't the last 16. We've got 2 qualification matches underway. Ferreira and Merckx, they're 0-0 at the minute. But Tony Martinez is your first qualifier from this session. He wins 5-0. He's already puts himself into stage 2.
As Charlie joins us.
Right, lads.
Yeah,
Hey up, lad.
Charlie's doing a bit of a session tonight, and he's on tomorrow morning for a couple of hours as well with me and Tiz.
Yeah, I thought I'd be able to follow Graham Usher getting through, but obviously he's already got through now, so...
So that one's done. Paulo Ferreira is underway. He takes the opener. This one is developing. Max de Jong is making a fist of this one, boys. He looked done and dusted, but not yet.
Yeah, pinched the
Roger,
last
how are
leg.
you doing?
Vandermeer had 110 and left 40. De Jong pinched the leg though, and he's opened this one up 180 against the Vandermeer throw. He's currently 11 points behind now, but is throwing. So he's effectively pinched the darts, but needs a big visit here. The winner of this to play Ryan de Vriend in the qualification match. 79 leaves 1-2-4. Van der Meer responds with a ton. De Jong 1-2-4 to force it to a decider. He would have the darts in a ninth and final leg. And he scores 7. Not what he would have been hoping for at all. Van der Meer, chance to put it to bed with 92. And it goes in 2 darts. Van der Meer will take on de Vriend in a qualification match.
Also, Mario Schwartz has got the job done. 5-4 over Barry Zander. Another noble leg going on, but that is done and dusted.
It's a truly ridiculous leg going on in the Ferreira Merckx game. Ton, 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 ton. 105 to leave 96. 130 to leave 71. Merckx wants 96 first. And it goes. What a leg that was. One apiece.
One apiece. And we've got Paulo Ferreira on screen now.
Schultz with the result as well. So that means we will have a Mario Schultz, Kai Gotthard shootout. And then we'll be waiting on a Vincent van der Meer and Ryan de Vriend also.
Look, Kai Gotthard's already sat on 8 points at the top of there, as is Ryan de Vriend. So we could lose both men who are sat 1 and 2 on 8 points. We could lose both of them from the order of merit very, very shortly.
Which would be good news for everybody else.
Yeah. To be fair, everyone that is still in has already qualified. Let me refresh. So, right, everyone that is already in, or so everyone that is playing in the knockout games are already safely qualified. Mario Schwartz is the lowest ranked one on 4 points. He's already there anyway.
Yeah, already
4 points, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 8. So they're already done. So again, the bar drops again.
Yeah.
When some of these depart.
Yeah. Gotthard and de Vriend, if they were to both lose here, by the way, are getting their money's worth because they would have played in every round, lost in the qualification match twice, and then gone on to play on the third day.
Do you play, though, or do you take the day off when you're in that situation?
I guess it depends. You don't want to overdo it. The difficulty is, once you already know you're in, there's no financial reward for it.
Yeah.
We're fully aware that a lot of these players consume a little bit of alcohol to get themselves ready for the matches, which is another day on that when you could take a little bit of a break, have a bit of a practice and relax a bit. But I don't know what the restrictions are like. So if you've got a choice between being allowed in the venue and actually playing darts for a few hours and getting yourself going, or having to stay in your hotel room all day, I'd pick playing all day.
Oh, yeah, 100%. If there's nothing you can do like that, then yeah, you play to stop your mind from going absolutely stir crazy.
Richard, I've 100% forgotten how I've been saying it, but thank you. Apologies for the rest of them, I guess.
Yeah.
Don Messer, they could put all the players in one draw and play down to the round that allows bubbles to join. Could mean a wait for some, but it solves a problem. It would still be mixing too many people in that room over the day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the issue. It's the people in the room and the German restrictions.
Because when you consider they will have officials and staff in there, I have found out it is the markers have been funded in the UK. It is loser marks in the EU.
Right, okay.
I was double checking earlier because obviously after that hour-long game, if that had been a PDC paid-for marker, they would have then been stood there marking the player that was involved in the game yesterday. And I'm like, poor bloke.
Yeah. The last two games also warming up. Kai Gotthard against Mario Schwarzer. To be fair, you'd say on what we've seen so far, that one would be fairly one-sided. But the other one, the Vincent van der Meer against Ryan de Vrede, looking forward to that game. That could be close. So looking forward to that one. What are we thinking then Charlie? Where's edging your bets on the two that are to go live? Who are you tipping to go forward?
I've come at the perfect time, haven't I? Where we're really now at the business end of everything that's gone on today. I mean, in terms of what's come already in the day, I mean, I really hope that Richie Parkin was going to go and do well. I've not heard of him before, but I think he's from Whitby, which is just about half an hour up from mine. So I'd hope that he'd had a run, but I think it's probably a step too far for him, this one. He's quite far down in the rankings from sort of the order of merit today. But I mean, what does Fallon have to do, Phil, to qualify tomorrow? Does she have to have a decent run, or?
Yeah, she's going to have a decent run. It depends on the points scenario to what she needs. She's going to need a minimum of 2 points, minimum, to get to 3. But until we know in the morning, once the draw's done, who's playing who's on what board, and who's going to knock each other out type thing, she's going to need 2 or 3 points. The problem is, though, you say playing 3 tournaments, it just wouldn't work because the players have been told you're in that group. So if they were then to put them all into one, you'd have players kicking off left, right, and centre.
Yes. I'm just having a look. Who was that game between this afternoon?
It's on my...
And where was
Twitter.
it? Was it event 2B? It was, wasn't it? It's the one we're in now. Duh.
Yeah.
Ulrich and Georgie Calaccio. I think it gets worse, Richard. You put someone who lost was marking the game where they were averaging 30 and had 100+ darts leg. Because it was a 2-5-6 game, it would have been the first game on the board. So the person marking it would have been the last person to play on that board as a volunteer. So it would have been another player that hadn't played yet. They'd have been stood there for an hour not being able to practice, as the person at the bottom of that board would have been called to be the marker.
That is an absolute stinker.
Which, when does that change? It would have been the player with the bye. So it would have been Jens Niest, who then played Ulrich Janssen and beat him 5-0.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Funny how these things work.
That's terrible. I bet that was the... Nothing will fire you up to beat somebody 5-0 in super quick time than having to stand and mark them for an hour previously.
Yeah, that's right up there, isn't it? Just waiting for the other 2 games to go live. It solves the lack of players. I'm sure players would prefer points being available. Depends who you are. If you benefit from the points, yes. If you don't benefit from the points, you're going to kick off. So it's one of them, isn't it? It's not going to suit everyone. And you look at it from say you're an average player. I'm not going to name names or anything like that. But say you're an average player that is in Group B. We've already said and openly discussed that Group B is considerably easier than Group A. So if you're in Group B as a reasonable player and the draw doesn't go your way and you get someone that is half decent from Group A that you shouldn't have been in that group in the first place, you're going to kick right off. So
I just don't see what they can do. The only thing they're going to have to make a decision on is if they don't get a full 1-2-8 in one of the 2, just one of the 2, not both, then where do the points start to count from? That is the only decision they can make. They have to keep it as a 1A and a 1B like they have now for the final day. It just becomes a conversation about if there are imbalance, if one's over 1-2-8 and one is less than 1-2-8, when do the points start?
And the points have
because
to
they have to start the same round. They have to start the same round.
Yeah.
To Paulo Ferreira. The Portuguese is motoring towards qualification for stage 2. Is this the Jose de Souza effect starting to take place, Phil?
Could be.
Where is Jose Marquez in the order of merit? Oh, that's the wrong button. He's 43rd on 3 points. So that pretty much should get him in, but maybe an extra one tomorrow wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
I think he's safe.
Are there any more Portuguese in the field?
I don't see 40 people overtaking him.
No. Especially not when there are someone 0 points.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Jose Marquez is safe.
Are they? Let's have a look at 1A.
Paulo Ferreira is 1 away, but making a little bit of a sticky situation in this leg. This could have been a lot easier.
It was like that in the Usher game yesterday, Phil, with him being 4-1 down. And realistically, he shouldn't have won that game, but he stuck in it, and then managed to get over the line. But this one could have been so much easier for him.
Yeah, definitely. Just waiting for the other 2 games to go live. But you fancy it here, a big visit, and Paulo Ferreira could be in a spot of bother. And he is in some bother. This 105 has to go.
It doesn't. It's very much looking likely 4-3 with Alexander Merckx to throw first in the 8th leg.
Yeah. if this goes yellow, and it does. Oh, Ferreira making a mess of this one.
Yes, indeed. I'm just having a look to see if any country has 100% qualification record.
100% qualification
Portugal.
record.
Yeah. A country with just a couple of players, but everybody getting through. I think Portugal might be cool. They need Alexandre Antunes to pick up from tomorrow. He's got 1 point after 2 days. If he gets through, that would be 3 out of 3 Portuguese players.
That's a good one.
We've just got underway in the Van der Meer and De Vriend game. And immediately, Van der Meer's throw is under pressure with visits of 28 and 58 to start him off. Yeah, he's really under the pump here. De Vriend left 99 after 9 darts. With Van der Meer back on 258.
Luxembourg or
Is
Lithuania.
Alex Floor the only one?
And Lithuania, Baghdadis. Maybe.
All 3 USA players are through. Maybe I'll put the drinks on Portugal and it's actually the others. Oops.
USA might be a shout as well from Travis. Lalby, Gates.
Jules Van Dongen. That's across 2 schools as well.
Yeah.
De Vriend takes the opening leg in 15 darts. Ferreira, match darts incoming though. What a leg scoring wise. His scoring's been fantastic, by the way. He's averaging 80. Every time I look, he seems to be banging in ton visit after ton visit.
He'll be wanting this to go. He doesn't want a noble.
Ooh.
But we may be getting one. Here we go all the way. We are going all the way. Yeah, Brazil with Diogo.
I don't think Finland's won. Yanni Keskinarkaus lost in the 128 today, unless he did bits yesterday, but I don't recognise the name. He's 39, 4 points. He might be there as well, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so forget Portugal and everybody else. Just the Dutch and the Germans.
Van der Meer has got an opportunity here to break the throw, having gone 1-0 down early doors, but he's just put a visit of 27 in to leave him on 137. He then puts 97 to De Vriend's 81. So he's left himself double top with De Vriend back on 123. And De Vriend needs this just to hold throw. So Van der Meer's going to get a shot at tops. And he does. He takes it, goes in 1. So Van der Meer's broken straight back. And we've got a level game, 2 legs in.
Ferreira first to a finish once again, once 144. That's a little bit of a slip considering his finishing.
Yeah.
Will not want to see this next score say 140. Just a 60, 116 outside chance. Treble, single, double combination. Ferreira. Treble for double, single, single ball.
And the fact he's missed max starts already. Irrelevant.
Well, it goes in two. Sigh of relief, but a qualification for Portugal's Paulo Ferreira. He will be in stage 2. He was there anyway, but he has done it outright on day number 2 and won't be involved tomorrow.
Do you want the all-German affair or the all-Dutch affair on screen?
Your choice, Charlie.
To be honest, the all Dutch affair is quite good actually, Phil. I'm watching it now. It might be worth having a watch of that one.
Just like magic. The other one, Kai Gotthard, has leveled it up against Mario Schwartz.
One apiece. Seeming that there's no Liam Gallagher this year, please can we have some football puns for Ferreira? We have mentioned the fact that he's got the namesake of the former Chelsea right back. Same nationality as well. That's a great point, Phil. You could put both up.
I've just seen it and I'm on the case now. It's been a long day.
It has. It has. You might want to hurry, though. Kai Gotthard has banged in a maximum to start leg number 3.
That's what I was about to say, Gob. What happens if both me and you are on a stream together?
The world
does it
just
happen?
implodes. The world implodes.
Yeah. Well, as soon as you mention that, he throws 57 in, so we'll forget about that one.
Panic over. The last 2 spots on the line for the day.
It's a great leg from Schultz. When your opponent bangs in a maximum against the throw first start, to stay steady like he has and put the pressure straight back on him is superb.
I'm actually devastated
6
that
out of
Liam Gallagher
12.
didn't make the Q-School this year.
Maybe it wasn't part of his master plan.
Maybe he's half the world away.
No. Oh. Oh.
You never know.
Leg
He
one
may
from-
live forever and we see him next year.
Mario Schultz takes a 2-1 lead over Kai Gotthard. Reminder, Kai Gotthard lost in a qualification match yesterday as well.
Yeah, and Van der Meer, having lost the first leg against the Rose, now got the opportunity to open up a 2-leg lead and reel off 3 consecutive legs. And he does just that. So he's opened up a bit of daylight between him and De Vriend
In fact,
and the old Dutch
both
affair.
players losing right now lost at this stage yesterday. Ryan De Vrede lost to Thibaut Tricol 5-2, and Kai Gotthard lost to Wesley Placier 5-4. And
The
they're
only way
both-
he didn't have problems getting over. He misunderstood the rules around COVID. He lives in the UK now, so what's the story of the day? De Vrij are in a world of trouble here. 3-1. This has to go, Gob.
Potentially.
And it's all-
This is a big visit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just been a steady day again, Birdie Boy. There's not been anything exceptional, I don't think. No nine
it's just
darters, few steady matches again. The weird thing is the consistent players seem to be winning through the days at the minute.
Yeah.
Your 8 qualifiers in the UK. Matthew Dennant, who always has an input somehow at Q-School. Sean Wilkinson, Ryan Hogarth, John O'Shea. He come through possibly one of the toughest qualifying routes you will see in stage 1 of a Q-School. His draw for the last 2 days has been absolutely terrible, but he won through the entire thing today. Sean Griffiths, Joshua Birksfield, Kevin Garcia, and Greg Ritchie all qualified outright in the UK.
Yeah.
In EU so far, we have already seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bent Lambertson, Dragutin Horvat, Jens Ziegler, and Lucas Weinig all won in stage 1, event 2A. Tony Martinez and Paulo Ferreira have already won through this session as well. And then these 2 matches on your screen will decide the final 2 spots already there.
Oh, big visit from De Vrij there. 140 to leave himself on 81 after 9. Well, that could be put under a lot of pressure. It's only a ton from Van der Meer, so 81. This would be to level the game up in the All Dutch affair.
God, I've just hidden a comment on the World Seniors page from last night on Facebook.
And it
It's
does,
from
it goes.
Johnny,
So
who works from Johnny, who works for Matt Ward.
Why would you be that guy?
we've got a level game in the All Dutch affair. And Van der Meer has opened up with a 174 and a ton. It's on throw with Van der Meer now, and it was 3-1. So De Vrij's done well to pull it back and has just thrown a 180. So they're virtually neck and neck in the Dutch game.
Kai Gotthard as well has broken throw at a big moment in this game.
Tell you what, there are some very big names set to miss out on stage 2 in the UK as it stands. Mike Warburton, Paul Hogan, plenty of live league players as well. Scott Williams, Richie Burnett, Adrian Gray, Ryan Furness, Colin Osborne, Wes Newton, Mark Dubbridge, Fallon Sherrock, Dave Prins, Aaron Monk, Killian Heffernan, all on that 1 point at the minute, in and around that area. Dave Pallett's only on 1 point.
Johnny, you know what you put. We can't have that comment on posts. To be fair, I think Warby's going to have a good run tomorrow.
Needs it.
mean this in the nicest possible way, though, but the fact Alan Norris missing out isn't a surprise to me. The amount of time he's had away from the board, you can't just jump back into it and be competitive.
Yeah. And I think he'll be very realistic about that too. I think the likes of Robbie Green will be in a similar position as well. These guys are just Wes Newton.
Yeah. Yeah.
And De Vrijd's left himself on double 9. With Van der Meer back on 144. And that's to level it up at 4-all. So a couple of exciting games to finish it off here.
So if at the end of play, we'll put the tables up on screen so people can see them. That's right, mate. Although it is funny, we just can't have them on there.
De Raider, Van der Meer goes to a decider. Van der Meer with the darts.
Good game, this one. Exactly. No, Norwich did, and look, no one ever wishes that on anyone. But from a sporting point of view, you can't be away from competitive action that long and expect to come back where you were. You've got to build yourself up again, and hopefully this year opens up so we can go and play in events and everything like that, and get back to the chuck we all know.
Match starts incoming, Phil, for Kai Gotthard. He wants 64 and it goes in 2 darts. Beaten in a last leg decider yesterday. Wins through 5-2 today. He will not have to play tomorrow. He is into stage 2.
In the All Dutch affair, De Vrijd's opened up with 20. He came in with 26. He hasn't really been punished. He's then coming with visits of 101.34, so he does have that slight advantage over Van der Meer here, who puts in 96. And a ton. So this is, 141 to check that out would be pretty special. But Van der Meer 182 needs to set himself up here.
I think that's the issue. We say the 26 hasn't been punished, but if that had been a ton, he pretty much would have been.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Because when you get down to that, you see Go and Price do this an awful lot. He will have a bad visit in a big leg, but the rest of it consistently, and then he'll put you under so much pressure from a non-finish or in around that 200 when you're on the outside shot of a 1-3 or 1-4 something, and you just don't get anywhere near it.
Yeah. Whoa. 2 match starts. Miss boys, big moments.
De Raider lost in a qualification match yesterday. Is he just trying to get his money's worth? No, he's getting another chance.
Two match starts go. Will it be 5? Oh. Last start in hand, boys.
Relief for Ryan De Raider. He does not. Well, I say relief. This game was pretty much meaningless. Both players will qualify for the Order of Merit, regardless of results tomorrow, had they lost this match. But De Raider will not need to play tomorrow. He is through to stage 2 and joins the others that have already qualified. From today in this session, they are Tony Martinez, Paulo Ferreira, Kai Gotthard, and Ryan De Raider.
So here we have the the UK Order of Merit as it stands, and at the top, boys, they all look safe.
Comfortably, I believe.
Yeah. But it's from probably around this sort of area, the 51 mark, that it gets interesting. That may be enough, depending on circumstances.
Possibly. I think you'd like a little bit more leg difference, positive, just to feel a little bit more comfortable. Someone like Connor Scott on a +8 will be feeling a lot better than Andy Jenkins on a +5, despite it being a relatively small gap. I'd go as far as saying as long as Leighton Bennett avoids a 5-0 loss tomorrow, if anybody's going to sneak in on 3 points, it will be him.
Yeah.
Unless somebody comes from a position of 1 point, wins 2 matches, 5-0, 5-0, and then loses a decider 5-4 or something, and really does boost their leg difference by +9 from out of nowhere. But yeah, I think, I don't want to sit and tell him he is in, but the work done today by Leighton Bennett will more than likely get him into stage 2. Everybody else still, they may cling on to that, but you would not want to be banking on that. You want to go and get another point on the board. We think 4 will pretty much guarantee you in, as it starts to tighten up at the bottom.
And then, again, at the top, all tight there, all done and dusted. The bar is lower here, more places on offer. Are we thinking that 3 is enough? So 61 and up are safe?
What was that? Another 25 positions below. It honestly, It all depends on the situation we were talking about earlier. If one of these 2 groups has less than a 1-2-8, where they start collecting points tomorrow will have a massive impact on whether 3 points is safe or not.
Some surprising ones. David Bruisen on 2 points. Some RJR just clinging on in 81 at the moment. Work to be done there.
Danny Van Tripp outside of the top.
Arjan Konterman as well. He played well last year.
Yeah. Alex Floor. Owen Roloffs, 98th position.
Yeah.
Rene Idams. Sergio Krasen. I was well impressed with Sergio last year.
Work to be done. How far down we go, but there is work to be done. That is for sure on the Order of Merit. Well, everyone, absolutely superb today. That is day 2 of Q-School in the bag, boys. Still some work to be done by people, but tomorrow is going to be interesting. Tomorrow is the race for stage 2. It is all on the line. Gob will be in the chat room. Charlie will be on the first part of the day. And myself and Tiz will be here all day, bringing you the conclusion of Q-School stage 1. Lads, it's going to be epic tomorrow. All on the line. All eyes on Niedernhausen and Milton Keynes. I want to thank you all for joining us one last time. If you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel to get us to 20k, and then plenty to around tomorrow. Make sure you drop us a like. As always, I'm in Phil Bars. Thank you for the team that have joined us across the day. Gob, Charlie, as always, Scott, Henry, and Shawnee Mack, who joined us, signing off for the day. We have been Online Darts, and we will see you tomorrow.